Hello everybody, good afternoon, and welcome back. It's Saturday, your boy Ghost is here, and we got some new fun for everybody here today. So, first and foremost, I would like to say I hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend to start with, and I hope we're all ready for some high flying action here from Barcelona, Catalonia, no chicane. So what we have going on for everybody here today is qualifying for our next upcoming Group 3 championship season, and I'm going to break a little bit of this down for everybody here real quick before our first driver gets on track to do their qualifying run. So we have over 30 drivers here registered this season, which is hosted on SimLeague Pro. Just go over to SimLeague Pro and search Gran Turismo Racing Community there. Join the community and you can find all the championships posted there through SLP, and also of course you can find a Discord invite through SimLeague Pro as well. Come into the Discord, and of course all vital information for the championship and of course communications throughout the season are done via the Discord server over the Gran Turismo Racing Community. So we got an open Group 3 championship this season. It is still open for registration over there on SimLeague Pro, and it's going to be a doozy this season. We had an absolute huge massive combination of seasons last season with the Group 2s and the Audi TT Cup cars, and I gotta tell you what, that was a lot of fun, and in my opinion, and I've been with this group for a very long time now, best seasons so far when it comes to a combination of seasons. The action on track was fast, it was efficient, it was clean, it was competitive, and it was just a blast. Lots of photo finishes last season, so I don't suspect we're going to see a whole lot different this season either. We got Chad coming up with the like and the Facebook. Appreciate you, my dude. Hope you're doing fantastic over there on the East Coast. So it's a Group 3. It's open. The drivers have had to make their top 3 picks in the Discord server leading up into qualifying, and they will be required to qualify in their number 1 pick, meaning that is obviously the priority car they would like to run in this season. Now the reason for that is we're only allowing 3 of each car in each lobby, so in a sense your qualifying position, depending on lobby 1 or lobby 2 placement, is quite important because your car pick determines on where you qualify, because the top qualifier will obviously get to pick their car first and all the way down to the bottom end of the lobby. So that is why the drivers require 3 picks. Today's conditions on track are sunny afternoon conditions. There is equal conditions mode turned on, meaning there is no fuel, no tire, and absolutely 0 wind, meaning every driver gets the exact same conditions throughout the day of qualifying, and it's all about fair play here, as of course we are preparing for an official championship season here from the Gran Turismo Racing community. Your broadcasting team this season, that's right, is going to be comprised of 2 commentators this season, myself, Ghost45, and I'm going to be joined by another great commentator, Nolander Gaming, who will be stepping into the booth here with us today to do some of the coverage here for qualifying as well. And as soon as he steps in, of course, we'll get that introduction underway for everybody who does not know Nolander Gaming. But by popular demand, we have had a lot of feedback based off a recent co-host we did together on an event, and we got great response from it. Seems like we've got good camaraderie in the booth, and I'm excited to see how the season goes with a new member to the broadcasting team here at the Gran Turismo Racing community. So welcome, Nolander Gaming, and I can't wait to have him on board with us. So we're just kind of rolling with the punches here. As soon as these guys and gals are ready, we will get underway for qualifying. So the season is going to be a 9-week season. They are going to be some endurance races. Now, the first race of the season. Oh, and there he is. We got our guy right there, Mr. Nolander Gaming. He just stepped into the booth, so let me get some audio swapped around, and I'm going to need a little bit of help from the viewers here, as we'll just need you guys and gals out there just to put up in the chat how the audio mix is between the game audio, myself, and of course Nolander. We would like to see a nice equal balance, of course, between the 3. So you guys always know best because you are the ones that are watching it. You guys are the ones that can hear it, so just let us know. Welcome in, Nolander. How are you doing today, my friend? Oh, I heard him rustling around there. He may not be ready yet. That's all right. So, Barcelona is the track of choice. Now, typically, we try to set qualifying, and we actually have a driver out. So, there we go. Our first qualifier of the day has officially jumped out on track. So, let's make sure everything is moving, everything's working. Looks like everything's working. All right. Fantastic. So it is going to be, let's get you guys into a proper view. There we go. So it is going to be Mike 1972. He's going to be first out on track here. He's going to be our first qualifier of the new upcoming championship season. And I'm excited for this one. And he is in the Dodge Viper here, so that makes me happy already. He's got a check mark here from broadcaster number 1 because he's in my that's my dream car. I am a huge Dodge Viper fan, always have been. It is a spicy hot tamale to drive in the game right now, and I'm excited to see it out on track. So all the cars we're going to see our racers in throughout qualifying today, throughout the 3 different sessions today, is their optimal choice for the season. Does not necessarily mean that's what we're going to end up seeing our drivers in this season, but that is their optimal choice for the season. So this is an outlap. The deal today is the drivers are going to get 1 outlap, and they're going to get 4 hot laps. Now, there's some rules with that, and the reason for that is because we are going to take the drivers' top 2 combined fastest times in those 4 laps, and we're going to add them together for a combined overall qualifying total, and that combined overall qualifying total, ultimately, at the end of the day, is going to determine the split placement for our racers, whether that means they're in Lobby 1 or Lobby 2. Now, with that being said, it also does not necessarily mean that the top 15 are going to go into Lobby 1 and the next 15 are going into Lobby 2. There is going to be a time split established within that line, and that time split will actually determine whether you belong in Lobby 1 or Lobby 2 for the season. So, again, that puts importance on qualifying, because if you're the 16th fastest driver in Lobby 1, that means you're going to be put on first reserve for the season, and if somebody ends up having to drop out or step away for the season, you will get first crack at getting that full-time spot, but qualifying is always ever so important for the season. So now, that leads us into the season, and the season is going to be much different than what we're used to seeing here from the Gran Turismo Racing community. They really added in some extra stuff here into this Group 3 championship season to really try and add to the strategies, obviously, within the racing, and just to mix it up a little bit, make it a little more technical, a little more difficult for our racers here. And I mean, it's open Group 3 racing. We see lots of Group 3 series and championships all over the place here in Gran Turismo 7, but how you set those Group 3 championships up is what really makes a difference. So qualifying is also important because it's going to set up the starting order for race number 1 as well. So obviously where you qualify will be based on where you're going to be placed in round number 1. Then from from there, once we move into round 2 through down into the final round, round 9, it is going to be based off of championship point standings, and I do believe that it is going to be reverse grid based off championship point standings each and every racing round from there on in. So there's the first difference. The second difference is that we're also going to be requiring the racing hards or the racing mediums and the racing soft tires throughout the series, and they're also using the dynamic weather model here in the championship, which also factors in intermediate wet and racing wet tires this season. So it should be a doozy. Yes sir, how are you doing, Mr. Nolander Gaming? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in, my man. How are you doing today?
All right, thank you, my guy. Had a little bit of an issue with the Discord audio again, as per usual. It was working just moments ago. We was having a chat before we started, and now I've just had to change everything up.
Absolutely. So we got one of your drivers out on track, as a matter of fact, here. Team Rad owner, Nolander Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, as well. He's got some of his drivers competing here in the series. Also, some of the drivers are some of the administration team here in behind the scenes of Gran Turismo racing community as well. So, Mike 1972, your newest signed driver here, just most recently. And I got to tell you what, Dodge Viper is looking awfully good out there. So, I mean, what can you tell us about Mike? I know he's fairly new to the team, but, what do you have to offer for everybody out there watching at home?
Well, I'll tell you, Team Rad is certainly thrilled to have acquired him to the team. He is very well known to us, very quick driver, quite proficient on the track, strategy-wise. Definitely he has the... apologies. He has the racing etiquette that we all love to see from a good racer, and he is definitely a welcomed addition to the team. Now, that being said, he has been racing with us for some time, so we're definitely glad to have him on board.
Absolutely, and his first lap was a 140.894. His second lap, follow-up lap there, the 41.227. So, it's really difficult here in qualifying conditions. You can feel the pressure a little bit. And we got some chats up in the chat here. We're going to try and keep up with our comments here today. Good luck, Racer, says Dave. Appreciate you. We'll see you on track later. Riley, hello. How are you today? I am doing great, Riley. How are you doing all the way from Australia, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. Riley, you want to talk about legends? This guy's a legend. You want to know anything about movies? Ask this man. He'll have the answer for you. Hope you're doing good, young man. So, yeah, Mike 1972. Now, from what I could tell from what I've seen through practicing over the last couple of weeks leading into qualifying here is I think we're going to see top end times from our fastest qualifiers, maybe, and that is a fairly large maybe, a high 138. We will definitely see some 39s from the faster rated drivers here that have registered this season. But for the most part, I think we're going to see a large grouping of 140s and some low 141s for our main base of times for probably the large part of this group. The front engine rear wheel drive cars around this track are quite sluggish. You got to really give them the time and patience to make the rotation around the technical parts of this racetrack. We're seeing that in this Dodge Viper from Mike right now, but don't count this guy out. He is legitimately quick, and I got to tell you, the field is very competitive this season, and it is really hard to say who's going to end up in the top lobby and who's going to end up in the second lobby this season. I mean, I don't even know what to say, but another decent lap coming here, 41 from Mike. So this is the last time around here for him, and he's going to really want to try and maximize this lap now.
Yeah, absolutely. As you were saying, the front engine rear wheel drive cars are certainly it's a handful to get around a tight technical course such as Barcelona. You really have to be on point, and getting that rotation can be a chore for sure.
Absolutely. Now, I happen to know a fair bit about the front engine rear wheel drive cars myself. A lot of the 10 Tenths Simracers have entered this season have opted in to take these front engine rear wheel drive cars. Now, ultimately, the biggest reason for that is because when you look at the overall season schedule, the front engine rear wheel drive cars should be fairly well suited. There's a lot of big tracks, and the cars are suited for obviously power, the Dodge Viper being one of those cars. However, this car really lacks top end, which is unfortunate for its status as a car, in my opinion. And a little bit wide there as Mike came out, and that could incur a penalty here as we come up into that where they like to hand it out. And oh no, you know what? He got away with that. So they're very fortunate their track stewards have not had their coffee yet this morning, and definitely missed that one. But good for Mike here, and you know he looks like he's on a decent lap here. I didn't catch that live timing sector if it was blue or purple last time around, but coming through the final last two corners on his last time around here, we're going to see what Mike has as he comes across the line. And it's always tough being the first qualifier out. You're taking that risk. You don't know what any times are. You don't know where that baseline sits yet. But it's going to be a 140 something here. And, oh, it's a 141 flat there from Mike Mate. So from what I can see here on screen, and we're just going to take a screenshot here because, again, double verification process is really important, plus the live streams from Nolander and myself, plus two administration officials with Soupy Mark and Petrolhead here in behind the scenes tracking all this information. Really, we cannot get this wrong. If we do, I don't even know what to say. But it's going to be a 140.894 being his fastest lap, and that was lap number 1, and his second fastest being a 141.060. And I'm not going to lie, those two times very initially, based off of what I have seen so far in practice, has me a little concerned that he's on the bubble coming to the end of qualifying here today. So we'll have to wait to see what the rest of the field does in behind here. But when I say the competition is picked up here at GTRC community, we're not kidding. We've got lots of new faces that have come in from Sim League Pro as well, and we have a lot of question marks because we don't know those drivers at all. So the sky is most certainly the limit this qualifying.
Absolutely. Like you say, you're very potentially on the bubble there. It's going to be interesting to see how it works out for newest team member Rad there. Mike's definitely capable of putting in some very fast times, but like you say, Dodge Viper around this tight technical course, yep, a little bit hard to handle, as you have seen there.
Absolutely, and congratulations there to Mike on starting us off here from the Gran Turismo racing community this season. And I tell you what, that guy's been hunting a championship here for the last couple seasons in the Gran Turismo racing community. He's most certainly always in contention. Every single racing round that he's on the racetrack with this group, he's definitely a contender this season. But we do have to also consider the track of the car might not be well suited, and we are going to see the guys in these front engine rear-wheel drive cars most certainly struggle. So, with that being said, we've got another front-engine rear-wheel drive car out here. This is Ten Tenths Simracing's Dark Cobra, and I know a fair bit about this driver, so I'll chime in a little bit about this guy since he comes from Ten Tenths Simracing, which of course I'm co-owner of. He is our newest member here to Ten Tenths Simracing currently. He came in from the GT45 Prototype Championship season that we just ran a few weeks back, and I gotta tell you what, the guy absolutely loves racing. He loves cars, he loves having a good time. He is a very good natured human being, and he is learning incredibly fast. So he was in the AM division there, most certainly already in a Pro-Am status, and we do suspect that's about what we'll see here from Dark Cobra today, if I'm just being honest. So whenever the guys send him out, the track will be all his, and he is in that 2020 Mercedes AMG here today. And again, I was on track with him in this car, obviously trying to help him and as many of the teammates as I could prepare for the season here over the last couple of days. And the best I could get out of this car myself personally was a 140.1, which is actually quite a good time, but you really have to force the car around and use the low gears to really maximize your apex potential. Other than that, the car has good brakes, so you can really rely on that with this car, but you got to get the marks right. It understeers really heavily coming through the corner. We just seen Cobra come through, but you know, he's cool, he's calm, he's collected, and I do suspect we should see some low 41s, maybe even some high 40s from him here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you accurately said earlier, Dark Cobra, he has come in like a rocket ship. If any of y'all didn't catch the All-Star race, this man was right up there and putting it in the times and keeping right up with the pros. Coming from the AM division, and stepping right in there, had himself a fantastic race, and boy, you could just really see his pace coming together out there.
Absolutely, and he had a good outlap there, 135.465, and when we put that into hot lap terms, that puts him right in the range I suspect that we should see him at here. So so far he starts off good. Now the trick is here, and this is something I've learned in these 4 or 5 lap hot lap qualifiers, is you typically have a really good first lap. You'll kind of want to nurse the second lap, cool your tires back down, and then push again on the third lap. If your car is starting to slide a lot, or you're not getting that response, you're starting to feel a lot of understeer in your car, it is typically an indication that your tires are either cold or they're overheating. And sometimes you just got to take I don't want to say a nonchalant lap. You want to take a lap, but you want to take a slightly off-pace lap to let that tire temperature come back down a little bit, but not too much. And then when you come back around the start-finish line, you can tell just the way the car comes in under braking right off the bat coming into turns 1 and 2 if the car feels right with the tires. So the tires are very important. You really do, even though we do not have tire wear management on, the game physics still dictate that tire temperature does matter. There's third-party apps that tell us that information, and as a racer we just know that that's the case. And he took a good cut there, and that might be a half-second track limit right there for Cobra to start this lap off. And that again is not the ideal situation for a limit here, because you're not going to hit the serving zone, and if you have a penalty crossing the start-finish line, that will actually void your lap. And I do have the timing glitch, so I'm glad that we checked. It was a 137 out lap there. It's a 141.453, and exactly where I suspected to see Cobra here.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that it null and voids your lap when you pick up that penalty. Personally, I think that your lap should still count. Of course, you still have to serve that penalty, but
that is the exception to the rule there. If you serve the penalty before you cross the start-finish line, then the lap is all fine and dandy. If you cross the start-finish line with a penalty, say you pick the penalty up in the second last corner, coming through the sweepers there, you pick up a half-second penalty, and then you cross the start-finish line, that will void that qualifying lap because you have yet to serve that penalty. And essentially, that's really not ideal because it's going to ruin 2 laps.
Right, for sure. But that was a nice little save from Dark Cobra there. He got a little bit out of sorts there, and again we see it there, but doing a fantastic job keeping the car underneath him in that Mercedes there, and I expect we're going to see these times creep up there.
This is a pretty good lap. It's a spicy lap. You can definitely tell he's pushing hard here right now.
Yeah.
And the car must feel good underneath of him here right now, because Gobra's typically not the driver that's going to over push himself. If he'll dial it back if the car doesn't feel right. So the car must feel right. And I mean, he's really utilizing every millimeter of this track and a little bit extra right now to try and maximize his lap time. And this is going to be a decent lap here, I think. 142. And it really seemed like that was going to be a faster lap. I mean, that looked much faster than that, but 42.5 here on lap number 2. All right,
okay, there we go. Yeah, I had to do the whole switching because I was showing a different time, but we're on point. Yeah, I concur. 142.530, and perhaps this is the lap he will pull it all in. And we'll see. Like you say, he is using every bit of the track available to him and really extending it out as far as he possibly can whilst maintaining control of that Mercedes there. And I expect that is going to pay dividends in the end.
Absolutely, and he's just again a little bit of a spicy exit. There is a spicy car under throttle, lots of rear end torque in the Mercedes here. And we just got a comment from the viewers here. I want to tell you something. What kind of race is this today? This is not a race today, Riley. This is qualifying for a championship season that starts in about 2.5 weeks' time. All right, so he looks good this lap. He definitely looks like he should have been on target there, I think, for improvement. He is currently down on my screen about 0.4 of a second, but that can all be made up here just in these few couple corners. This is a difficult part of the racetrack, and especially in these front engine rear wheel drives, with my experience with the racers on track preparing for this, the understeer is atrocious. So really you need to manage the understeer coming through this final sector, because these big heavy cars just want to force out to the edge of the racetrack, and it can get you in trouble here in certain parts of this racetrack for sure, in that dusty, slippery AstroTurf.
Oh yeah,
All right.
much better time there.
Yep.
141.345. Definitely.
I got a 392. You just want to flip through, make sure we're good there.
Oh, again.
Almost every
Wow, it's
time.
doing it.
Yep. It'll be every lap. We'll have to check it.
141.392.
All
Yeah,
right,
correct.
perfect. So that will be his fastest recorded time here in qualifying. It was a small improvement, about a half a tenth from his first lap there. So he's got two low 141s here currently. Let's see if we can find that 40. I know for him personally that he would be satisfied in qualifying if he got into a 40 recorded lap here. So let's see if he can pull it out here in his final lap. And this is a much tidier lap actually coming from Cobra, a lot less wiggle under the throttle here. And I gave him a little bit of advice actually right before we went live here. He was struggling, and I told him just to dial it back 10%. It's the kind of the common thing at 10 Tenths Simracing when the drivers are struggling. Typically, the equation of that is you're overdriving the car. I am famous for it, and the answer is dial it back 10%, brake 10% earlier, wait 10% longer to get on the throttle on exit, leave the car coast that much longer, and then wait 10% longer to get in your throttle, and all of a sudden you find a half-second improvement. So sometimes you just got to dial it back. Sometimes you just want to push so hard, but over pushing your race car is essentially going to slow you down.
Sure, certainly. As the old adage goes, slow is smooth and smooth is fast, and we see that in racing quite often. In fact, far too often. As you said, you can really. Oh man, he had such a good lap going on there, and picks himself up a 1 second penalty. And as you said,
That
he
was
was
most
darn
certainly
near into
his
the 40s
fastest
there.
lap that time around, but unfortunately for him, that is going to be a voided lap, the final lap there, due to picking up that penalty.
Yeah, right. Thank you all for tuning in here. We are still, myself and Mr. GT45 Gaming are still pushing for the GoFundMe in support of the Blomstrom family who has lost their dear loved one. And we definitely want to say, please share out that GoFundMe. If you are unable to make any kind of a donation, that is absolutely fine. But please share it out, because someone out there can and will do so.
Absolutely, and we just gotta keep it alive. Everybody gotta keep it alive. To date, we're just shy of 29,000 USD. We are currently pushing for 30,000 USD, so we're almost there. I mean, really, when you think about it, the grand scheme of things, we are like 98% of the way to that goal. You know, all it would take is 10 people to go do $100 a piece right here today, and that goal is done. Just like that. So share it out. There's definitely somebody out there that can help. I know not everybody can help, but sharing it is just as much help as financial aid, because sharing is caring, and that's what gets it across out there worldwide to all the people in this amazing planet. And you can find that in the Facebook pinned comments at the GT45 Gaming and at Nolander's page there as well. So 2 qualifiers in the books, and it is still Team Rad's Mike 1972 holding down top qualifying spot here very early on in qualifying after 2 drivers complete here. So the question is, who is going to be our next driver? I do suspect we're going to see Team Rad's Hair Razor and Doug Barrow coming in this session, as they are going to be hosting session number 2 later on today. And I do suspect we're going to see a large part of our English and European contingency here at the GTRC probably run in the early part of our qualifying session here today. And then, as we say that, Team Rad's Hair Razor pops in, so we just know how it works here, ladies and gentlemen. What can I say? But if anybody's going to push that top qualifying spot here, it will most certainly be Hair Razor. He's a very efficient driver, and he's definitely in one of his preferred cars in the GT3 class. So I do suspect to see him be fairly quick here today. But qualifying practice and qualifying official are 2 different things. And again, pressure does mount on the drivers. It seems like such a minute thing, but in our world, qualifying is everything. So you tend to put pressure on yourself without realizing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And qualifying can be a super stressful event. Myself, I never do good at qualifying. I'm always much quicker during the race. For some reason, I just get over anxious, and like I said earlier, just tend to push the car too much, which will indeed slow you down. But the drivers who can manage that stressful situation are the ones who you typically see do much better under qualifying circumstances. And there we can see Hair Razor there from Team Rad here.
Good
A
job, Cobra.
long time member of Team Rad, has the hashtag Racing for Paul bumper sticker essentially there on the back of that car, and we certainly do appreciate that as well. Just keeping the memory alive and fresh in our minds. So let's see what Hair Razor can do here. I certainly do expect to see good times out of him. He is very, very quick on track, also very proficient, sound strategist as well. So as we all know, during endurance racing, strategy can either win you a race or lose you a race for certain.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, they made some changes, some adaptive, progressive changes from their normal championship setup to this season as well. So that is going to definitely have to change the mindset of how the drivers are used to operating here for our regular returning drivers. And for the new ones, it's business as usual. Got to adapt and learn anyways. But it's going to be a learning curve here for the returning drivers as well, and that includes all of our championship drivers here from the GTRC. Hair Razor being one of those drivers. You can see he's got 2 stars just underneath the driver's side window and passenger side window there. They're a little askewed, but they look like the Lewis Hamilton stars, so to speak. And at the GTRC, that is the signal of a GTRC championship winner. So, with that being said, that means Hair Razor has 2 official GTRC championships under his belt here, and is most certainly a seasoned racer here at the GTRC.
Absolutely, indeed. He's certainly not unversed in league racing, has quite a bit of experience doing so, and you see it when he's out on track. He really has the mindset of a racer.
Oh, absolutely. And again, Hair Razor is also another one of those great members of the administration team behind the scenes here at the Gran Turismo racing community, and a vital part of what happens in behind the scenes, and of course why we have great championships 3 times a year guaranteed from the GTRC. 6 championships essentially, because we run 2 back-to-back all the time. But this one is going to be a fun one this season. It's Group 3 racing. Everybody is quite comfortable, and this is the preferred class of championship racing, it seems like, on Gran Turismo especially. So it will be business as usual for most of the racers here. They will be in, again, for the preferred cars typically. However, though, there is a grave challenge that awaits the racers here in about 10 days' time. And that challenge is a game supplied update, which will be changing the tire model, tire physics, and a bunch of adaptive changes within the game as well. Essentially, from what I understand, is that the game essentially is going to revert a little bit more towards the direction of release physics. Now, not full direction, but leaning back towards that direction, which means car control is going to become more vital. Throttle and braking input control is going to become much more important. I think we're going to see a lot of the racers going back to some traction control system for assist in certain cars, and of course we have to readapt. Ooh, a big wiggle there coming through the chicane from Hair Razor. Great save there. The Porsche, it can be spicy. The Porsche itself, no, this is a mid-engine car as well, and these cars we're going to see go around the racetrack quite efficiently here. Now this car, the Porsche, is quite a stable car and is by popular choice the car we're going to see a fair bit here in qualifying, but keeping that in mind, we will only see 3 in each lobby, because that is what the mandatory maximum amount of each car is. So the drivers that want to use the Porsche, they are fighting for their car.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, and we could see here the fastest lap on the track thus far, 140.312. And I actually expect he can drop that down even further. Hair Razor is he's quick.
And we have
I wouldn't be surprised that it drops down even lower than that.
I was going to say, there's been we've definitely seen him as one of the drivers that were down in the 39s throughout practice sessions throughout the week. So he is one of the drivers we suspect could potentially be the first driver to break the 140s, break through the 140s and down into the 139s, pardon me. But 140.3 is a good lap here, and I think that's going to be a really solid lap to be in contention, I think, for that top lobby today. I really think the mid 140s and lower is going to be the target for your best 2 combined laps, not just one. You need 2 of them, I think. And I think the drivers that have a 40 and a 41 are those bubble drivers here this season. And that's just initial. We know the track really well. We know the pace of this classic car around this track really well, which is why this was selected for qualifying, obviously. But we also know the pace of the majority of the racing community that's entered this season as well. So with all those things factored in, it really gave us a kind of essentially a virtual baseline that we have in the back of our minds right now, where we suspect we're going to see that split. So I really do think that if you want to be in Lobby 1 this season with the competitive edge that's here this season, I think you need 2 140 laps. I think that's just the way it's going to have to be.
Yeah, for sure. And he's looking really smooth on this lap as well. Haven't seen whether or not he's up or down on that time, but he's certainly looking smooth. His lines are very, very crisp. Taking it right to the edge of the track, really pushing the car out wide through the exits of the corners and holding her in tight to the apex on the entrance. Good looking lap right here.
Absolutely, and a lot of huge props to Harry. This guy's gone through a lot of adversity over the last couple of years, on track and in behind the scenes. And I mean, this guy absolutely just loves this community, and it shows on the racetrack. And he's so proficient. He's cool. He's calm. He's collected. Very, very rarely do you ever hear or see Hair Razor get rattled behind the wheel of a race car. It's just so rare.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, I couldn't have put it better myself. Calm, cool, collected. That's definitely one of the virtues that we at Team Rad are known for, really. And the racing etiquette is of utmost importance. Do want to say a big shout out to all in the chat. Thank you, Shane, Mr. Trucks, Corey Hawkins, and Madam Mel just popped in for the likes on the stream. Thank you all. Howdy, Madam. How are you? Hope all is well with you and yours. Appreciate you stopping on by. Howdy, howdy.
Talk about legends, the sim racing community coming out in full force as always. Man, I tell you what, Nolan, I really like seeing that decal on the community's cars right now. The support shown by the sim racing community over the last couple of weeks for the Blomstrom family has been incredible. And now we're seeing it lingering into sim racing and the leagues around the community. Almost brings a tear to my eye. Obviously, it's still very deep and a little soft right now within the community and the broadcasting booth. We were all very close with them, but the support is incredible. And just for the viewers at home, you've heard us talk about it a lot. We've had an event for it already. Now we're seeing, race cars, and we're going to see it a lot more on the race cars, I'm sure, even as today progresses. But it is available to the community here on the Gran Turismo 7 platform. That decal is available for anybody to go ahead and grab and put on your race cars to show support for a family who just lost a father and a husband, and just really a great human being. And it's a tragedy. We're not going to get too much into it because we're here for a different purpose today, but the fundraising doesn't stop here, and we're still trying to help the family. But that decal is available if you want to show your support on track in Gran Turismo 7. That is available for everybody in the sim racing community to go ahead and grab. And you go into Gran Turismo Decal Loader. Nice lap there from Hair Razor. You just search GT45 Paul or 10 tenths, and it should pop right up there and display that thing with pride. Keep the spirit alive. But Hair Razor coming in with some pop out laps here today, and that's going to be our new fastest qualifier. It's a 140.312 and a 140.502 here from Hair Razor. So that is going to put him at 3 minutes and 20.814 seconds. So there we go. There's kind of an idea. So we're going to be looking at we're going to be looking at about 3 minutes and 10, maybe 3 minutes and 11 seconds. High 10, 3 minutes, low 3 minute 11, I think is that number here today. It was at 320. I mean 320s. Pardon me. 3 minute 20 second combined total. And we're starting to see a trend already here as well. You notice that, Nolander? Our first 3 competitors come out have had their first and last lap being their fastest laps here so far in qualifying. The middle laps kind of seeming to be the struggle laps. Interesting so far. Hey, what's up, ATB? How you doing, brother? Hope you're doing fantastic, my guy. Hope you and yours are doing well. Hope that the ATB household is staying cool, calm, and collected. All right, I can't see my dashboard on my YouTube channel, but I do see the viewers in my YouTube chat, so we can see you. We've got lots of stuff opened up on the screens here today. We're going to be live for quite some time here today, so definitely do us a favor, share it out, and most importantly, share out the GoFundMe fundraising link in the GT45 and Nolander Gaming channels as well. Keep the spirit alive, keep the fundraising going. Do us a favor, you haven't shared that today, 5 minutes is all it takes. And if you're in the Facebook channel, it'll take you 30 seconds to do it right now. We appreciate you. And don't forget to like and share the stream out. We are live on the Gran Turismo Racing Community YouTube channel as well. Head on over, go throw them a like, a share. And if you're not following over there and you want to see more of the great action, you definitely want to see more of this great action. We had lots of photo finishes last season. I suspect we'll see much of the same thing this season. Throw them a sub. And every Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be live here for GT3s or Red Bull Juniors. And again, we are the broadcasting team this season, Nolander Gaming and GT45 Gaming here for the big championship.
All right, boy, howdy. Just as you're saying that, we have another Ten Tenths racer here in the form of Sheriff Doofy, and watch out, y'all, because this feller is coming on strong as well. And noted that not only is this gentleman on controller, but he is also running automatic, and I have seen some very, very fast people on controller. Certainly he is one of them, but I have never, ever heard or seen somebody be as fast as he is on controller and also running the automatic transmission. Just incredible what he is able to do with that combination.
Absolutely, and actually, TT Sheriff Doofy is our newest member here at Ten Tenths Simracing. I do apologize earlier, I said it was Cobra, but Sheriff Doofy joined the team after the prototype championship season as well, just a little bit after Dark Cobra did, so also coming in from the new championship season there from this past season over there. But yeah, again, you know, we see lots of controller drivers out there all over the league, but typically you see him driving in that manual transmission, and the reason why that's so stressed and so important in the sim racing racket is because you have control of your gears. You can drop a gear earlier than an automatic transmission would let you. So the adaptation that a driver has to make on controller in an automatic transition is pretty crazy, because they have to start to learn how to use their throttle in order to balance out the gearing so the automatic transmission doesn't change their gearing and slow them down. And the fact that a driver that is less than a year into sim racing, he's now into league racing, and he can hold great consistency, maintain his tires, and compete at a top level in a pro-am lobby, really speaks volumes to this driver's adaptation. So, you know, he's a real nice guy in behind the scenes when we're in team practices and that. He's a fairly quiet guy, but he works hard, he practices really hard, and he always comes to race. So can't wait to see what he has here for us today. But I do suspect he will put in some fast lap times here. I do think we'll see some 40s from Sheriff here if he gets it right today.
For sure, and that's the key, is getting it right.
And that is not getting it right.
Yeah, a little bit of a bobble there, perhaps. We spoke a little soon, but you know what? This is just his first lap. Still a few more laps to go here, and I do suspect that we will certainly see him gather his composure and lay down a couple of quick laps for us. And funny, you were mentioning the difference between the automatic transmission and the manual transmission, and that really comes into play in endurance racing, because in the manual transmission you're able to, as you said, drop a gear quicker than what the automatic transmission will let you. You're also obviously able to go up a gear, which will dramatically affect your tire wear in an endurance race situation. And so wow, the skills that this guy shows with the combination he's got with the controller and the automatic, it just can't be overstated.
No, and you know, it makes for a dynamic practice strategy with this driver when we're doing our practice sessions at Ten Tenths, because none of us really know what he's dealing with in that sense, right? So ultimately, you know, you try to show him the lines, and you try to stay in behind him and follow him, and just try to kind of help him shore those things up. And I mean, he really does take the information quickly and adapts it what he feels suits his driving style, and puts that to use. And so yeah, we'll see what he has here. A 147.861 that first time around. Obviously he had the off coming through the sweeper here, so he shortened his qualifying run essentially down to a 3-lap session here now. So yeah, ideally now in that situation, it's tough as a driver. You need to collect yourself. Obviously, you didn't want to make the mistake. You're kind of beating yourself up behind the wheel of the car in a sense because you made that mistake. But ideally, you just got to lock it back in and just get back into the motion and worry about the next lap at hand.
For sure, and he's looking like he's having a better lap, but he was pushing it just a little bit hard there. And right there, you can kind of see how the automatic transmission can reach out and bite you right there. Had he had been in a manual transmission car, he would have been in a lower gear, presumably, than what the automatic transmission would allow for. Which also can be harmful. With the lower gear comes the higher RPMs, the more torque, and as we know, the Mercedes is quite a torquey little car, as we've just seen there.
Absolutely, and that is the issue, unfortunately, that in that particular sector, the automatic transmission, you're going slow enough under braking at that point where the transmission is going to put it down into second gear. And if you are unprepared for that downshift into second gear, there's a little dip right in the middle of the S's in that sector, and that dip is, well, the end result is what we just seen from Sheriff Doofy there. It just unsettles the back end of the race car, and if you're on too much RPM in the rear tires at that point, the car essentially gets really light. The tires grab a little bit of extra spin, and when they come back down to full traction, they're moving a little bit faster than they're intended to, and of course the rear end then comes around on the car. That was a pretty good attempt at a save there from Sheriff Doofy as well, but now he's really got a tough situation. He's got to lock it in here, and he's really now got to focus on hitting his marks here, and this third lap is really important here. He just needs to get a time in, get that safety lap in, and then that should allow him to ideally try to send it a little bit on the final lap and just see what he can do with it. That's it's racing. It is what it is. I do suspect we should see him in a Pro-Am division this season here, and that could very well just be the case just due to the struggles. But we all have our advantages and disadvantages on the racetrack, whether it be a car, whether it be a piece of equipment, whether it be our internet, whatever the case may be. It's all on how you adapt to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for many racers, the key to qualifying is exactly what you've just said. Just get that safe lap in there, a decent lap time, and then push from there. Once you've got that decent lap time, it does something to the psyche of the racer, and then you're able to push just a little bit more and a little bit more without overdoing it. Good looking lap thus far.
Yes, absolutely.
140.5?
141.192 official.
Okay. Yep.
So yeah, there we go. A good safe lap right there, 141.1. I mean, that's ideally that's exactly where I suspected we'd see Sheriff Doofy, maybe into the 47, 40.8, 40.9 range if he hooked one up here. That was a solid looking lap. It looks like the couple of offs in the early part of qualifying haven't really rattled the driver too much at all, and he looks really locked in here on this final lap. So let's see what he's got. I didn't know this was a new season starting. It is still open for registration, ATB. This is just the first of qualifying day. We'll probably see the majority of the field go through today, but we'll still have drivers that will need to be qualified leading up into the season. Season starts August 3rd. And I hope you guys had a good day at the pool. Oh yeah, the pool is definitely the place to be if you're in a hot part of the North America right now.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I don't know of a cool part.
Well, yeah, and, me neither. I don't even think that the Yukon and Northwest Territories, right up in northern Canada, is all that cool right now either, to be honest with you. So, it is a warm time of year right now. We are definitely seeing that heat setting in for the summer, that's for sure. Ooh, big slide, but he recovers it there. I wasn't sure if the car was going to hold under him there, but he does a great job of keeping it underneath him. And this is a solid lap here, so it was a good recovery here in qualifying. He just wanted to make things challenging for himself and give himself only 2 good laps. But this should be a 40. And I believe that was a 40. Let me check. It is a 40.897 here coming from TT Sheriff Doofy. So exactly where I expected to see this driver here today. And good job to him.
Yeah, indeed. Well done pulling it together there, knowing that he had to put together 2 final laps, and that's it. That's all he had essentially, and pulls out some really decent looking times there. So definitely well done. We know that the situation becomes a bit more intense when you know you only have 2 laps left to get in those good laps, and he really handled the situation well there.
Absolutely. So good job there. And so far, I would say I know the drivers pretty well over at TT. We're about spot on the money here so far with their what we should see out of the drivers here, and much of the same from Nolan and from the Team Rad drivers here so far. So, ooh, we need to take a screenshot of that. Screenshot. Drivers, make sure you're taking your screenshots, please. Okay, recovery, Sheriff. Nice laps. Absolutely, that was a great recovery. I agree, Cobra. I agree. It is going to be 2 very competitive lobbies this season. I can tell this much already.
Hey, Riley and Mr. McCain coming in with the reactions on stream. Howdy, howdy, how we doing? How we doing? Hello, Mark. Yeah, single qualifications do take a little while, but it is much more efficient, in my opinion. The drivers don't have to worry about any other vehicles on track, perhaps spinning out, coming up to them. Perhaps one could argue that you could have 2 drivers out on track, but with the way it works, it just works better having a single driver on the track, and we like it. We like it that way.
Absolutely, and with the net coding and the server instability issues that are just a part of the game. The more cars you put on track active, the more risk you're also putting at there being a potential issue with the lobby as well. And at the end of the day, we're just trying to give the equal advantage to every single individual driver that is taking part. So we do the best we can within what we have to our availability, anyways, within our platforms to give our racers as much of that as we can.
Oh. Yeah, for sure. It's all about the drivers and getting to see their pace, and that's what qualifying is all about, right? We want to get these drivers in the place where they are going to perform the best. It makes for tighter racing. It makes for tighter competition, and that's what it's all about in the racing community.
Absolutely, and Barcelona is no joke. It is a technical racetrack. It is a great racetrack. We race everything on this racetrack, from Formula One to MotoGP to a little bit of everything. So it's definitely a racing racetrack. It's a very flat racetrack as well. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of undulation and banking in the corners, and I think that is a large part of what makes Barcelona so difficult. So we're seeing a lobby reset here, and that's just par for the course, part of procedure here. We want, again, just another quirky thing about GT7, and it's just based off of lots of experience and testing with lobbies. We like to reset the lobby about once every hour to 2 hours, because the track conditions seem to change after it's been baking in the sun, so to speak, for 2 or 3 hours straight. It seems like the track gets very slippery, and the grip factor starts to go away from the drivers a little bit. So by resetting the lobby about every 90 minutes or so, again, just trying to keep the fair play factor in, because there are these hidden little secret quirks about these games that we've just developed to learn over our experiences, and we just want all our racers to have ultimately the best equal opportunity that we can give them. Michael coming in with that thumbs up. Great job out there, my guy. Great run today.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Danny, appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate.
All right, so we got a small little stall here, I think.
So well.
Or
fantastic, good stuff.
Has TDC come out yet?
All right.
There we go. All right, so we've got another Team Rad driver here, and boy, oh boy, our team drivers are coming out with full force first thing this morning, aren't they? All right, so we are just waiting for Petrolhead here. I think we may have At TDC Gaming, pardon me. Have we lost Nolander here? We may have. There he is.
All
Oh,
right,
you're
all
back.
right, all right. Let's get our first look at Team Rad's the damn cat here. Very proficient driver, really coming into his own and starting to pick up the pace incredibly. This guy has come on leaps and bounds from when I very first started racing with him. But the thing is, he is on Team Rad because this gentleman has racing etiquette for days, and I absolutely love that. I absolutely require that out of all of my racers for Team Rad. In my opinion, racing etiquette is much, much more important than race pace.
Oh, absolutely. Race pace comes with practice time and experience, but the race etiquette is something that is what gains you respect on track, and the respect on track from your fellow racers and community members is ultimately what allows you to get better, because then the racers see you as a good racer and you want to learn, and then they're going to jump on board, they're going to get in there with you, and they're going to start to try and help you become exactly that, a much more clean, proficient racer. So the etiquette is number one priority, and especially in league racing, it's as per the rules. The rules are kind of built around it, but the community knows what's up, and the reason why we do the organized racing is to provide that environment for racers, and of course, a little competitive edge never hurts anybody either. We are human beings after all. We like to fight.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I gotta say, I'll tell you, that was a really decent looking lap right there from the get-go, from the damn cat there. But also, I will say that
Appreciate you,
I'm
Danny, brother.
actually rather surprised to see him choosing to do his qualifying in this car. As general, in past, his car of choice would have been the Dodge Viper, so he must really feel comfortable in this Ford here. And I suspect that we will see some very, very decent qualifying times out of him. As I said, his race pace has really come along. His racecraft as a whole has absolutely improved by leaps and bounds over the time that he spent with Team Rad, and we're certainly very appreciative of having him on the team. He's just a great guy in general, does a lot of helping with the team in behind the scenes and whatnot, and very appreciative of this young man here.
Absolutely, and the Ford GT is a little rocket ship, but it is a handful. It is a little bit of a difficult mid-rear engine car to drive, and it's going to be this sector right here, and some of these more tighting, twisting, where you got to change your body momentum. These corners here are the really difficult corners for these more technical mid-rear engine cars like the Ford GT, the Lamborghini, the Ferrari, the Renault RS01, the Audi R8 Evo as well. Very difficult cars to drive around these technical circuits at high speed and maintain the pace, but he looks like he's got a handle on it here so far, and I believe that was a 141. All right, 141.993 there coming from TDC Gaming, and he may be live. I'm not sure if he's live streaming this or not, but he will be over on his YouTube channel there at TDC Gaming over on YouTube. Go check him out. Say hello, cheer him on. Let's see if the boy can be the first one here to drop a 139. Right now, 141.993 safe lap, and it's important to get the safe lap in. Cold tires. Now the tires should be warmed up. They should be up to ideal temperature by this point around the racetrack. So now the car is probably starting to feel pretty good. He needs to make those slight adaptive changes now, obviously, as he's at what we like to call qualifying pace, and he wants to hit his qualifying lines now, and just try not to overheat the tires. And that is really tricky with these cars, because under braking is when these mid-rear engine cars like to give you some complications.
Yeah, absolutely. The car can catch you unawares really quick and just step sideways on you, and it can be rather difficult to manage that. Um, there we go. We see him up on his time there, not by a whole lot, but definitely putting in a tidier lap this go round.
We had a little bit of a rear slide there as he downshifted in second to set up for that corner there, but okay, he was definitely prepared for the car to do that. You could tell in the way he handled it, and a little bit of a slide coming into the corner here. Now, I was really driving the Lamborghini a lot near the end of the practice session yesterday, and you want to talk about difficult cars to drive around this racetrack, by far one of the most difficult cars I've had to drive around this racetrack is that Lamborghini Huracan, and that sector, surprisingly enough, is very difficult in these MR cars. The car just does not want to hook, and you need to get really close on the apex in the final couple corners to really kind of keep your momentum around the corners. And if you just catch a piece of that curbing with these mid-rear engine cars, it just hooks the front end of your car, and well, you're hanging on. You're hanging on. That's for sure.
Yeah, indeed. And well, we see there he has picked up his time by 7/10 of a second, and now he's down on his time again this go round, down almost 2/10 of a second there. So really starting to come into his own, as you said. Tires definitely up to temperature by now, and probably feeling much more comfortable than at the beginning of his qualifying run. You could see here he is really using every inch of that track possible and just laying it out all on the line right there, taking it right to the very edge. Love to see that car well under control.
And he is 4/10 up here, so I mean he's looking to dip into the 40s here if he can maintain this projection from the live timing here around the final sector, and he gets a really nice apex here. And you know he may very well just get the 40s here. The setup around here is so crucial. A little bit of slide there, but should only cost him about a mile an hour or two. And nice, good final corner using all that corner. We're gonna see a 40 come here from TDC Gaming. Oh, I think he just missed it. Oh, he just missed it. Oh, that's a heartbreaker, chat.
Just missed it. Final lap. Here we go, and we may very well see it this go around. We shall have to just wait and see. Great cut in on the apex there, keeping it nice and tidy, letting the car float out to the exit, and keeping her tight back in again, back onto the throttle. Good looking, tidy looking lap thus far.
I mean, he's purple. It's not much. It's a whisker. But I mean, 5 thousandths is still 5 thousandths of a second. And I mean, you know, the most famous thing is it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or you win by a mile. Winning is winning. And at the end of the day, only one driver can stand on the top of the podium each racing round. So 5/1000ths of a second still makes a difference.
Oh, absolutely. Purple is purple, whether it's 5 thousandths or whatever. So it just does a little bit to the confidence. You see that purple? Oh, great job right there controlling that slide. That can be a rough one to control in these mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars.
And then actually, he maintained a decent amount of pace around that corner too. Unfortunately, there he's about a half second down currently right now on his fastest, which is gonna put this final lap out of range of his quickest. But again, we've been able to see drivers bring in 4 or 5 tenths of a second just in this final sector alone. So we'll hold our breath on that, or until he crosses the line here. Got a very clean entry exit out of that first part of the sweeper here. I mean, that's how you make up time in the final corner. It's all about that speed maintenance, but he did miss the shift a little bit there, and that's going to cost him, and I believe that's a 42 in the first chink in the armor there, so to speak, from TDC Gaming. But great qualifying run here from the damn cat, and a 41.119 and a 41.349. Here from him, and that slates him right up in with about where everybody else is sitting here right now. So early indications after 5 drivers qualified here at the GTRC is the bubble list is going to be large, because we're going to have a big group of time frames right in that line, it looks like, here this season.
Hey, Mark, appreciate them shares, my guy. Absolutely appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we got Danny coming in with the heart over on Facebook there as well. Appreciate you, my dude. Living legend. Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope the fam jam's great. We got Christopher coming in with the thumbs up on the stream as well. Appreciate you, my guy. Hope you're doing well as well. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just viewing silently in behind, this is family-friendly broadcast, so the kids can definitely hang out with us here today if they choose to. And, I mean, I know it's hot in North America, so you're looking for something cool and fun to do here in the house today. GT45 Gaming and No Lander Gaming got live qualifying action here all day long.
Yeah, come and join us here in the air-conditioned comms booth. We'd certainly love to have you.
Absolutely. All right, so TDC's on a cool down lap here now. This is not an official qualifying lap at this point. He's just waiting for the verification process to go through, and he'll bring the car back into the paddock, and we'll send our next qualifier out. So the first qualifying session is slated to be open for about 3 to 3.5 hours, and then we'll see a new set of lobby hosts go up, and then we'll do it all over again. The stream will not go down. The stream will just stay running here right to the end, or until we hit the 12-hour time limit, whichever one comes first. And we got about a 5-minute pause here from our lobby host, which means we may not have anybody potentially sitting next up on track. So typically what happens here during qualifying is there's usually lobbies lined up beside the official qualifying lobby, and as I say that, he then comes in. And what that does is that just allows the drivers to stay warm, keep the rhythm, keep the muscle memory, keep that confidence, keep whatever it is they got going on kind of in motion, and then ideally they are in communication behind the scenes, and essentially they've got a number, so you have to wait for your number to be called kind of deal. And they get to call with a little bit of warning that they'll be up next. You say 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever the case may be, and then that driver knows that, okay, cool, I'm next out on track. So maybe they'll run another lap, maybe they'll park it in the paddock, take a breather, talk with their crew, and just kind of wait for their next for their time to go, and then they bring their car out, hit the qualifying lines, and move on with the rest of their day. So a little bit of goes into this. There has been countless hours of practice put in by 30 plus drivers here, dozens and dozens of hours, if not hundreds of hours from some of our racers here, just to prepare for qualifying. So that will give them about 2 weeks now to start preparing for round one. However, like I said, there's a huge wild card in here this season. We're qualifying under different physics conditions than we're actually going to be racing under, because the game is doing a large update in between qualifying and our official season start, which means our drivers and the team behind the scenes will have about 8 days to make any adaptive changes needed to be made to the series to suit the new changes, and B, for the racers to make those adaptive changes in the cars that they're going to be racing for the season, because your car choice now might be beautiful, but in 10 days time when that update drops, or less that time than that now, I think it's 8 days now, your car may not be such a gem to drive anymore. So each driver is going to have their own form of challenges to prepare for the upcoming season. And with that being said, we also need to do new baseline testing for new qualifying entries after the update as well. So things are interesting this season to start off with. How many laps out of the 5 count towards quali? 2. Your two best bigums. 4 laps, 2 fastest are used. Oh, there we go. He done beat me to the punch. So how we all doing today, man? How is life treating our viewers? I feel like I'm getting a little bit of staggering on the YouTube channels. And how's the audio, guys? Let us know how the audio mix is. Let me know if we need to make any adjustments. Now is definitely the time to do it. Well, we got a small little lag in between our racers here. A little break, so to speak. And I'm seeing just a slight latency in YouTube. All right.
Yeah, so we're catching a little bit of that over here on our end as well. May want to do a reset of your mic, unplug her back in kind of thing. You know how it works.
Bear with chat, BRB.
Looks as though he's going to take the opportunity to do just that, as he was cutting in and out there for a moment, and going to get that all sorted for you all here rather shortly. It is a thing, streamers come up against some stuff and things, and yeah, it fix it on the fly kind of thing.
All right, absolutely. Yeah. Plus, it's hot out. The equipment at some point will start to fight back like it did last stream. So, I mean, heat wave. We do the best we can, but the equipment obviously runs hot to begin with while it's running, and streaming is no easy task for it. And then you add the heat factor into it, and it does funny things sometimes. We had a couple of moments last stream where the audio just completely stopped working. So, yeah, definitely used to dealing with the issues in behind the scenes, but we've got great people in behind the scenes to make sure all the right wires are plugged into the right holes, basically.
Yeah, man, you get them your wires crossed, and things can get sideways on you with the quickness.
Absolutely, it can be a shocking experience at times too.
Yeah. To say the least.
Of course, we are
Might
using
not have the expected outcome that you were hoping for.
yeah, we are using Discord audio too. And I mean, Discord has its own set of quirks, so that could just be part of it. But all right, so we are moving, we're grooving, we're chilling this morning, and we're on super early for GT45 Gaming on the Saturday morning. I tell you what, but we'll make it. We'll make it. I think I just got too much stuff running in the background, so let's knock a couple items down here.
Oh, bummer, Mark. Yeah. Yep. We're using Discord. Yep. Typically, it's the way to
This is
go. Typically, we have less issues when we use Discord than it goes. You get
definitely my computer.
It just happens.
Yeah, it's just my computer struggling a little bit right now. It'll come back. For current fastest lap is a 140.3, set by Hair Razor, and I believe the combined total is a 3 minute 20 seconds .8, if I'm not mistaken, Piggums. Right now, Hair Razor is the only driver to put two 140s in for qualifying. Everybody else is either 141, 141, or a 140, 141. Rob coming in with that thumbs up. Hey, hope you're doing well, my dude. I hope you had fun in Montreal, my man, and good job out there. Definitely tough racing conditions over there at the live stage, so hope you're rested, and can't wait to see what you got on the next one. Stream is definitely struggling right now. I do apologize, everybody. Just bear with it. Should come back and stabilize a little bit. Alright, we're going to close the window. I'll keep some of the heat down. You're most certainly welcome, Piggums. And I don't know if I've just lost Noland or if my computer's playing games or what's going on here, but you know, it happens. We could move to a different voice channel. We have about half a dozen of them in my server that we could use. But ultimately, I think... there it is. Yeah, my Discord is definitely acting up.
Quite the hit.
Alright, well, at least the stream can hear me. No lander can't hear me right now, but...
go well out on track for you this afternoon here at Barcelona. Catalunya, no chicane here in Mercedes, just on his out lap now. So essentially just trying to get those tires up to temperature. I want to have that during qualifying. So here we go, out on here with the GTRC's Season 3, y'all, championship. And this is going to be a doozy. There are some quite quick and proficient racers going to be in this league. Lots of racers left to qualify as well.
Absolutely. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Yeah, my computer was definitely having a moment there. So again, I apologize, everybody. It was we had to shut some stuff down in the background just to get it to come back a little bit there. All right, so we do have Race Asylum's RAA, Race Asylum Amateurs. What that means, I do believe, which meaning that he hasn't reached. Race Asylum's a great organization. They've got a large group of racers, and they have tiers for their drivers essentially. So the RAA is a tier within the organization that Heathen is a part of, and of course a team located in the United Kingdom. So a great driver. You've been part of the community for a very, very long time, as Heathen, and glad to see him on track here. And he's also in that 2020 Mercedes AMG, and we're seeing that car seem to be a popular choice here so far in qualifying as well.
Yeah, for sure. As Mark says up in the chat, Merc is a monster, and indeed it can. And it is one that, as we have seen earlier, can reach out and bite you.
Absolutely, Cobra had a couple of moments in his there as well. In his qualifying session, did a great job to keep it underneath of him, and it's that rear end torque when you put this car down into the lower gears, which essentially is kind of what you need to do around Barcelona to keep apex speed up and still maintain a consistent clean exit. The moment you go back into that upshift to grab that next higher gear, that little pause in that shifting point, the tires just grab a little extra bite, and sometimes the car does not like it, and it tries to make you face the wrong direction.
So 141.362 for his first official lap. He is in the purple now, and looks as though he's really starting to come into his own. We see some nice tight apexes there, floating it out wide on the exits, and starting to come together for Race Asylum's Heathen here.
Absolutely, and looking very solid here on his first couple runs around the racetrack. He's not over pushing the car, and that is clear by how smooth the lines are right now around the racetrack. He's not sliding, the rear end's not wiggling, he's keeping it nice and tight to the inside apex on every single corner, and he is utilizing just the right amount of exit curbing here as well. So looking quite solid here is Heathen right now.
See what kind of run he can get out of this final corner there again.
It's a good lap. This is a good lap from
exit.
Heathen there. Oh, I thought for sure we are going to see a mid-40 there, but it's a 41.188 there from Heathen. He's just a whisker off our last qualifying run there. So, which would be the damn cat, I believe.
Yeah, and within 0.2 of a second of his first official qualifying lap, so definitely the consistency is there now. He's got a couple of decent lap times put in there, and I expect to see him start to push it even a little bit more. As you can see there, he is 0.2 in the purple now already throughout the first sector here.
Absolutely, and I know this is most certainly a preferred choice of car for this particular driver. This is one of his favorite cars to drive. He drives it in dailies and a lot of the open championships where he has the opportunity to pick his car. This is typically the car we see him in, so he's also very comfortable in this car and understands the quirks and what this car can and can't do, and that obviously does play a factor into how a driver's confidence level is coming into qualifying. I couldn't think of the word there for a second.
Oh, for sure, and that's something to hear at GTRC that I absolutely love to see this season. That the drivers have been given the option of their top 3 cars, and their top car is the car that they get to do the qualifying in. I'm really in favor of that myself, because although they are different cars, what you're going to see is a more accurate race pace out of them. So 141.119, very consistent lap.
That 141.5, if you just flip through real quick, just double check that with me.
Again.
Yep.
Okay, still Yep, it's doing it to me every lap now. But however, still very, very consistent laps here within 4/10 of a second of each other.
Over a
So very
three-lap
well
pairing,
done.
absolutely.
Yeah.
In a qualifying situation, you're honestly, you can't really ask for it to be much better than that. And that's what we're looking for. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, that's what a league is looking for as well. We want you to send it. We want you to hold nothing back, but we also want you to maintain car control because that's going to tell us where you belong and what your pace is, what your skill level is, and that's what we're looking for. So, to see the consistency like this coming out of the drivers tells me that this is what this driver's race pace is going to be. This is right around where race pace is for this racer because the consistency tells me that right now he's very comfortable behind the wheel of the car around this track.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And that again is a very good barometer. Being able to see the consistency. That way, when he is placed in whichever field he is placed in, it will certainly be the place where he should be. And that's the whole point of qualifying is get an idea of the racer's potential race pace, not necessarily just the fastest lap, hence having 4 laps to put in those times rather than just a single hot lap.
And is that actually a 42? Is a 41.687 there from RA's Heathen. So there we go. All 4 of his qualifying laps grouped within a half second of each other. That was a great qualifying run coming right there from RA's Heathen. I tell you what, congratulations to him. And it's going to be a 141.188 and a 141.362. So another indication is this driver put in the time and the work, found his comfortable pace here in this car for qualifying, and came out and slammed it down on track. So, with the exception of Hair Razor here so far today, by far the most consistent run in qualifying so far.
Yeah, for sure. Those are some great lap times. As you said, within half a second of each other throughout 4 laps. Really great showing there from Heathen.
We don't mind the like
Well
bombs,
done, buddy.
ATV.
Well done.
You like bomb it up, my guy. You like bomb it up. Hey guys, best of luck
Hey,
to all,
appreciate
says
the like
Doug.
as well, Mr. Benson.
All right, so half a dozen, 7 now in the books here, and we're moving along pretty good here today so far in qualifying.
Yeah, indeed. Really rather surprised actually to see some of the North American boys coming in and getting an early qualifying in when they could rather have used some more time to perhaps gain a little bit more time on the track. And really, that just goes to show you their level of confidence right now. And so that's really great to see.
Well, and that's what I mean, right? You have those lobbies running beside the official lobby for the drivers to stay warm, and I mean, sometimes as a racer, when you're ready, you're ready. You just now is the time, gotta go, right? So,
Yeah. Yep.
and that was, I think, a case of exactly that. Heathen was feeling good, and he was ready, and came out and definitely performed here in qualifying today. So great job to Heathen.
Yeah, absolutely showed it too. No doubt about it. He was ready. You could definitely see that with the consistency in the lap times. Um, yeah, just laying it down. Definitely well done. Good qualifying session there.
Absolutely, and currently no driver coming out onto the track at the moment, so we'll just flip the screen back over here and just keep rocking and rolling
Yep.
here.
And I'm going to step away.
All right, well, No Liner just steps away here for a few minutes. We'll hang out with all the great viewers here. So, hope everybody's been enjoying qualifying here so far. And we've seen some of the faster drivers here in this series come out, but we most certainly have not seen the majority of them come out yet. And I do suspect, in typical qualifying fashion,
For coffee.
a few minutes, next driver. All right, so the next driver's just preparing and getting ready to go. So that's perfect. We'll just continue to hang out here and chat with great viewers. That's no big deal. All right, so we've seen lots of Mercedes come out so far here in qualifying. We have seen a Porsche come out here in qualifying. We've seen a Dodge Viper come out here in qualifying. what else do we have in store here in qualifying? We've seen the Ford GT LM race car come out here in qualifying as well, the newest of the Ford GT race cars in a vast collection of GT race cars in the game, and it should be pretty good to see the variation and the different types of pace. Now, with that being said, like I said, Ten Tenths Simracing, I believe, has 8 or 9 drivers that have registered for the series, and in a varying, vast array of different cars in the class that the drivers has opted for. I don't actually know if there's any one driver that has chosen the same car as another driver as their priority pick, which means that we potentially have 8 or 9 different classes of cars running in the championship here this season, and that is interesting when you get down to practicing, because as say one of the team instructors, the team captains, when you're sitting there trying to help the group overall practice, you have to drive a lot of the different cars, and you got to make very quick adaptive changes. So with that being said, I have been in probably a dozen different GT3 cars this week, running practice laps, trying to help each driver in their car pick and all those things. So I've got to be a very good understanding of each type of car and what it's going to do and the challenges of each one of those cars around this racetrack. So I've got a very good gauge on what we should expect to see out of these cars here today. So it's going to be interesting to see as we start to see more of the different manufacturers within the Group 3 class and see what they do in comparison. Now, I do suspect that we're going to see the MRs do quite well here at Barcelona, and we're going to see the bigger power cars struggle a little bit because they're not really designed for the nimbleness like the mid-rear engine cars are, but they are most certainly designed for power and speed, and this track has a little bit of both. So it is a well-suited track, but at the end of the day, the bigger, heavier cars are definitely going to struggle through the technical sectors of this racetrack, and ultimately that will cost them, I think, a little bit more time than the MR cars will lose on the power sectors in comparison. So I do suspect to see our mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars perform a little bit better at Barcelona. But with that being said, it does not necessarily mean that those cars are going to be best all season, because then we get into the season schedule and we have a large mixture of racetracks. Some are technical, some are short, some are long, and some are going to work really well for all the cars in the class. But each car is going to have an advantage and disadvantage depending on the racing week, and really it's just going to come down to the operator behind the steering wheel of the machinery that they're in and how proficient they are with that machinery. At the end of the day, that's really all it ever comes down to. I mean, there's always seems to be a quote unquote meta, no matter how hard Gran Turismo tries to not have a meta. There's just one car always seems to outperform the rest of the cars in the class on a certain combination. That's just the way it works. But this is going to be a fun series. We're going to see a large variety of different cars on the racetrack, and that is going to provide its own set of challenges during competition racing as well, because different braking points and all those things that come in with it as well. And we've got another one of the Ten Tenths Sim racers here now that has just pulled his car into pit lane, and it's going to be Ten Tenths Simracing's Pigums. So this is most certainly one of our drivers that we expect to see near the top end of qualifying here today. Is one of our fastest drivers, if not the fastest driver here over at Ten Tenths Simracing currently. However, with that being said, he has opted to pick a difficult car to drive, I think, and we'll have to see how he gets about in this car. But he has brought out the newest addition to the NSX collection here, if I'm not mistaken, for his car choice this season, and he's going to bring out that, I believe it's a 2018 Honda NSX race car, and take it for a run here this season. So, you know, some of the racers, I am ready, Mr. Petrol. Ooh, wrong button. We are good to go. And so it'll be interesting to see. I've driven the car a fair bit so far. We got Chris Villiard coming in with that thumbs up on the Facebook as well. Welcome in, my guy. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Oh, we had Noel Lander muted on the stream here. There we go. Must have hit the button by accident. And let's take it back to the big screen here. We're just waiting for Pigums to bring his car out of and into and get it all ready to go. He is now out in the pit lane area, and there it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. TTC Gaming coming in with the heart reaction on the stream. Well done today on your qualifying, my guy. Rather surprised to see you in the Ford rather than the Viper. Feeling pretty comfortable in that. I see.
All right, so Pickham's out here, and this is going to be the outlap, and again in the newest addition to the NSX family here, and this is a spicy car.
Guys. Just in time to see our new driver out on track. This is Ten Tenths Pickham's. Very, very proficient on the racetrack. Also quite fast for sure. Coming out in the Honda NSX. Very unruly little car, but also pretty nimble and quite quick is this race car, and I do expect to see some very, very quick times coming from this gentleman.
Yeah, no, I agree. We definitely, like I was just saying to the viewers before you got back there, but definitely the fastest driver in my opinion here currently over at Ten Tenths Simracing. He's also one of the team instructors over here, and have high expectations from this driver. I mean, let's just be honest here. He's definitely our best racer on the team, and hopefully he can set the precedent for the team to try and beat that mark. That's what we always like to try and do. We like to always try and beat the faster person's mark and force them to go faster. So that's kind of what Pickham's is going to come out here and do. He's going to try and set the standard here for the rest of the team coming in behind,
so
and
let them chase. Coming around the final corner here, about to begin his official first qualifying time of the day here. And again, I expect to see some very good things out of this driver. He is very quick and already looking really smooth.
Absolutely, and I didn't realize I was muted, so there we go. We are back. Welcome in. What's up, bro? Hope you're doing well. What's up, Petey? Hope you're doing fantastic, my dude. All right, so Pickham's is our current defending champion, coming from the GR2, is that right? No, he was defending champion. Actually, sorry, he did not compete in the GR2. He started GR2 season, but opted out at the beginning of the season for another racer to take a full-time position. Just wasn't feeling it. That's right, I remember now. Was defending champion going into that season, if I'm not mistaken. So my bad. But Pickham's, he's got 1 star on the car there, so you can see he's got 1 championship under his belt here as well at GTRC. But very proficient driver. When you talk about some of your top tier drivers in any championship racing league, it's the understanding of racing, cars, physics, and all those 3 things combined that these drivers understand just so much more in depth than the average racer. And with all that extra knowledge just ingrained into their brains, into their memory, it really does allow them just to be absolutely efficient.
At a 139, oh, just missed it.
I got a 141.362 here on my screen. So you want to just rip through and make sure we're seeing the same thing here?
141.362. Okay. Yes.
Yep. Perfect.
But I see the fastest time on the left-hand side of the screen is a 140.168. So yep, I'm not really sure.
We'll find out here as he continues around. He is purple currently heading through the first sector here. Again, this is just something that's normal in a practice lobby condition, which is essentially what we're... Ooh, and there it is. There's that MR slide. I know that slide all too well. That has Lamborghini written all over it right there. And it was funny. I was going to say, this car, in my opinion, is very closely related to how you drive the Lamborghini. It is constant throttle input to keep this car underneath of you, and that was an example of it right there. If he would have hit the brakes there, the car would have been gone. He actually hit the gas there, and that's what saved the car. So throttle input with these MR cars is hugely important, especially under braking.
Yeah, for sure. The mid-rear engine cars, you have to maintain some amount of throttle input in these cars, because the moment you let up off of that power, that car is going to come around on you. And we just seen a great example of it right there. So very well done, very controlled slide there, but did drop some time, unfortunately. But few laps to go here, and we'll see how he handles the situation.
I believe
I
that
expect
was a 40. That it was a 141.188 here, coming from Piggums. So not quite where I would expect to see him. I would definitely have expected to see him in the 40s right off the bat. However, this could just be taking a couple of safe laps, getting the car kind of feel underneath of him. Now, the practice lobby and the official lobby are going to feel slightly different, even though they're the exact same conditions. It's just the way it works. So sometimes that might have been feeler laps coming there for some of our drivers as well. Those are his safety laps right now, and I know that he's not going to be happy with that. So he's definitely going to be pushing for more here in the last couple of laps.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, to be sure, he's going to be pushing now. He's got 2 laps remaining, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see both of these lap times improve, maybe even dramatically. He's definitely looking very good in form right now, floating it out wide, tight apexes.
Just not sure if he's running in the VR2 or if he's running without the VR2 currently here for qualifying. I think that might have been a game day decision here for Piggums, but he does now opt to run in the VR2 as well. So I'm not sure if he's VR2 or if he's just regular screen and wheel pedal set up to here today. But this lap is definitely looking much more efficient there. But that slide out in that exit there does have me slightly concerned for that half-second track limit. So we'll have to wait and see. And looks like track limit's going to get away, and there it is. That was a 40 there for sure. It was a 41.5. Wow.
Yeah, a little bit off of his typical race pace we're seeing here today. Perhaps a bit of some nerves coming on for Piggums, as we all certainly expected to see some slightly faster lap times out of him, and I'm sure he's thinking much the same himself.
I mean, ultimately, he could be seeing different lap times than us too. I mean, anything is possible. But right now, I think it could be the car. Obviously, it's a new car in the game. It's everybody's still figuring this car out. It could just be a combination. It's still learning the car as well. Again, it's not easy to drive. I mean, in all honesty, even in the Lamborghini, which was actually surprisingly enough the best lap times I could maintain around Barcelona during practice yesterday with the guys, I was right on the 140 flats with that car. So I mean, it's definitely possible. But the top end speed in the NSX Lamborghini, for example, is definitely its downfall. So if you do not get that huge launch out of the corner, you're going to pay for it on the big straightaway.
Oh yeah, corner exit speed is very, very crucial on the final 2 corners, especially around this track here, with there not being the chicane, and we'll see it here. Nice.
Ooh, and a little bit of a slide there. That's pretty typical again with these MRs. For some reason, they just don't want to hook that corner. And almost a 39 there that time. No, I don't think we're seeing the right lap times. I really don't. Hopefully he stays out.
All 141.
That was a 139 when he crossed the line, based off what I saw in the live stream. So I'm going to jump off track. I'm actually going to come back in, and let's see if we see something different, because we know this driver quite well. And yeah, no, that's what I'm seeing here. So interesting. Okay. It sure looked like a 39. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be able to chat with Piggums in the team Discord server after the stream today to see if what I'm seeing was what he was seeing, because I swear if I go and watch the stream back right now, even when he crossed the start finish line there, I swear it was just on the nip of a 40 flat there. But I could be wrong.
Definitely a good time to remind the qualifiers here today to be taking screenshots of your times as well. We are doing the same, just as as a
I don't think we've had a driver come in and put down a 140.168 in this new lobby either, so I'm very confused, and I think the admin staff is much of the same thing here, so save your screenshot, Piggy. I definitely think that we're having a timing issue here, and I think that qualifying will most likely get red flagged here for the time being until we sort that out, because I think even our two admin team members in behind the scenes that are tracking the information currently are having the same issue. Now, again, this is just because we know this driver very well, and that is very uncharacteristic of this driver's pace. So, are we seeing the wrong thing, or is it just the car that he's qualifying in? That's entirely possible. It could just be, it just could be not a strong suited car for this track. Alright, so while they're sorting all that out, gotta love it.
It could be the case, but I'm thinking that another lobby reset perhaps is in order.
Yep, and I think that will be next, but we definitely can't erase the information at the moment available to the staff, so until we sort this matter out, and this is why we have such an extensive verification process in qualifying, because at the end of the day, we are still at the mercy of the platform that we're using to race on, and in this case it is Gran Turismo 7. Now, I'm not sitting here saying Gran Turismo 7 is bad, don't play it, it's broken, because that's not what I'm saying. This is a great platform. We love racing on this platform. We do it every single day, and if we didn't, we wouldn't be here live streaming it right now. It's a great game. I fully support Gran Turismo 7, the Gran Turismo franchise, and have for the entirety of the 26 years it has been a franchise and a game on the PlayStation console. You just learn to work around the little quirks of the game. Every game has its issues, every game has its dislikes and likes from each player. We just got to roll with the punches. So you know, always take everything with a grain of salt. We just got to work around the situation. We have procedures in place for this behind the scenes, and they will sort this out. So, keeping in mind, Pickums is also one of the administration team members here. Between the three of the admins, and they will most certainly have this sorted out quickly. How's it going, Josh? How you doing, brother? I mean, the fastest lap on screen is telling us a 140.168, so that is why the confusion is there, because that is indicative of Pickup's pace, 100%. So, yeah, I'm not sure what we were looking at there, but bear with chat while we're still working on this. And yeah, I mean, crazy qualifying here. The times are really not as low as I actually expected to see here today, and I'm kind of surprised. I mean, we have seen a lot of 41 laps. We haven't seen that many drivers dip into those 40s yet. I'm pretty sure we just seen Piggums do it 4 times in a row, but for some reason we have an issue with the live timing right now, so we are just sorting that out with the driver. What happens in this situation where you have a limited lobby and you're only allowing one driver at a time in, the driver that holds the fastest lap, the name will change on that fastest lap every time that driver enters the lobby. So it says that Piggums has the fastest lap, but that's just because he's the next driver that came into the lobby after whoever was holding the fastest lap is no longer in the lobby. It's just, again, a weird quirk within the game system. But with that being said, no driver in this fresh reset lobby has put down a 140.168 either. So that is where the confusion is, and that is why we are having a little delay here in qualifying just to sort that out behind the scenes. But we do have Doug now that has jumped into the room, and another one of our Team Rad drivers here. And Doug Burrow is definitely no stranger to championships here at GTRC community. He has 4 of them under his belt here now, and I tell you what, it has been a hard chase for that 5th star. He has been waiting to put that thing on his car for a couple of championship seasons yet, and the competition has just not allowed it yet. So we'll see what he has here in qualifying today. We're just waiting for him to get the car out on track. So clearly they have whatever discrepancy that we feel is there sorted out. And in my opinion, and I'm going to say this first right here, right now, because when I was...
Yeah, absolutely. Doug Barrow being a very, very proficient and very quick driver coming out in the Aston Martin here today at Barcelona, Catalonia.
My Discord is acting up. I apologize for that.
Very, very torquey car as well is this Aston Martin. Incredibly great sounding car. I absolutely love it. And look at that fantastic livery he's got going on there. Those of you who don't know, Mr. Doug Barrow is responsible for the making of most of the UK liveries, Team Rad UK liveries that you will see here today. He does all of the liveries for our guys.
We are having some audio issues, Chad. I apologize today.
Point all over the board.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I
Oh,
was going to
my.
say you might want to do a reset as well.
It's just, might be at the end of the day, my streaming computer is just really struggling today. So we're going to have these minor little issues. It looks like all day here today, but we'll just keep fighting through them. As I was saying, before I realized that yet again I was having an audio issue, this car, and I'm going to say it right here, right now, before the season even starts, this Aston Martin V12 Vantage is the sleeper car this season. Highly underrated car, in my opinion.
I have to agree.
For some reason, I decided to test this car. I don't know, it was 8 or 9, 10 days ago, maybe a little bit sooner. And this car really handled well, not only on Barcelona, but on every other combination that's coming up at the schedule. And it maintained pace fairly well with all the other cars as well. So I think that the drivers that have opted to use the Aston Martin V12 Vantage this season are drivers who should really be keeping an eye on, because this car is a sleeper car. It is extremely efficient on fuel. It is extremely quick, and it's not too bad on tire wear. So very well-rounded car. And when you're looking for a car in an open class championship that has different types of circuits on the market, you're ideally looking for that all-around car. And I do believe, personally, that the Aston Martin V12 Vantage is one of those cars this season.
Yeah, for sure. And I could actually attest to knowing the racing knowledge that Mr. Doug Barrow has. That is certainly the case as to why he has chosen to qualify in this car and why it is his number one choice of car for the season as a whole. Because if y'all don't know, this man as well is on a controller, and he is one of Team Rad's fastest drivers. And for being on a controller, that's saying something, because we certainly not a slow driver in the team for sure.
No.
And Doug really has well, I mean, he's got 4 stars on his car, so he's no slouch on track for sure.
All right, so we got a 140.730 here from Doug Barrow this time around. So that was a very proficient first hot lap here, and that's a promising look here to see another driver hit double 140s. Pretty sure we've seen Piggums do it too, but we were just getting again, just some confusion in the live timing on screen, what was what we could see. So obviously they've sorted that out, as we don't have a red flag situation rolling here in qualifying any longer. So
yeah, and I believe I seen Piggums sent a message into one of the group chats, and I'm quite sure that's what it was. It would have been a screenshot of the times that he was seeing. So given the circumstances, that will certainly be something that the admin team is going to look into, and we'll get that all sorted for that driver, because as we were saying earlier, that is definitely not consistent with the performance that we always see out of Piggums. But currently, Mr. Doug Barrow, unfortunately, has picked up a half-second penalty. Now, as to whether or not he's going to be able to serve this penalty on this lap, well, unfortunately, that case is no. So that is going to null and void this lap, which is unfortunate. Again, he was on a purple lap, but this next lap, however, is also going to be messed up. So Doug is going to have just 2 laps, or well, rather 1 lap remaining to put in that quick time, and we'll see what he can do here.
With that being said, currently at the pace he's on, I mean, if he's going to be pushing right on that sub 140 mark, that 139 high mark with a half-second penalty, he may still very well keep this chalk lap in a sense in that 140 range still. However, as well, keeping in mind he is on quite a good pace here right now in qualifying, so the potential is still there for him to keep this lap in the 40s and then really ideally send it to final lap. But yeah, definitely not the ideal situation there for Doug Barrow bringing up that penalty right at the end of his second lap, which was significantly quicker, almost full 4 tenths there. So,
For sure.
but we'll see what he's got here. A little bit of a slide definitely would have cost him a little bit of time right there. But sometimes you'd be surprised. The slide will only cost you maybe a half a tenth. And that was a pretty quick little gather up there. So it may not have cost him too much time here, but we're about to find out here as he comes through this timing sector. That's a 1 second penalty. That one's going to hurt a little bit. That's definitely going to take him out of the 40 range. I didn't realize it was a 1. It was a half, I thought beforehand, but
Yeah, he had just picked up another half-second penalty due to the slide in that previous corner, sent him out a little too wide.
definitely good to get that out of the way on top of the other one then and just get it all out of the way on this lap so he can set up this final lap here now. But now that's going to be, as a racer in qualifying, that's lingering in the back of your mind. You know you've just squashed 2 laps. You need that final lap now. So let's see how he handles that situation as he comes around. He's a seasoned veteran when it comes to racing, so I suspect it's business as usual for Doug, but anything can happen in qualifying.
And he did get a really great exit out of those final 2 corners there. So we'll see.
All right, we're just his fastest is a 140.2 and a 140.168, and there it is, verified by the administration team here from the Gran Turismo racing community that Piggins indeed was in the 140 low range for all 4 of those laps. So there we go. And if anything, Piggins is going to be upset because he didn't hit the 139.
Yeah, no, super consistent lap times for sure, and we knew that those were not accurate times that we were seeing here on our end. So, very smart thinking to be taking screenshots of his lap times. And again, we do remind the drivers, this is why we have you guys do that. Record those lap times yourselves as well.
Absolutely. If you can't screenshot them, just record the last 20 minutes of your gameplay session on your PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 4, same difference.
Yep, indeed. And we see Doug is in the purple right now,
Looking
going for
very
another consistent lap time. Yeah.
And I mean, Piggums with that the new information coming across, that does officially make Piggums our fastest qualifier here so far today as well. Just, I would say by about a half second, maybe a little bit quicker, faster than Hair Razor earlier on this morning. And
Ooh,
Doug,
really good exit. Flying through that final sector.
140.
140.3.
All right, so Doug Burrow coming in with a 140.372 and a 140.490 on my screen here for his 2 times, and that may very well have just been enough to nip Hair Razor. But if it hasn't, I am going to say that Hair Razor and Doug Burrow are separated by less than a tenth of a second between the 2 of them here in qualifying today.
Yeah, and those boys are on track with each other consistently, if not every day, very, very close to it. Times are always quite consistent from these racers, and super pleased with my UK portion of Team Rad. Every one of them has pace. They each have really great etiquette on track, and their racecraft overall is just on point.
And Doug, the pen is not blue, it's red, just because I said so. Just for Doug.
Just a little inside joke for those of you that know, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't, well,
You're missing out. What can we
We're just
say?
gonna keep it that way.
Join the GTRC and join our championship leagues today, and you'll find out what that inside joke means.
All
uh,
right, so well done. Good consistency there from Doug Barrow.
and you could actually see how
No surprise
hot
there.
it actually is on the racetrack currently. As you can see, Doug Burrow's just sitting underneath the start-finish line banner there, where the race start is. It's not the actual finish start line, but that is where the race start line is. And you can see, just from the car sitting there idle, you can see the heat beaming from the exhaust pipe off the racetrack there. You can see the little heat waves coming. So the track is most certainly warm here in Spain today, without a question of a doubt.
Certainly, and those high temperatures on the racetrack going to have some effect on overall lap times here today.
Absolutely, and ideally, when you're qualifying, you'd like probably a little bit of a cooler track temperature. You'd probably like to see it at about 28 to 29 degrees Celsius for those of us that use non-freedom units or use the other unit. That works out to about I would say anywhere between 58 to 65 degrees Fahrenheit is typically what you like to see your track temperature at to really maximize the grip in this particular combination of tires we have currently. Of course, that is all going to change very soon with the new update coming, but until then, that is about where we base our starting information for any kind of testing or practicing or whatever the case may be. That's kind of it's just the information that we use, anyways, at Ten Tenths Simracing in a sense. So you gotta have baselines for everything. It's all about stats.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's something that all racers use. All racers are
You can
quite
still you can
knowledgeable about.
absolutely sorry. You can still qualify ATB. You're all good, brother. You just go register and you're all good. We're gonna be on all 3 different lobbies today, so lots of time, and there'll be other sessions if drivers need other sessions. So you want to race, my man? Jump on in.
Indeed, get in here, ATB. Another formidable driver for sure. I was myself on pace with him for a time, and recently his pace has just increased by vast amounts, really showing it in the prototype division for your league, sir, and quite
Absolutely.
the success that was. He
All right. I think we're going to potentially move
keep up with
this
him.
to a different voice
Apologies,
channel.
a bit of a frog in the throat there.
That's right. My Discord's still acting up. My computer's a very unhappy camper apparently today, but it'll make it. It'll make it. Maybe. I'll double check the schedule and see if it's doable. Yeah, for sure. It's if you can't see the schedule, just ask one of the admins for the roll so you can see it. If not, I'll send you a screenshot after the stream today. But August 3rd is when it starts, and it's every other weekend after that for
I think
nine
reset
rounds.
of your mic is in order again, my friend.
All right, let's
There we go. There we go. We got you back.
yeah, let's move to a different voice channel here in the server. Let's head up into the prototype interview room. We know that one works much better.
Oh, you want to do that? In
Yeah,
Discord,
yeah. I'll just shift. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I'll just shift over there right now. Alright, those are really old voice channels that we're using today. I actually haven't used those voice channels in my Discord server in probably about 3 years. That actually could be some of the issue. So we'll see, hopefully, if this one works out better. Again, Discord is a very fickle tool, and sometimes it doesn't want to work right. So we're just waiting for our next driver to come out on track here in the meantime, so a little break in between our qualifying sessions. I think you did really well, ATB. I mean, went from Pro-Am to Pro Division, and we all know how quick the Pro Division is in any championship series, and I think that you held your own really well. It was a tough season for all the drivers that went up a division this past season, but it was also the type of car and the style of car you guys are racing is quite a bit different than what everybody's typically used to as well. So, I know it may not feel like it was a good season for yourself, but all in all, I think yourself and Death and Superman, all the drivers that went up a division from last season, did really well, and I think you guys took a lot of seat time and learning experience from that. So don't beat yourself up too bad, my man, 'cause I really think you had a really good season considering the competition that you were suited against in the prototypes. So don't beat yourself up, my guy. Can you hear me?
Oh man, for sure. The
Yeah.
competition in that was absolutely stiff.
Absolutely, and I mean that Pro Division was no joke. So I totally can
No.
understand some of the drivers feeling a little bit of outmatched, I guess, in a sense, or misplaced in that sense. But that's the tough thing about the top division in any league racing is it's so hard to find 15 aliens to put in their own division and then have your pros in their own division. It very rarely works out like that, unfortunately. So the A drivers end up being paired up with the A plus drivers, and there is a skill difference there for sure. But at the end of the day, the pro drivers do become better because of it as well. So.
Well, I can attest to that, having a very low expectations for being in there with those like you say, aliens, and they are very, very fast. But the learning experience, what you gain from that just from being on track with those faster racers is unmatched and unparalleled. You cannot get any better experience or have any more of an opportunity to improve your racecraft and your overall speed on track as to be with faster racers on track. I highly recommend you getting in lobbies or leagues or whatever you can to get on track with the very fastest racers you possibly can. And all while it is a bit of a knock to the self-esteem, what you're going to learn from that is absolutely invaluable, cannot be replaced.
All right, so we're just getting a message here from our lobby host saying that the checked-in drivers have all ran in this session this morning. They'll be back in an hour. I'm not sure if they're going to be leaving the lobby open for drop-ins, because not necessarily every driver uses the check-in system to start with, or some drivers just might be feeling comfortable and want to run right there and then. So I'm not sure if we're going to be on standby, just leaving the lobby open during that time until the next lobby opens, or what the situation is. But Petrolhead has most certainly taken advantage of getting some time away, and I'm sure he's probably going to go get on track and get warmed up for his qualifying run in session 2. So, a little bit of extra time to get warmed up never hurts any racer, that's for sure. And Petrolhead's going to be one of those racers that's going to be looking to qualify well, but he's in a tough car for the combination today. So, be interesting to see what he's got once we do see him on track later today. And much the same for our current lobby host, Subi Mark, as well. We will see him in the second session as well. So, we're not going to shut the stream down, even if that means they're gone for an hour. We'll just we'll flip it over to the Be Right Back screen and throw some background music on if that's the case. But we'll hang out with you guys for now. I mean, what does everybody think about qualifying here so far while I wait for a little more word officially on what's going to happen with the lobby here?
Well, I say if that's the case and we're going to be having a bit of a hiatus for an hour, one of us essentially, we could just open up a lobby and do some open lobby racing, or join somebody who's doing some racing and just keep the content going that way. With ourselves getting out on track, broadcasters on track.
Oh, I don't have my
says yay or nay.
Nay for me, because my equipment's not set up. That'd be a little bit of an undertaking while I'm live. So, unless I want to do it on pad, I suppose. Yeah, we currently move our rig back and forth in and out of place when we're not using it. Just the way the setup is right now, so I can see visually better when I'm live streaming. Otherwise, the steering wheel kind of infringes on the old vision lines a little bit. So yeah, a little bit of a pain in the butt, but nonetheless, the stream won't be going down here today. It's better to keep it live because for behind the scenes reasons, it's better as content creators to keep the stream live if we're not changing organization or what we're doing. So no matter what, we'll just keep the stream live. Like I said, if there's a little bit of a break, that's cool. The broadcasters will take advantage of that too, and we'll continue on when they're ready. But I'm just waiting official word. And in the meantime, I mean, we've seen 8, maybe 9 qualifiers run through here today so far, and the whole looks like he's going to go get a lobby fired up here right now. And for those of you that are looking for something to do right now, Nolander is going to go pop a lobby up here in the meantime. And yeah, but the lobby will be closing, reopening in 55 minutes. Well, there we go. There's the word, chat. There's the word. There is the word from Race Control. All right, so Nolander is opening up a lobby. For those of you that are itching to race a little bit here, now that you've just been sitting here watching qualifying for the last little bit. And I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes here, actually, and eat some breakfast. And then I will go jump into that lobby, and we'll go see what's happening. In the meantime, we'll just flip you over to a Be Right Back screen, which is right there. And we'll be back in session number 2 here in about 30 minutes time or so for qualifying, and in about 15 minutes time we'll come and hang out and do some open lobby racing and hang out a little bit more here. So have fun. We'll see you in a few minutes time, my man. some audio focus. I don't know. Maybe. Stream can hear me though. Yes. Alright, I apologize everybody. It is very, very hot where I'm located, and because of that reason, the equipment is running at an extra warm capacity today, and it seems to be not liking it too much, so, you know, we'll just keep moving and grooving here, and we'll get a little bit of practice action on screen for everybody here. So I have stumbled across a pretty sizable practice lobby here for a bunch of our competitors as we're getting ready in preparation for qualifying session number 2. Alright, we got it all in the background, I can hear. Alright. Oh, you know what? Probably got a lot of background noise, so I apologize. Charging my controller in the break time too, just trying to keep it with enough juice to keep the stream going the whole time here. Got some complications in the background going on. Technology, gotta charge it. Alright, so Happy Pappy is one of our competitors that is registered here this season. He is in the BMW here, and I'm assuming this would be the Sprint Edition car. So he has yet to qualify, so this will be one of the drivers here that we are going to see at some point here today. I would assume probably in the next session. We've got TARS 2814 here, and I'm not sure if this is a registered driver. I don't recognize the PSN. It could very well be. Currently in the Peugeot RCZ as well, so it's actually a quick little nibble car, and also a potential one of those dark horse underrated cars here in this class as well. We got Sir Apex a lot here, and this is a new racer this season here in the championship, and it's going to be very interesting to see what these guys got for the community here today. I know that they're friends with one of the drivers at Ten Tenths, and they know each other quite well. They speak quite highly of Sir Apex and his guys here, so it should be interesting to see. We love new faces. That's what it's all about. Alright, so we've got the usual suspects in here as well, and I would assume that these guys are helping the group out while they practice. We have Type R here, he's coming out on track. I imagine that we're going to see him here at some point in the next session as well. He's also in that BMW here, so we're going to start seeing some of the BMWs coming out here. We got Subi Mark, and he's in the Nissan GTR. We've got Bar 27 in the Toyota Supra. We've got Superboy also in the NSX here. We've got Doug, which we've seen a little bit earlier, and Petrol, who is going to be going here in this next session as well, and he's in the Corvette. And then we got Nolander in the Peugeot here as well, just chilling out, hanging, moving and grooving. Alright, so potentially on a break as well. I know I went down and behind the scenes and went and took in some of the great food here in the racetrack, and got myself some full belly of yum-yums, and we're definitely raring to go for some more qualifying. So we didn't want to leave the stream sitting idle for too long. Obviously it gets boring listening to the same loop music over and over again, so always practice lobbies open. I stated this during the beginning of the broadcast that the competitors or the admins will have lobbies up beside our official qualifying sessions, and this for this reason right here, so drivers can get warmed up, practice. We've seen, I believe that was Sir Apex in the background, just absolutely overshoot the final second last corner there. And looking pretty good here is Pappy. You know, he's been looking pretty good here lately. His racing, it's like he has just decided to step on the loud pedal all of a sudden. He's been moving quite efficiently around the racetracks here lately, so I can't wait to see what he's got. Again, I don't know much about this driver currently, except for the kind words that Subi Mark passes along about this gentleman, so it'll be interesting to see what he's got. But he is opted to come into the Porsche here as well, and you can see we're starting to see a trend of popular cars here, one being the Porsche 911 RSR, his 2017 edition GT3 car, and we've seen the Mercedes 2020 edition racing car out on the track here in large quantity so far as well. Other than that, we've seen a couple of oddball cars out there. We've seen Dodge Viper, Ford GT, what else have we seen? The Honda NSX, and it's going to be interesting to see what else we're going to see. We're definitely going to see a GTR on this one as well. So I don't think we're going to see one of every single car in the GT3 class. VGTs are prohibited this season, as they're just a different style of GT3 classed car. So obviously for fair play, the VGTs have been banned. That also includes the Mazda Vision, and anything that has basically a Vision or Gran Turismo concept in it is considered a Vision car and is not allowed in the season. But other than that, it is open season with restrictions to 3 of each car per lobby if we need to use that restriction. So the drivers have been requested to give a short list of their top 3 picks for the season, and 2 reasons for that. One reason we touched on at the beginning of the broadcast, and based on your qualifying position, is going to be based off of which of your picks you're going to get. So qualifying position is very important here through these sessions leading up into our season opener, because the fastest qualified driver is going to get priority pick, meaning their top pick, which is the cars we're seeing all the drivers using in qualifying. So the drivers are using their number 1 pick, which means this is what they would run the series if there was no restriction. And the reason the restriction is in place is because clearly there is a couple of pretty heavy-weighted cars that everybody wants to seem to drive in the season, and due to that, we didn't want it to be a one-make series, so the restriction is in place to make sure that it still maintains different manufacturers on the racetrack to maintain the integrity of the initial design from the development team of the GT3 season. So, you know, there's just some things in play there, which is all beautiful stuff. Also, with that being said, if the drivers opt that their car is not suitable, they can make the car change with some, of course, rules and procedures and restrictions in place. It will cost championship points to make that car change once the season starts, but that car change will also be based off that short list of cars that you have chosen. So you definitely want to hope that you get your ideal pick right off the bat, because then you only have 2 cars left to choose from if you decide that that car is not suiting you for the season. Maybe you're not jiving, or maybe after the update that car just is a little too much to drive, or it isn't good on tires. You know, maybe something changes in the approach to that particular car, so the driver may want to opt to maybe their second car or their third car pick. So again, that does come at a cost, a heavy cost of championship points for the drivers. So the drivers typically, if they're going to make that car change, are going to make that choice very early in the season. Alright, so we do have Subi Mark here, and currently fastest driver on track in this practice session. Now the way it works in an open practice session is the fastest drivers on track will be put in order of fastest to slowest in their basically their lap times placed during this lobby. If the lobby gets reset, then the times will reset with it. So currently it is Subi Mark, the fastest driver in this practice session here. As we prepare for session number 2, which should be in about 24 minutes time, give or take. Alright, so Pappy's crew's working on the car. We got Tyvar out, still putting in some paces. We got Tars here as well, putting in some paces. I'm assuming that this is a registered driver, it's just a new face, and we welcome all the new faces as always. We got Sir Apex a lot here. He's still out putting in some seat time. Bar is just relaxing in behind the wheel of the Supra here, much the same as Superboy, and both those are returning drivers. Doug we've seen a little bit earlier, Petrolhead returning driver and defending champion, if I'm not mistaken, from the Group 2 season. For some reason, I just cannot gather all that information in my head correctly today. I mean, I've been working with this organization for a very long time, and I know this off the top of my head, but I don't know if it's just a heat or if it's just what's been going on behind the scenes for the last couple of weeks with some pretty important things, i.e. the fundraiser, the GoFundMe link tagged in the Facebook page for the Blomstrom family, the community losing a definite, genuine legend with Paul Blomstrom just recently, and it's definitely shaken our world a little bit, and we're just doing everything we can to show our support to the family and try to help the family make sure that after everything's all said and done, that end financially is taken care of, and they can hopefully start to make the steps in the forward direction as they move forward with their new path in life. But yeah, it's important that we share this out. So all I'm really asking, ultimately, at the end of the day, is that everybody just take that link today, give me a minute of your time, and just share it out. Share it to Facebook groups, Discord servers, Instagram, wherever. And just share it out. Maybe you know Paul. Maybe you have a great story, a great memory. Maybe Paul touched your life somehow, and he was good for that. He really was, and that's why. You can hear it in my voice a little bit. It's still a little soft. He was a friend. He's an OG here, and he's always showed me support no matter what was going on. He was an admin on my page, so he means a lot to me, and it hurts, but we're doing okay, and with the help of others in the community, and just doing what we can to help. That's how we're coming to terms with what happened, but. The point is that the spirit always stays alive, and we'll do it through the page. And right now, the important thing again is just we're just trying to get the shares. I mean, if you can donate and help on a financial level, that is amazing. And the family appreciates every single penny of it. And I've heard it directly from the family, as myself and Nolan are both in communication with members of the family as everybody goes through this process, and it's been some trying moments for them, but they're staying positive, which is always fantastic because that's important, and they're staying together, which will make them strong, and will help them all get through this together. So, but yeah, so we have some more things coming up, obviously, for that as well, and keep an eye on the socials, because as other communities and other creators start to put their tributes together, that stuff will get posted, and we're going to try and be a part of as much of it as we can. I do have to consider still that I have to worry about what's going on in real life. I have a job and all those things, but we're definitely most certainly going to do everything we can to continue our efforts for fundraising. So every stream, every time I go live on my channels and my pages, that link or a link wherever the fundraising is happening will be available for the community, and I just need the community to keep sharing it. We got to keep it going. It has kind of toned down a little bit over the last couple of days, so let's get it back out there. Let's get it live. Let's keep sharing. Let's keep posting, and the GoFundMe, just keep posting. And like I said, it helps if you have maybe a story or a fun memory you can share with that post, and it just adds a little bit to it to grab the attention to those that don't know. Those that don't know Paul, they're just a random person that sees the post, because it's a lot of strangers that are coming in and chipping in on these fundraisers, and it's important that we keep the reach out there. If we don't keep the reach moving, then we're not getting those strangers out there in the world that are able to help. So just keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate all the help. You guys have been killing it out there, and the amount of money raised today is truly incredible. So keep doing it. Keep going. Keep rocking. Family appreciates it. I appreciate it, and we love you for it. So we race to get together. We race to have fun. We race to make friends. We also race to help each other when we're in need. So it's a community effort here. GTRC stands strong behind the efforts here as well. So, and you see it on the cars. You see that decal in some of these cars, and we'll continue seeing that decal throughout the sim racing community. So next time you see a hashtag racing with Paul and decal in the car, it's just a community showing support to the family, and that's been made available by GT45 Gaming for the whole sim racing community on the GT7 platform to use. If you are on the ACC or the iRacing platform and would like to get a copy of that for your platform, you just got to reach out to me and let me know the type of file you need and the size restrictions on that file, and we'll do everything we can to make that happen for you. It doesn't matter the platform. If you want it, we will do the best that we can to make it happen for your suited needs and get it out there, because he meant a lot to everybody in a lot of different communities, not just sim racing either. So again, just one small way that we can continue to show that support as well. Alright, we got a little bit of lag in this lobby. I'm not sure who's hosting this lobby, but and again, just due to the amount of people in the lobby, all that plays into a factor with the game and net coding. I mean, let's talk about Gran Turismo 7 for a while. There's a lot of heated discussion and debate through the Gran Turismo 7 community, but also just the overall sim racing community in general. Sim racing is picking up a lot of steam. It is becoming very popular, and iRacing, especially ACC, is dabbling in the esports side of things now, and I think that is the future of sim racing, really in a whole, like any other popular era of video game. You know, esports tournaments typically start by the community that gets sponsored by businesses and private entities, and then eventually the designers and developers and investors take notice, and it actually turns into something bigger and grander. And I really do foresee sim racing moving in that direction, not just on one platform like iRacing, for example, because that's where it's extremely active right now. But like I said, we're starting to see it moving into the ACC platforms now. We're starting to see the big host sites moving into the console side of ACC as well, and all that forward progression is all leading to a way bigger goal. And these are businesses at the end of the day, which means they're here to make money. The difference is Gran Turismo is a minus the cost of the game to purchase the game, so you have the game to play it, and of course the cost of your PlayStation membership, because you do need that to play the game with basically to play the game. It's free to play. I mean, it is plug and play. You don't need thousands of dollars worth of equipment to play this game. You can grab your controller and you can start racing. And you know, I hear the argument all the time. Oh, I'm on controller. I'm on a disadvantage. You know what? You can say that if you want. But talk to some of our top drivers in this community, they're on controller. So it really comes down to perspective and seat time at the end of the day, and just working with members of the community. They will help you and you will get better. That much I can promise. So, you know, Gran Turismo 7 has that advantage. It is not hidden behind a paywall. It is all free to the community. All the community gets the DLC. There is all kinds of things to choose from. Plenty of tracks to choose from. There's well over 100 tracks in the game. And, you know, some things could be better, some things could be worse, but I think we have that argument for every sim racing game. So esports really is the future altogether. And Gran Turismo 7 has that advantage, in my opinion, because it has no paywall to hide behind. I mean, you can buy online purchasing credits and stuff like that for the game, but at the end of the day, that's not really hidden behind a paywall, because that stuff is relatively easy to get a game if you're just fairly active on the game and just play the game. So typically once you've got the majority of your cars purchased, it doesn't become a problem very long at all, and you don't have to pay for it. You know, ACC and iRacing, great platforms. I love all three platforms, don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking any one particular platform specifically here, but I'm not knocking one in general actually, but they all have something that's hidden behind it. ACC is all hidden behind a paywall. You have to pay for all the new DLC drops. It's not something that you just get. And iRacing, you have to pay for everything. You have to pay for your cars. You have to pay for your tracks. I mean, you got to pay for your setups. So, you know, it's all in perspective. It's all in perspective. But at the end of the day, the esports racket is a very slowly developing, growing market, and Gran Turismo 7 will be on that train, on that roll. So, I think it's just a matter of patience and time, and I think that we see things change over the next couple of years in the sim racing world to an even more higher level of competition. And I can't wait to see how that stems into Gran Turismo. I really can't. It's exciting. Obviously, as a Gran Turismo player and creator, we're always hoping for the best for our platform, no matter what the circumstance. No matter what the circumstance. Alright, we're just doing a metric check. Just checking on all the streams. I know Nolander's in the chat. I can hear him. I just don't know if he could hear me. We'll confirm that in time, though. Again, I am in the process of slowly but surely developing enough cash funding to replace the streaming equipment, the PC specifically. Unfortunately, my laptop is complaining, is a good way to put it. It's showing its age, it's showing signs of wear and tear, and it does have a current major issue going on with it that seems to be getting worse as time is going on. And now with the heat wave we're going through, obviously it's not helping it at all, but at some point, you know, the old girl is going to finally give up on us, and hopefully we're ready for it with the new PC. So we are currently in the works of gathering up all that, and we are fairly close at this point. So a little bit more time, patience on the market as well. The PC market is kind of a vicious market right now, so it's a little bit of patience, buying at the right time, and getting the best deal I can, because we definitely want some longevity out of the next PC that we buy. We got, we're gonna get 5 years out of this laptop almost, and we bought it used, so we need at least 5 years out of the desktop. Alright, so Harris is running out here, and Harris is probably trying to refine back in on those 39 times we've seen him putting down, but I mean, it's all for just for show now and practice and training for the rest of the crew and behind the scenes, most likely, because obviously he's posted his official times here already in the first session, and currently, I believe, sitting second overall in qualifying, and nipping on his heels, or nipping just ahead of him, is Doug Barrows, so it's very, very close between the two teammates, and they're in different cars as well, which is intriguing. Alright, so we definitely got guys getting out, putting in their paces here. That's a great looking Porsche, just saying. Loving the liveries that are coming out on track here today as well. 37.3, is that what we're seeing? 35.99. So the pace between the drivers is just so insanely close. We're going to see a tight field in that low 41 mark, combined totals. I mean, right around that 320, I would say 320.5 to like 322 range of combined lap time totals here is going to be splitting hairs between, I think, a large portion of the field this season. And that's intriguing because that is going to make life very difficult to find that happy medium in that split, because I think we're going to see a little bit of a gap between the real top echelon drivers compared to the top drivers, and it's going to be interesting to see where that gap develops and how the splits get decided. So already qualifying has proven to be very intriguing in my opinion anyways, as one of the broadcasters here. So who have we not? There we go. We've got Petrolhead. We haven't really been on with Petrol yet. He's just coming out and warming up, so bear with if he makes a couple mistakes. And the Corvette, I have one of the Ten Tenths drivers that's running Corvette as his priority pick here in qualifying today as well. And really been struggling to get the car around at the pace that he knows he can get the car around the track, but the car is such a turd trying to turn it in. Pardon the expression. I know it's family friendly. That's as family friendly of an expression that I think I can make without going any further. But it just doesn't. You have to be so patient under rotation, under turning with that car, because if you do not give that Corvette its due patience, it just understeers. It just pushes out wide on you. So the drivers that are opting with Corvette are definitely going to have a rough go at qualifying here today. So they are going to be locked in, but on the edge the whole way around to try and optimize that car around the track. Now, I'm pretty efficient with that car myself. Took it around the track for a fair bit, and it could really only find about a mid 140 range with that car, which ultimately is probably not quite on the top end of my lap around this racetrack in a GT3 car, but pretty close. So ultimately, at the end of the day, it just comes down to seat time and practice, because I can get almost every car available in the class, almost every car I would assume, right around the same time range with enough practice with it. So ultimately, it comes down to seat time. It always does, but some cars are definitely going to perform better around this racetrack than others, and that is going to add to some of the complication of qualifying, but that's not what we're looking for here. We're not looking to see what car is better than another car. We're looking to see the skill of the driver and the cars that they're choosing to use, because that ultimately will be a part of the deciding where we place these drivers before the season begins. So, and we are going to have both side-by-side broadcast here as well. So both lobbies will be live streamed at the exact same time and by different broadcasters. So I will be covering Lobby 1, and Nolander will be covering Lobby 2, and we may switch that up week to week as well. You know, we may swap up the lobbies from week to week so we can get both commentators on both divisions. I don't know. We haven't decided yet. That's something we'll talk about. We're looking at about 10 minutes, Jay. About 10 minutes, brother. Got TDC coming in with the heart on the stream as well. He had a good run earlier today in that 4GT race car as well. That is not an easy car to drive in qualifying either. So kudos to him for that, because it's a doozy. It's a doozy. Nolander's totally in try-hard mode right now. We got Zaskar out, and this is another new registrant here, and comes in again. This is one of the friends and teammates of Apex a lot, Sir Apex a lot, and we don't know much about him, but another opted in for the Porsche. So we're starting to see the Porsches coming out. You're welcome, Jay. You're welcome. The BMW, I suspect, is not going to be an easy car to traverse around Catalonia either. And that's the reason why it's been opted to go with the no chicane layout over the chicane layout, because of that would definitely make a big difference, I think, between the bigger cars and the more nimble cars in overall qualifying time, and kind of start to set a bit of a meta situation. So that's why I was opted to go with the no chicane, because that gives the power cars, i.e. this BMW rigs, for example, we're watching right now, an equal opportunity to keep those lap times right around where those MR cars are, and a nice little situational awareness there coming from Zaskar. And realizing there's a driver on a hot lap around, gets out of the way, gets off the racing line in a safe place, lets that driver by nice and safe and sound, and there was not even any second guessing from Type R what was going on there. So already very impressed with that driver, without even knowing that driver yet. Boo Porsche, says Fast Ginger. Good luck, all, says TDC. Nice run, bud. Nice run, bud. It looks like Type R is doing a pretty good job here. It really looks like he's got this nice line around the track here right now on the out lap here. But you know, it's funny. I know as a personal experience as a racer, I always seem to have my best lap on my out lap. It drives me nuts. And that is a very pink car here today. Not going to be mistaken who is in behind the wheel of that car on track. Let me tell you what, that is fantastic. I love it. Alright, this is not official qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. This is just one of the many practice lobbies that are up behind the scenes. This one just had a few drivers in it, so we figured we'd come hang out here before the next session starts up. And in all honesty, that lobby is going to be up soon. So it's Hairraiser and Doug hosting that lobby. So basically, I think Doug has probably gone to set that lobby up here. Because I do not no longer see Doug in this particular room. And we should probably maybe go take a boo here real quick to see if that lobby's up. I'm sure I'll probably get a message, but I'm not paying full attention to my Discord right now. And I don't know why Nolander can't hear me. I don't think he has his headset on right now. Wonder what the new physics is going to do to the driving. Well, I mean, there's lots of speculation, suspicion. I mean, obviously, anybody who watched the just most recent World Tour live streamed events from Gran Turismo 7 that was done in Montreal this past weekend, some of the drivers had touched base on it because they are currently racing on the updated model. So they kind of got a sneak peek at it, in a sense, for the live event. So they touched base on it. So if you go back and watch the Gran Turismo 7 live stream events, and especially the driver interviews at the end, some of the drivers do touch base on their experience with the new tires, especially. So there is a little bit of, I guess, personal opinion from some of the best in the business currently right now. Gran Turismo 7 available for us to kind of go get an opinion on it. And I mean, again, there's lots of speculation. If you go watch YouTube videos and Twitch videos and Instagram and Twitter Shorts and all that stuff. I mean, every content creator has their own opinion, but um, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, um, we're not really going to know until the update happens on the 25th, and we get on track and go for a little bit of an interesting ride, I would imagine, while we all adapt to the changes in the game. Well, the potential is there. Unfortunately, DDC. Hope it doesn't make the 4GT more of a brat. You're not the only driver probably thinking that right now. But with that being said, you do have another driver in the field running the same or planning on running the same car as you that can also help you with those adaptations. Keep that in mind. So I think that there's going to be a lot of activity on Gran Turismo 7 post update because everybody that's involved in championships or beginning championships or currently in the middle of championships right now has a short amount of time to make those adaptations, right? So we're going to see a lot of activity on Gran Turismo 7 over leading up to the end of the month and into August for sure. All right, so the guys have definitely gone to start another lobby, so I am going to go make that bounce here. So let's just throw this up real quick. We'll throw that up before we bounce. And that's the preseason. It's not quite up yet, so we'll just give it a minute. I'm actually going to reset my cache and all that great stuff. Wrong button. Do not want to take a screenshot. Cache cleared. And we'll just wait a minute here for Hairraiser to get that all set up. So it will be rad underscore Hairraiser that will be hosting our second session here today, and that session will be underway shortly here actually. So yeah, when we had 8, I believe it was 8 or 9 drivers that came in through session number 1, leaving us about 20 to 25 drivers remaining to qualify here. Now, obviously, we're not going to see every one of those drivers today. That's it would be fantastic if we did, but pretty unheard of. And typically, you see about 10 to 15% of your registered drivers not even qualify for the season. So there's a little bit of what I like to call overturn, so to speak. And drivers register for stuff, they forget about it sometimes, or they're not interested, just forget to unregister. It happens. It's just a part of it. So we should be looking at a strong 2-grid setup here this season, right off the bat this season. Really, that's what we're shooting for, and looks like the way the season is setting up here. So there we go. That official lobby is up.
Apologize. I've had to go and try to.
All good. No worries.
Track only made it worse, so we're not going to do that again.
Oh yeah, the quick movement, I suppose. All right, so the lobby is up. Oh, you're already in it. Man, this man is on top of it.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I think it's my computer. My computer is just cutting in and out a little bit on Discord right now.
Right. Do apologize for the hiatus. I've had to go to try to remedy this nasty headache I've got.
Hey, no worries. Gotta worry about you first. Headaches are no fun. They turn very quickly. That is for sure. Alright, so the official qualifying session 2 is open for our racers that are tuning in, and of course we just came from a full lobby of practicing drivers, so we should expect to see some traffic here in session number 2, and then session number 3 will actually be hosted by myself, and we'll have that lobby open for basically as long as we need to.
Well, I'll tell you what. Even the tiniest bit of reprieve from a headache like that, oh my goodness, it started pushing right into a migraine on me, and so I had to go have a super hot shower and eat something and do some neck stretches and all that good kind of fun stuff. And yeah, oh,
Oh,
that lobby's gone.
rip the dream. After I sit here and just talk up huge props, so we have a lobby crash out. No, it's all good. Again, it's just a part of it. Typically, that doesn't happen during the championship events. I think we've only seen it once in the GTRC, and I've had it happen once in GT45. I think it was the Roving Island World Tour 2 season. I believe it was race number 1 or 2 for the Pro Division. Right at the beginning of the race, the lobby crashed out, and we just got one of the admins to reset the grid and just refire the race behind the scenes. So yeah, it doesn't happen that often, thankfully, during league racing. It's like the racing gods are smiling upon us in that case, but it definitely happens. It definitely happens. Yeah, just much of the same. I went down and checked out the good eats available there, and filled up the belly full of yum yums there on the break as well. So I think I'm gonna shut Discord off and restart it. That might be the plan of action here. We'll wait till we have a little break in the action before we mess around with all that stuff. Let you look at that Smexy logo. I know, right? It looks pretty darn good.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so we do have Zaskar 88 coming out, and I'm assuming we got an Earnhardt Jr. fan in the house here. Just a guess. Just a guess.
Right.
But again, this is a new driver this season to the GTRC community, coming through a recommendation, I believe, from one of the competing drivers. So there is, I believe, 4 of these gentlemen that are part of the team that have come in to try their luck here at the GTRC in the Group 3 Championship this season. So welcome in Zaskar 88, and let's see what he's got here to start off qualifying session number 2, and he is in that Porsche 911 RSR 2017 edition. And a classic livery on top of that car to boot. Oh, Discord. My Discord is most certainly struggling right now. Alright.
Yeah, we got you back now, my guy.
Yeah, it goes into a reloading screen. I may have to, when we got a stall, just completely shut it down and reload it.
Right.
Streamer issues. As a viewer,
Yeah.
you just gotta deal with the streamer issues, I guess, on your end. Be like, oh no, the audio went out, I can't hear. But, you know, yeah, we're the ones scrambling behind the scenes, pulling our hair out, going, oh my god, what's going on?
True and fun facts of streaming.
It's not as glorious as it looks, let me tell you what.
Yeah, it's quite a headache sometimes on top of having a nasty headache.
Mm.
But thankfully we have gotten some reprieve from that, guys. We're just getting a look at Zaskar 88 here on his out lap, coming to the final two corners of the lap here, and will begin his official first qualifying lap of the day here, and we'll see how he looks. New driver, very unfamiliar from to me. Generally, most of the people that join in leagues I have gotten a look at or had raced with or something. This case is not that way. This is again a very new and unfamiliar driver, but he looks to be quite on point, grabbing some apexes here and floating her out wide on the exit as one should, and looking ultimately pretty smooth here.
I agree, and he was actually in the practice lobby. We were hanging out in there for the last little while we were waiting for session 2 to get underway here. And he wasn't happy, satisfied with his time. Something wasn't up, but anyways, he decided to pull off the track, and he had hot lap traffic in behind him. And racing awareness was the first thing I noticed right away out of this driver. He pulled out in a very narrow spot on the racetrack, completely out of the way, and completely without making the driver behind even having to guess what he was going to do there. And absolutely zero harm, zero foul. The perfect racing situation in that situation. So it tells me the driver definitely has experience behind the wheels. So definitely interested to see what he's got for lap times here.
Very good, very good. As we stated beforehand, qualifying is rather important. Obviously, you want to get the best times, but for broadcasters such as ourselves and admins, potential teams out there looking at drivers, that is one of the things that comes as a bonus, is to be able to see just exactly how drivers act to, or rather react to any situation on the racetrack. So that is one of the bonuses for us.
Absolutely, and a good solid starting qualifying lap here out of the 4 laps from Zaskar 88 as well, a 140.733. And for those of us that tuned in for the first 8 or 9 qualifiers, the 140 mark has been somewhat difficult for the drivers to reach here so far today for the most part. So it comes out right out of the barrel, shooting the cannons full force, and let's see if he can find improvement on that now.
Absolutely good first qualifying lap there. We'll see if he picks up the pace during these latter laps, but I suspect that is going to be the case. He's looking quite zippy here at Barcelona.
Absolutely, and the Porsche is very well suited for qualifying around this track as well, which is another big reason why it's a popular car. But ultimately, the drivers just really want to drive the Porsche this season, and I mean it's a well suited car. So I don't blame the drivers for wanting to drive the Porsche this season, obviously. But yeah, uh, just
No, certainly it's a solid race car, that's for sure.
exactly. We just don't want to see the Porsche One Make Series, or we would have made the Porsche One Make Series type thing, right? So it's gonna be a fight for this Porsche 911 RSR, and I think this fight is gonna be a lot tougher than I suspected it was gonna be, because he comes in with another minute 40 lap there on lap number 2, and not only is he showing pretty good pace so far out of all the drivers we've seen go on, he's also showing good consistency with that pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another telltale sign of a good and experienced racer, is the consistency on track. Track awareness, obviously, where you can put the hammer down potentially a little bit earlier, where you may potentially break a little bit sooner. All things that you're going to see out of an experienced race car driver.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's showing it here behind the wheel of this Porsche right now. And I mean, right now, the way it sits, that puts him about 4th fastest in qualifying. And we're not even done this qualifying session. He still has 1.5 laps remaining here, essentially, now to improve on that first or second lap time yet.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely looking on point, goes a little bit wide there, catches a little bit of the green stuff. No harm, no foul, though. Keeps her on track, does drop a little bit of a time off of his fastest pace, but just 1/10, so not much. That can be made up, as we have seen in these final two corners coming up now.
And he gets a good apex there. You got a nice late apex up the hill. He got on the throttle nice and early. That should give him a good setup here for these final two corners. But again, the Porsche lacking a little bit of top end speed overall. So it's very, very crucial to keep the tire scrub to very minimal coming through these final two corners. And when we say that, that means you don't want to hear them things squealing as you're coming around the corner.
And he does better his time there. So very good. A 140.658 is what I'm showing.
Absolutely, that's what I see on my screen as well. Got a nice new fresh lobby here, so we should be good for one or two drivers, hopefully.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Just a little bit of inconsistencies in the Gran Turismo 7 lobbies currently. And hopefully that is one of the things that will be addressed in the upcoming update. Ooh, gets her a little sideways there and manages to keep the car underneath of him. Good recovery for Zaskar there.
Absolutely, definitely gonna cost him at least a tenth there, I think. But he shortened up that line coming around the corner with that slide. A little forced a bit, shorten his line there, and that may have actually maybe been his saving grace there in that corner, potentially gaining some of that tenth or tenth and a half back that he lost there. But the tire's gonna be a little extra warm from that slide there, and that may factor in around those next couple corners.
Yeah, on an already hot racetrack, definitely a slide or an overbreak can certainly do that. He is up on his time, actually, so and not much in the way of affecting his overall lap time. Looking really good and solid is Zaskar 88 here today at Barcelona.
That new face of the community as far as GTRC racing goes and championship racing, and boy, competitor for the overall championship potentially right here in qualifying in Zaskar 88. So welcome in, and absolutely great qualifying run here from this driver today, and he
Oh,
does
and beat
improve it again.
fastest time again. Very good showing from Zaskar 88 here in that GT3 Porsche. Like you said, very, very stable car. Not especially the fastest in overall top end speed, but what it lacks there, it certainly makes up for in acceleration, stability, and overall just a very well-rounded race car.
Absolutely, and you can just see the driver pulling over into turn in between turns one and two here. And that's just waiting the verification process, ladies and gentlemen. So we have two admins in behind the scenes. They're verifying the times with each other. And then we have dual streams going beside each other currently as well, just in case we need a secondary verification process. And thankfully, due to all these extra precautions in place, we've already had one situation in the first qualifying session where we had to rely on the driver screenshot because there was a clear misrepresentation of the on-screen information that we were seeing.
Yeah, indeed. And I gotta say, man, great showing here from Zaskar. Within 3/10 of a second, y'all, all of those 5 laps were, and that is some great consistency. In fact, I do have to say he's pushing right on the edge of the best consistency we have seen thus far out of all of our qualifiers here today.
Absolutely. I mean, without the exception of knowing what officially all four of Pigham's laps are, I'm pretty sure he is easily going to sit in that most consistent qualified driver here so far today. I mean, 3/10 of a second, that is ideally what a racer is looking for. Obviously, if you're a professional racer, you're looking for, to stay within a tenth, but that's asking a lot. That's like the perfect race, and that just does not happen very, very often. So to have it within 3/10 of a second, very impressive. Very impressive for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. That is definitely a good wake up for the rest of the racers. Be aware of Zaskar 88 coming in and laying down some really quick overall lap times. And of course, as we said, the consistency right there. going to be a factor for the season and for the other racers, somebody to potentially drive them to get a little more practice on before each of these events here in the GTRC Championship Season 3, y'all.
Absolutely, and it's shaping up to be a pretty crazy season already. I mean, we've only seen a very small portion of our what I would consider our suspected faster drivers at qualifying this season. Um, we've seen less than a handful of them come out so far, so we will see more times getting pushed to the limits, I'm sure, here yet before qualifying is over today. But the bigger question is it going to be Happy Pappy here? So Happy Pappy coming out now, and his car choice priority pick is the BMW M6 here. So I believe this is the Sprint Edition, and again, this is another one of those things within the community, the Gran Turismo 7 community, that's always up for speculation. What's the difference between the two cars? On paper, there really isn't a difference. They spec out the same. Really, the sprint model is designed for short distance racing, and an endurance model would be designed for endurance racing. So I guess in a sense that would be where the difference is. Now, how that relates in Gran Turismo 7 coding, I'm not really sure per se, and not going to speculate too much because I don't really have a good educated guess on it myself. To me, they're no different.
Well, from personal experience, I can tell you that that is the case. They really are no different. In fact, the only difference is the fact that one has the clear headlights and one has the yellow fog lights. And that's really essentially the only difference in between these two cars. And I can also tell you that this car right here, whilst it is a very, very good, solid race car, it can be a extreme handful. This car has an amazing amount of torque, and if you get a little too heavy on that loud pedal, it is sure to send you sideways, if not all the way around.
Oh, absolutely, and we're seeing little signs of it here in Pappy's outlap here. Just small little struggles, small little wiggles, and small little slides. They're very, very discreet, but they're definitely there. You can see it in the attitude of the car. And rolling a half-second track limit penalty out of that final sector there, and that is going to slow down his first lap here. Unfortunately, he'll serve that penalty on this lap, so he's just gonna have to try and keep this one a little bit tighter inside those limits there, and try to avoid that penalty next time around.
Yeah, I can certainly attest to the M6 being, like I said, a really solid race car. And admittedly, when I first started racing this car, boy, I did not like it at all. But after having driven it, for the, first third, maybe the first half of the league that I was running it in, I actually really fell in love with this car, and it is today. It is one of my favorite cars. But I'll tell you, after not driving it for a little while, you get back into it, and that car will step out on you, and rather quickly. Much like the Toyota Supra, actually, they kind of really handle much the same. Obviously, the BMW being the heavier of the two cars, and it really does drive like it too. The car can be a little bit much setting up for your preparation coming into the corner and trying to hit that apex, much like the Corvette. In fact, you really have to get your setup coming into the corner just absolutely on point. Coming out of the corner, you cannot get too heavy on that throttle.
Absolutely, and the Supra is a pretty good example, actually. I mean, I'm very well versed with that Toyota Supra in the game. It's ultimately the car that I had the most miles on in Gran Turismo 7. It's definitely the car I feel most confident and comfortable in. And yeah, it's the same thing. It's just got that turbo low end RPM range torque in the car like the BMW does. The only difference is the BMW has a little more horsepower under the hood, obviously due to the sheer size and weight of the car in comparison to that Supra. But
Yeah.
very similar in their driving styles. You need to be very patient with them. You need to give them the time to rotate, because if you don't, the understeer kicks in, and once that understeer kicks in, it is very hard to get that thing to pull back in.
Oh, for sure. And the oversteer can't be understated as well, because it can be quite the handful as well.
And a lot of times the oversteer is in contribution to turbo lag. Obviously, both cars are turbo assist setup style race cars. And if you let your RPM drop too low, for those of us that are wondering why your turbo cars all of a sudden just spin out for you for no reason, even if you're going, say, from third to fourth gear, it's because of turbo lag. So the turbo has lost that optimum RPM range in its spooling, so when you do upshift, it doesn't lose any of its power. But if you let the RPMs slow down too much and the turbo loses that spool, it takes time to spool the turbo up, and then what happens is that turbo lag is the time it's taken for the turbo to spool up. So once the turbo to spool back up and giving full maximum power output, it puts it immediately to the rear wheels, and the car's not prepared for that. The wheels spin, typically catches the driver off guard, and that'll create essentially a forced oversteer moment because the rear end just kicks whichever way you're turning the car.
Yeah, indeed, it will too. And with the quickness, and you've got to be very, very minimal actually on your inputs to gather that car back up. You got to be quick with it, but it's got to be a minimal steering input because otherwise you get that mega snap out of the rear end and it'll just send you completely around.
Absolutely, absolutely, and my mechanic crew has band-aided my Supra several times for that exact reason. So
Yeah, lots of duct tape. We're proficient in the use of it.
absolutely. All right, we're just keeping
But
an eye on the
anyhow,
streams here. Everything seems to be still moving and grooving.
um, yeah, looking at Happy Pappy's first couple of laps here. A little bit short on the time that I can guarantee he's hoping to be able to put in here today, but still this lap and one more remaining for him to pick it up.
He really locked it in that
Definitely
second
a
lap compared to that first lap. I mean, that was a solid 2 second difference there. So
yeah.
I think that was taking my time kind of on the first hot lap, realizing that the tires aren't going to be quite where he wants them yet, and just kind of put in a soft lap. And then the car felt good coming into the first sector on that next lap and just kind of sent it. So I think that was kind of the way that it seems to me, anyways. That's kind of the way that's played out on paper. And I mean, he isn't letting up now. He is definitely in go mode here. So
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And a 141.2, definitely a respectable time. I couldn't touch that when I jumped on track earlier in the practice lobby. Again, probably due to the rather nasty headache I was having, and it only made it worse. But that being said, he is picking up the pace here. So let us see what he can do for this final lap. Now, that last lap obviously didn't show that. But his third lap, definitely a 141.2, not a terrible lap at all. So definitely going to be interesting to see how he handles this final lap here.
and he looks good so far. I mean, he's in good lines here, and this racer is on controller as well. So for those of us that are wondering why you see that little bit of subtle movement side to side in his car on a straightaway, that is just the signs and indication of a controller driver. It's very hard to keep the car perfectly in a straight line on controller. Just a little bit of slightest movement in the joystick will create just a little bit of turning in the wheel. And that's why you'll see drivers on the racetrack, especially if you're racing against them, you see a little bit of side-to-side glitchy movement. It looks like it's not lag. That's just a controller driver, and you have to be spatially aware of that because it's just a part of driving on a controller. Some drivers handle it better than others. Some are very, very wobbly. Some keep it in a pretty good straight line. But at the end of the day, there's a little bit of variation in their side-to-side movement when you're on a controller. So
Yeah, for sure. And it really, some drivers, very few of them, to my knowledge, will actually use the directional pads rather than the joystick. And that right there, boy,
140,
howdy.
141.5. I double checked it.
Yeah.
But still, a great
Yeah,
lap there from Pappy.
141.5.
Absolutely. I mean, Pappy has been a solid pro-am driver for many seasons here at the GTRC community, and his pace has been, especially over the last few months, really picking up. And to see come in right down in that mid to low 141 range, almost popping into the 40s there, that's a good set of qualifying laps for Happy Pappy, in my opinion, right there.
For sure, and it's two good laps. Again, just 3/10 of a second off the pace of each lap, and that's good. That's good. 3/10 of a second, like you say, that's about the range that these drivers are really going to shoot for, and a good indicator of a good, clean, fast driver.
No, absolutely, and that was a great job there by Happy Pappy and a long time racer here at the Gran Turismo racing community too. So we're always excited to see the long time standing members back out and here to compete for another championship season. We love to see that.
Yeah, no doubt. And obviously, that's a good indicator of a well run and well oiled machine there in the league admins and whatnot. It takes a lot of work to run a league, and so you get drivers that continue to return for your leagues. It's definitely things are being done adequately for sure.
Absolutely, and I mean, practice makes perfect. It takes you can't learn how to run the best possible championship that you could provide for a community until you run championships. I mean, you gotta make the mistakes, you gotta learn from the mistakes, you gotta rely on the driver's feedback, you gotta take the driver's feedback seriously,
Yeah.
and make adaptive changes from one season to the next to suit what I would consider priority changes. Changes that may maybe involve the overall safety of the racers on track during competition, or those unforeseen situations that you never thought of or didn't think in a million years you'd ever see on track, and it happened, right? So, just to cover those little things like that, and then at the end of the day, that's just to tighten up the procedures and how efficiently things run from a championship season to the next.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know firsthand. We've seen it. We've been involved in enough leagues to know that it's not very often that a first season of a league goes over well. However, in your case, um, that was not the case. The prototype season went over very well, and I quite thoroughly enjoyed it myself. And I
Oh,
know that all the rest of the drivers did too, because um, it's apparent that they are all looking forward to a season two of prototype Division One racing.
they really are. We've been getting a lot of positive feedback from the racing community overall for the just recent prototype championship that finished up. And although it's not going to be what's coming next, it's definitely been taken very seriously. And we have yet to have our season end driver inquiry that we like to do at my page. So um, definitely going to be looking forward to see what other feedback comes from the overall racing community once we go ahead and proceed with that part of our season. So, and that's just to touch base on what we were just talking about here. Yeah, listening to your drivers, taking their feedback seriously. Now, just because a suggestion comes across to an administration team, it doesn't mean that should be what needs to happen. But you do need to take it seriously, because behind every suggestion or idea is potentially a little nugget in there that could potentially help progress things in a much efficient or maybe more progressive forward manner. So you got to take it seriously. You got to look at everything, and then of course, depending on your situation and what you got going on, adapt to any changes that need to be changed, or if it ain't broken, don't fix it, type thing. But the feedback's really important.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely, everything must be taken into consideration when you're speaking to the racers who have raced in the league. You're not talking to the admin. You're talking about the ones that actually experience what is going out there on track. Speaking of on track, we're gonna get a look at Team Rad's Petrolhead here. Another one of Team Rad's very experienced, very fast racers. Chosen the Corvette, going to be quite the handful to get around this track at a high rate of speed. Looking very good on his outlap, keeping it nice and crisp and tidy here at the first section of Barcelona. Going to be very interesting to see where he has come in, and thus far he is in the purple, which is a good sign there.
Yeah, it has him placed at about a 140.57 currently right now, maybe 5.6, if he maintains the projected timing here from our live timing sections on the racetrack. But we'll see where he's at here as he gets down to the next timing sector, which should be coming right around the sweeping corner here. I can't remember the names of the corner here for some reason today. Again, it's hot. My mind is just not working well this week. The memory banks are definitely on low.
Yeah, I hear that. It's definitely been quite the trying week with the amount of heat, high heat that we've had here. And it'll zap a brain like right now. It's the first thing to go.
So projected right now at about 140.8, so losing a little bit of time in the middle part of the racetrack, and that is where the Corvette is most certainly going to struggle. It's a lot of tight, sharp corners in the mid part of the racetrack here, and it's just not what this car likes to do. Beautiful car, love this car, huge fan.
Oh yeah.
But not so nimble. And the drivers opting to take this car definitely got their work cut out for him here. And to drop a starting lap at a 140.916 in this car is actually a really good starting lap for this car. The potential for Team Rad's Petrohead, who is coming in this season as defending champion from the Group 2 season as well. You can see that nice new shiny star on his Corvette there, front row and center proud there, right in front of the Team Rad logo. So he's going to be looking to perform well here in qualifying. He's going to want to defend his title coming into this GT3 season, and he knows the competition is picking up this season. So he definitely wants to try and maximize everything he can get out of this car in qualifying. It's not going to be ideal due to the situation with the car track combination for him, but he just needs to get himself in where he needs to be, and then he can worry about Monza, which will be August 3rd, round number 1. And Monza will most certainly be very well suited for Petrohead's Corvette.
Oh yeah, for sure. That'll be a great first round for him to open up the season in the Corvette. Definitely lots of torque under this car as well. Much like the BMW we spoke of earlier, you can very easily get yourself into some trouble with a bit of a heavy foot in this car. But thus far, looking really tidy. It was purple during his last sector, holding it nice and crisp to the apex there, floating it out wide again, coming in tight to the apex, and this looks like it's a good run. Yeah,
it is a very good lap. It is a low 40 there for sure. 140.297 there for Petrohead. He will take that overall fastest lap in session 2 here right now.
Yeah, very nearly into the 139s, which we haven't seen yet, but I do suspect we will see some drivers, especially if a couple of names we had mentioned before the broadcast here end up showing up and putting in some qualifying times to enter into the season, then we'll certainly provided any major mishaps, as we will see the 139s coming out of some of these drivers here today, and potentially Rad Petrolhead here definitely has the potential and the skill to be able to pull that off as well. So even a dive, even a dive into the very high 138s is potentially probably right at the very lowest times that we'll see, but can't put it out of the realm of possibilities with some of the drivers we may be having coming into the qualifying here today.
Oh, absolutely. And Petrol down just a little bit there on that most recent fastest lap, but that's still going to place him in a very good lap time and will be his second fastest lap if he maintains at that. But he gained a lot of time in the final sector the last time around, so if he can just keep that nice and tight like he did in lap number 3 there, he's in good shape here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And he's nailed those 2 corners right there, just absolutely banging.
And another low 140 right there. Yeah, that was a doozy at 140.450, and that is going to put Petrohead right there with his teammates, Hairraiser and Doug, currently without the final lap he recorded. The difference between the time right now between the 3 Team Rad drivers is incredibly close, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, they are very, very equally balanced racers, which is the great thing. And we still have one more potential lap here from Petrolhead. He may lay down even faster time yet, although right now he's looking to be 23 hundredths of a second over his fastest time thus far. But that could easily be reeled back in and then some, perhaps at this middle section of the racetrack right here. If he hits this good and then apexes really good on the final, and that was a good run right there. That was a great line through there, very tidy line, fast line through there. And again, right here, he looks like he may be up on his time now.
It's gonna be very close. It's definitely gonna be very close. That was a very tidy mid sector there, and he's only down a tenth, essentially a little over. And again, we said it time and time again, it can be easily made up in this final sector here, but he's already kind of nailed this sector on those last two laps. So if there's any room for it to be any more
Ooh.
perfect, he needs it right now.
Yeah, tiny little bit of a bobble there, a little heavy on the loud pedal. We may see that play out. However, that little bit of a slide sometimes can do a feller some good. And oh boy, ooh,
140.461. So this is why he's our
wow.
current defending champion here, ladies and gentlemen. Very great qualifying run there from Team Rad's Petrolhead, and wow, I gotta tell you, those three Team Rad drivers right now, I think overall combined total, they're separated by less than a tenth of a second between the three of them. That's just off the top of my head. I
Yeah.
don't have a sheet in front of me or anything. I do. I could go look, I suppose, but um, yeah, incredibly close, incredibly close. So,
Yeah, and those are
ooh
some
boy.
incredibly consistent times there. Lap 3, 4, and 5, just 2 tenths of a second difference there. Extremely well done to Petrolhead there. Definitely very quick driver, and the potential there for him and for the other aforementioned rad drivers. I mean, Doug, obviously, 4 championship wins, looking for that fifth. Probably gonna have to step it up a little bit there, Doug, because Hair Razor and Petrolhead nipping at your heels there, my friend.
But you know,
Yo, Mr.
at the end of the day, I do believe that the top qualifier is still carrying a 10-10 sim racing tag in front of him. So go Pick'ems.
Indeed, facts. Indeed, he absolutely is a very, very quick driver. Indeed, and definitely always in the talks for contentions for a championship.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously, me and Nolander have a fun little rivalry in a sense, kind of going that goes on behind the scenes between the two of us. So, with that being said, you just never know what might stem from that, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed, might be some a bit of something later on down the road, and
Well, you
yeah,
know, I sure hear
qualifying.
I sure hear our drivers get together and talk a lot of smack. So I mean, at some point, I think that the front lines are going to have to shake down here. I don't know.
Well, and that's the greatest thing too. About our two teams is they're really very closely related teams. They are on track very much together, and really help to push one another along in the overall racecraft and speed, and so the friendly rivalry is definitely a bonus for both of our teams.
Oh, absolutely. And we have Sir Apex a lot here now, and I believe that this is teammate to Zascar 88, if I'm not mistaken, and also opting in the Porsche 911 here. And I believe that this is the team owner over at that small organization there as well that entered this season. And like I said, I believe it's comprised of 4 drivers competing here this season. So this will be the second driver, I believe, in that new group of drivers that has come in. So let's see what Sir Apex a lot has here for us, because his teammates Ascar 88 look very proficient there on the racetrack. So it's gonna be interesting to see what Apex has here for us now.
Yeah, indeed. And no surprise that they're both running the Porsche. Teammates definitely tend to share information, obviously, being teammates. And when one driver really gets a handle on a car, they're able to easily relay that information to other drivers. And oftentimes you will see teammates running in the same car.
Well, absolutely, and um, it just makes it easier on the team play side of things to do exactly that, relay that information. You know, in my situation where I've got I think 9 drivers this season, and I'm pretty sure 9 different cars entered in this season with the 9 drivers, trying to take enough time to be able to efficiently help each individual driver with their combination can be very difficult. Um, because you have to quickly adapt to each car for in order to help, as said, whichever teammate it is that needs some assistance. So sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes they're faster than I am because I just can't make that adaptation that day. But uh, yeah, it's definitely a team advantage to have be running similar cars because really the only difference at that point comes down to the driver's driving style.
Well, yeah, and you kind of touched on it a little bit there. You know, really, drivers, it happens all the time. It happens to all of us. We're all very, very familiar with having an off day in racing, and so therefore, if that off day happens to come on qualifying day, oh boy, howdy. But you really, really sometimes with some drivers, you cannot absolutely count them out. Just because they have a bad qualifying does not at all mean that they won't be right there with the front of the pack come race day.
I got my hand up in the air. That is exactly the case for me. I do not qualify well. I never qualify well. It's like my Achilles heel in racing for some reason. Ready to watch me bomb this
Yeah.
qualifying tonight? You got this, Alpha. You got this, brother. Um, but I mean, put me in a semi long distance or very long distance race, and I will be one of those drivers up in the top 5, top 6 by the end of the night.
Oh, for sure. For sure, and I'm much the same myself. It's very, very rare that I ever qualify um, to the best of my abilities. As qualifying, I just get really, really nervous. And in fact, during a season, um, throughout the first portion of an endurance race, I'm really nervous, and then I really start to settle in and start to lay down the good quality, consistent laps. Not so much pushing the car as much, just really calm down, let the car kind of do its own thing, and just respond adaptively to what I am capable of doing on any given race day.
Absolutely, and it's funny you touched on that because that's exactly it. Endurance racing, you make that early mistake. You've got time to make up for that mistake. That plays a different mental attitude when you're behind the wheel of a race car. Where if you're in a 5 or a 6 lap sprint race, and you make that mistake early on in the race, immediately your mindset is, I got no chance now, and you start to overdrive the car, and then you can, one mistake compounds into another mistake, which compounds into another mistake, and then you end up not necessarily having a good race. So I think that plays a large part of it too, and I do notice that within the racing community is that some drivers definitely prefer to sprint race, and some drivers definitely prefer to do long distance.
Yeah, myself, I'm kind of on the fence. I thoroughly enjoy the the strategy aspect of endurance racing. However, that being said, I'm just not any good at it. So myself, I really enjoy the much shorter sprint racing. I tend to do better. But I gained the most experience and knowledge from doing the endurance racing. So it's really kind of a double-edged sword there. You really want to kind of get a good, well-rounded basis of both styles of racing. And that's really probably going to advance a driver better than, say, just doing sprint races or just doing endurance races. It gets you a little more well-rounded, I think.
Absolutely, and I mean, sprint racing for me, I have to keep in my mindset that I'm just here for fun and just seat time. Because at the end of the day, I know I'm probably going to make that mistake, or or B, I'm going to overdrive the car and force the mistake, and ultimately I'm going to wreck my own race. And that typically is the case in sprint racing. But in endurance racing, if I can make it past the first 3 laps without having that incident, typically I'm just going to move and groove and just run my strategy, my plan, and you know, when the dust settles and the lights go down on the track, you are where you are. So
For sure, boy howdy, and this is going to be really interesting to see here as
he's got a
Apex
nice
a lot
lap
here
here.
comes across the line. Yeah, and look at that consistency between lap 2 and 3, just 500ths of a second off from one another, and then he comes in and he lays down the 140.72 is what I've got on my screen
That's
here.
what I'm seeing here as well. So we just seen a lobby reset before this driver came out, so that's why we're seeing this driver also currently holding fastest lap. But the fastest lap actually belongs to his teammate currently, Zascar 88. And that was a 140.2, I believe. Petrolhead, pardon me, with a 140.2. He actually overtook Zascar, pardon me. Had a little brain
Yeah, I
fart
think
there.
he ended up with a 140.3, so just in behind
Yep.
there. And I'll tell you what, these the pro division for this championship looking rather stacked, and the times thus far incredibly close. I have high hopes for the entertainment value that is going to come from the pro division here.
Infinite Octane Racing Team. All right, so we were just trying to catch a glimpse of the side door of this racing Porsche, so we could try and figure out what IORT means, because we clearly see that on the side of the door. It means I already forgot.
Yeah, really great looking livery. Absolutely
Infinite
loving that.
Octane Racing Team. Infinite Octane Racing Team. All right. We're learning about these guys as we're going, and you know what? That's the best thing about the paint booth option here in Gran Turismo 7. We get to custom design our own paint jobs for our racing cars. Plus, we also have the ability
Yeah.
to upload our own personal decals or decals, depending on how you pronounce it, into the game as well to suit our needs. So you really, can personalize your car to you, to your personality, to who you are if you want, or in a lot of the case now, we use it to display our teams. For example, Team Rad from Nolander, myself, Ten Tenths Racing, and we use we have logos designed that go on the cars, and then the drivers personalize their stuff around those logos. But yeah, we're learning about these guys, and you can pick up a lot about the driver just based off of the paint job on their car sometimes.
Well, I'm telling you what I'm learning about this driver. Some racing intelligence here. We can see lap 2 and lap 3, super duper consistent, just 500ths of a second off from each other. And then lap 4 and 5, he really laid it down in just 3/10ths of a second off from each other, but both very good lap times coming from Apex a lot here. Just 3/10ths of a second, as I said. Off from the pace from one lap to another. Really good overall time. So great qualifying session from Sir Apex out there.
Absolutely, and look out for the Infinite Octane Racing Team here this season, apparently, because the first 2 drivers that have come out of this very small group that have joined in here this season have been very quick, and they are in the top 6 here in qualifying. So I do suspect that they are probably going to hold that spot up at the top lobby with those times right now, based off of what we have been seeing. So far here in qualifying, the drivers really struggling to get those 40s. So the drivers that dropped to 39s, look out.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, we have a bit of an idea of who those drivers will be if our suspicions are confirmed and they do come in and qualify either here today or at a later date, whether or not they actually end up signing up for the league and getting involved and stay for the duration and are able to make all the races. Those are certainly the drivers to be contended with.
Absolutely, and we're just checking on all the chats here. Everything looked good. All right, so I believe we're seeing the first of the look at Renault here coming out on track, if I'm not mistaken. And I am correct, so the Renault
Ooh, I know. Yeah, indeed.
RS01 coming out to play here, and I
Yeah,
believe that this
fantastic car.
is another member of the IORT, if I'm not mistaken. So the third member of that team now coming out to qualify. It seems like they're all coming out together here. So again, you typically not surprised to see that. Again, just the team working together. That is a great thing to see.
Oh, for sure. And I can tell you from recent experience, this RS01 is going to be a fantastic car for this racetrack. I wouldn't be surprised to see some really good lap times coming. Great job gathering that car up right there. Had a big wobble there, but managed to hold it together. And there is what I was speaking about earlier. The thing with the RS01 that I have the greatest difficulties with is those slow speed corners. You can really lose it, but the high speed corners, you can just send it. A very good handling car.
Absolutely, and a little bit of a tough outlap here. You can see really trying to force the heat into the tires. Maybe that's part of the driver's strategy here, but really trying to push the car hard here on the outlap. And again, I just only assume that is to try and warm the tires up here, so he's ready to get a good flyer here on this first crack. But it definitely has a couple of moments here at the back end of this car. And again, this is a technical style mid-rear engine car, in my opinion. It does require a lot of practice and a lot of skill to drive, and we'll see what he's got.
Yeah, for sure. The Renault's definitely a handful. It can step out on you real easily in the slower corners. But as I said earlier, overall, a really good, solid base for a race car. It handles incredibly well.
And right now it says 0.088. I'm not sure if that's on. It'll be on the fastest lap. So I mean, he's in the 140 range currently through the first sector there.
Yeah, definitely looking nice and solid coming around here into the mid section of the track. Now, this is the most difficult portion of this racetrack. That corner right there, the little bit of undulation that there is there, you don't think that it's much until you hit it going 2 miles an hour too fast, and that car will step out on you due to the inner curve, the downhill curve on that corner, and then the undulation changes just as you come back out of it to the opposite way, which can really affect your race car.
He's got a pretty good lap, it looks like, going here. I missed the live timing sector where he was in that last time around. I was really dialed in on what you were saying there, but let's see what he's got here. It looks good. I don't know if it's going to be a 40 this time around, but if anything, it's definitely going to be a low 41.
It looks like he's going to get a 40 just barely out.
140.9. 140.9 I got here on the screen. So he did nip in there. So
yep.
again, another quick driver. We're starting to see the 140s coming into play a lot more consistently here in session number 2 now. So a lot of these drivers maybe were just sitting back a little bit, wanted to see the first initial group of racers go, kind of try to figure out where that line needed to be. And I think now we're starting to see these drivers have that number in their head, and they know kind of where they want to be when they come out on track now, based off what they've seen here so far today.
Yeah, and here at the beginning of his third lap, he's sitting purple so far and looking really nice and tidy in the Renault. Again, I suspect this car would do very well for a person who is able to handle it in the lower speed corners. It is not at all the fast speed corners you got to worry about in this car. It is certainly the lower. Ooh, and a little bit sideways there, but handles it beautifully. And I don't think he lost a split second of time there. That was incredibly well done.
No, I agree, and he's down a fair bit there, almost 0.6 of a second there currently right now. So a little bit out of the 140 range on this time around, but a couple of little bobbles on this lap compared to that first time around too, and that most certainly will make a difference.
For sure. And this is one of those cars, actually, that when it does get sideways, you kind of just got to let it go. Obviously, to a point, you let it go too far, and it's not a good thing. But I've noticed myself, if you just kind of let it happen, the car will recover itself. Much like, obviously in real life racing, just kind of let go of the wheel, let the car do its thing and straighten out. It is very similar here in sim racing. If anybody doesn't have that kind of experience in real life versus and just only experiencing it on sim racing, it is much the same in the fact that the car is going to do what the car is going to do. And if you try to change what the car naturally wants to do, that's when you're going to get yourself in trouble. So just because a car steps out from you, potentially all you need to do is adjust your throttle input and the car will recorrect itself.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, especially in the case of these mid-rear engine cars.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And we touched on it a little bit earlier, the importance of your throttle control in the mid-rear engine cars. It cannot be understated or overstated for that matter, because it is absolutely crucial to the overall handling of the car. A little bit less gas in some portions, and more often than not, a little bit more gas will actually save you if you don't go over a certain limit. Anyways, a little bit more power coming out of the corner is going to really lay it down. Ooh, that was a nice crisp line there on that final corner there.
Absolutely. Very curious to see what he's got going on here. And just missing the 40 mark there, I believe. I think that just 141.1. Looking very solid out here in the Renault. And, this car was definitely on my short list. I always consider when I'm the broadcaster, if I were to enter the series, what would I choose? And why are the
Yeah.
reasons I would choose that? And the biggest reason for me is being a team owner. I need that information in my mind so that I can help the team drivers come to a conclusion on their thought process as well. Because obviously, with a growing team, is a good way to put it right now. Um, it's so hard to get all the information out that you want to get out to every individual person. It gets harder and harder to find individual time for each individual person. So, just having, in my opinion, this is what I would take, and this is why I would take that. That just gives them that much more information. They'll make an informed decision for themselves, and every driver has a different preference as well. So you can't tell them what they're going to drive. You have to leave them choose on their own, but you can definitely give your input on certain cars as well, and I think that's really important. So that's the way I like to approach things with every series that the drivers are entering or I'm broadcasting for, if that's the case. And I think that that is a good starting process when you have a large group of racers trying to sort out, in this case, an open Group 3 championship, which cars that they're going to use for the season.
Yeah, for sure. And the tracks, and not only the tracks, but the order in which those tracks are going to come is going to really play a big part in factoring in what decisions are to be made when it comes to that car choice, right? Because certain cars obviously are going to do better on certain tracks than other cars.
And 140.455 there from Ezreal. Is that what I'm seeing there? Actually, I'm seeing
One,
a 141.2 when I do the timing reset.
yep, yep.
I feel, although the
So super
fastest lap came
consistent.
up there, the fastest lap came up was a 140.455. That leads me to believe that that is actually what that lap was. And because that was the final lap, and it is most certainly the fastest lap in this particular lobby since the reset. So I think if one of the admins are listening, you may want to double check that with the driver. And if the driver's watching, make sure you take a screenshot, please, just so we can double verify. Because I believe we should have a 140.9 and a 140.4 based again off of what we see on our screen.
Yeah, and once again, we've hit
And
an
I am gonna
inconsistency there because my screen showed a
screenshot
bit
that
different.
just in case. All right.
I did manage to get the screenshot of it, but I
Just in
did
case.
show a 140.930 on lap two.
Yep.
Um, and then the next fastest lap that I'm showing was a 141.114. So I'm guessing it's probably about time to do a lobby reset again.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. We'll see if they caught that or not. But The only reason why I even question it is because the fastest lap did change on that final time across the line, and I was watching the live timer when he came across the line, and I was holding my breath there thinking we were going to see that first 39 because he was very close there. And there we go. Doug reset it. They're watching the stream. I know they are.
Yeah, they're on point. They're on point. Oh my goodness.
And
okay, buddy.
Again, just at the limits and the mercy of what we got for our platform. So we just work around all the little quirkiness of the game. And I mean, clearly we're used to it because we have a procedure for it. So you see a 140.455. I think that's what his last lap was as well. I always try to make sure to pay attention to the live timing as the drivers come across that point of the line, just so I can reference that, because for that reason, just for that reason.
Are we going to get a good look at 10 Tenths Subi Mark now? Is that who's coming in to qualify?
It is Subi Mark coming in. And
our
our only UK driver currently on 10 Tenths Simracing right now. We've definitely been actively looking for some more drivers in his neck of the woods there for him to obviously just have more teammates to race with at a better time zone that works for him. But, you know, there's a lot of racers out there, and there's a lot of racers that are out there on teams now. It's getting harder and harder to find racers to fill up the ranks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, indeed I do. So, and I found that a lot when starting to put together Rad at the beginning of that. It was a chore. It was a chore. You can't just be like, oh, hey, you're looking to join a team. Well, come on and join the team. No, it's got all the you have to hit all the points, right? Like you have to first and foremost for Team Rad is you have to be a very clean racer. That racing etiquette is first and foremost on Team Rad. I know that within 10 tenths, that is the same. Of course, you know, pace can always come later. You can always get faster, and every driver is that way. It doesn't matter how much you know until you reach the potential of the car on said track. Then the potential of the driver can always improve until, like I said, you've maxed out that car on that track, and it cannot be done any faster, which is pretty rare, to be honest. Like you can always shave, even if it's a thousandth of a second, you're still shaving time. But to go back to what you were saying about teams and filling the team up, it's definitely, there's a process to it, and much like you said, I'd have to agree. A good portion, if you're a good fast clean racer, you're likely to be on a team already. So yeah, I totally concur.
And we had Lucky Alpha coming into the YouTube channel here saying he foresees a 139.675 from Subi Mark. And I'm looking at his outlap here, and he is most certainly in that mid to low 40 range based off that outlap. So, is Alpha going to be right here? This was one of our championship contenders last season, and both championships here as well. And did end up clinching the Audi TT Cup Championship at the end of last season here. So he is essentially the mini-series defending champion this season here as well. And he is most certainly going to be looking to take away that championship star from Team Rad's Petrolhead. He has said so himself. And I got to tell you what, Petrolhead and Mark, they're good friends, and they have got most certainly a healthy competitive rivalry going on in this championship for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if we're looking for anybody to take over the fastest lap thus far out of all the people that are qualified, Subi Mark is most certainly capable of doing that. Definitely capable of hitting our first 139s thus far here on track. Very proficient, quite speedy racer is 10 tenths Subi Mark. No two ways about it.
Man, definitely going to be some bragging rights with Pigham's already qualifying if he can beat his fastest lap as well, right? So, you know, a little extra on the line there for Mark. And I tell you what, him and Pigham's push each other really hard in behind the scene. Oh, and there it is.
There it is.
Oh wow, the first 39 belongs to 1010 Subi Mark, ladies and gentlemen. That is now officially the fastest time here in qualifying today, and setting up to potentially slate him #1 overall if he can match it up with another good lap. So
Yeah,
Alpha,
and
I gotta say, dude, 0.097 seconds off so far with that guess. That's crazy.
yeah.
Um, just gonna say,
Well, and I do believe we're getting our first look at the GTR here on track as well, aren't we?
we're not done yet. He is 8/100ths of a second up right now on that first
Yeah.
lap, and I swear, if he pegs a 1:39.675 as his fastest lap, I will send Alpha $50 to his PayPal like right now, just because that is just too good of a guess.
Right. Yeah, I do believe this is the first GTR we've seen out on track, and a very suitable car for this racetrack. I believe it has just good enough handling to be good on a tight technical course, and then of course the torque behind that race car is incredible.
Now, to the best of my understanding, Mark has transitioned from his controller to his wheel for this championship season. He was really concerned about qualifying leading up. He figured his car was junk, and that first lap tells me differently. So, I'm going to be
Well,
interested
I'll
to
tell you
see
what.
what Mark has to say when I talk to him later in the team server about that. But he is flying today, and it's going
Yeah,
to be
that's
another one.
another 139.
No, not
Oh,
quite.
just off. Just off. But, however, definitely looking super smooth out there from just transitioning from controller to wheel. That does take some time. I know from personal experience, it does take some time to make the transition for it to really click into your brain how different it really is. And so, well done to Ten Tenths Subi Mark there. Incredible first official qualifying lap, and just sending it in this Nissan GTR here. Well done.
And without running the next two laps, that does officially place 1010 Subi Mark as our current fastest qualifier here in the Open Group 3 Season 3 Championship here today as it stands.
Yeah, this, like you said earlier, this is Ten Tenths Subi Mark is one of the drivers that races nearly every day with Team Rad, the UK division, and I, I know him quite well. He is very proficient, very fast. He has really good etiquette as well on track, and just all around racecraft is just on point. This guy, he's good.
He is, absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, qualifying is one thing, but when you get down to the season and the championship starts and you get into these endurance races, you don't have qualifying to suit yourself in the best possible place after round one. It's going to be based off championship
Right.
standings. I mean, it is a different kind of look at the season this season, and the drivers are going to have some adversity they're going to have to face, and he's going to back that up with a 140.131. So, consistency is
One more
most
lap
certainly
to
on
go.
point here from Subi Mark today, and well, new contender in the field here for this season without a question of a doubt based off qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, thus far, um, out of those that we have seen qualify so far, um, some extremely close times. Like I touched on a little bit earlier, the pro division in this league is going to be well exciting.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. You never really know
Stuart,
until you get qualifying underway. Qualifying really starts to tell the story, especially as broadcasters. Immediately it starts to get our imaginations running, it gets our juices flowing, and we're
yeah,
already thinking about which drivers we're looking forward to in round one. You know, the process already starts going. And yeah, I couldn't
yeah.
agree more. I think that the top division is going to be insane this season, and I did touch base. I'm not sure if you were in the chat or not when I touched base on it, but we may very well maybe swap the broadcasting between lobbies between us on alternating weeks, just so we can both get into both divisions and get a look at the full driving field as well.
No, well, now that sounds exciting. Stuart, appreciate you, my guy. Howdy, buddy. How are you, man? Hope all is well with you and yours.
Ooh, and a squash final lap there. Subi Mark is going to pick up that penalty
Yep.
right in the final two corners there across that line, the penalty. So the 150.545 is ill and void, but that is really irrelevant because that was his slowest lap of the whole session. It's going to be a 139.772 and a 140.131 here from Subi Mark, and that is going to place him roughly about 3/10 of a second faster than current top qualifier Ten Tenths Pick'em. So I gotta tell you, the team rivalry is very fresh between these two, and I can't wait to see the smack talk in the server later. Let me tell you what. You were very close. 097 Alpha. 097. That is super
Right,
close,
right.
bro. That was a great guess.
You're great,
For real.
bro. You and your family are keeping well today, dude. Hey, Stuart, appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're all well. I'm super glad to hear that y'all are doing well, also. What was that, my guy?
In my opinion, Alpha, I think Mark owes you a big old thank you for the great prediction. I don't know. You just kind of set the stage for him there, I think.
Wow, absolutely incredible, Stuart. I appreciate your continued support, my guys. 789-day followers from Mr. Stewart.
Get a hashtag Stewart up in the Landers chat. That is a big time. That's 2 years right there.
Yeah, that's right there from the beginning, man. He's been a long time. Again, like I said, certainly grateful for your continued support, my guy, and always a pleasure to see you up in the chat. Glad y'all are doing well. So, just tuning in, man. We have had a fantastic look at these qualifiers here today at Circuit de Barcelona. Quite a hot day racetrack. Looking pretty fast, could be faster, potentially a little bit slower of times than what we would potentially see if the track conditions were somewhat cooler. However, that being said, Mr. Ghost 45 here and I were just talking about it. We think that this Pro Division so far is going to be one exciting division, and I know from past experiences as well that because that happens often, that
I know, chat. My Discord's cutting in and out right now. Just bear with it.
Pro Division, rather. I said that backwards.
Sorry, my Discord was acting up. We only caught bits and pieces of it on my end anyways, but as long as your end caught it, we are all good.
I was just touching on the fact that, we had mentioned that we expect great things as far as entertainment-wise comes from the Pro Division, but that also you cannot count out the Pro-Am division in that realm as well, because the Pro-Am division comes in oftentimes trying to match that of the Pro Division, and they do a stellar job out of it. Sometimes our greatest races come from the Pro-Am divisions.
Absolutely, and I mean, here at the GTRC, we have one specific driver here who's back-to-back now Pro-Am champion in Tron Colby. So, he would normally, in a situation, get the free bump up to that top division in a normal circumstance, but due to the circumstance this season and the amount of driver influx and interest in the series, he is going to have to qualify his way into that top lobby if he really does want into it this season. It's really unfortunate because the GTRC wants to give Tron Colby his upgrade into the pro lobby and give him a season shot there, but obviously due to the difference in the season setup this season, it really does come down to qualifying. So if Tron Colby wants to get some action up in this top lobby here today, he is going to have to get that loud pedal down and get those times in the very low 40s here. It's looking like today to secure that spot up in this top division this season, because the competition through and through the field is going to be intense. And with that being said, some of the normal top lobby drivers that are used to being up in that top lobby here in the GTRC, the returning drivers, are at risk being potentially dropped down to that second lobby in the Pro-Am division, which is also going to intensify the level of competition in that division, because now the normal Pro-Am drivers may have to step their game up to get up to the pace of the potential bubble pro drivers that may be in their division this season.
Oh, sure. It's going to spice things up, mix it up a little bit. No two ways about it. But like you said, Trone Colby, wow, that guy has just, he never ceases to amaze me. And the guy continuously is getting better. He's continuously putting in the work. And I'll tell you what, it really, really shows on track. And man, out of, we'll just say out of just both of our teams, if I had to choose an outsider that was not on either one of our teams for the in the talks of most improved drivers, Trone Colby is definitely right up there at the very top of that list, if not at the top. That guy has been doing amazing.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. It's been a lot of fun watching his transition over the last, I would say, year to 18 months, develop into an extremely efficient Pro-Am racer. And like I said, I mean, he's at the point now where I'd be, I myself, if he was on track with me, would be very, very worried about Trone Colby on track. I mean, I'm a bubble pro division racer myself, in my own opinion. I don't think I'm quite there yet either. Just due to lack of seat time, more than probably anything else right now. But he would be in the back of my mind the whole way around the racetrack, because I've seen that progression come from this driver over several different championships from different communities. So, it may seem a little biased, I guess. Obviously, a member of the community, but it's just I've seen this driver around in so many different leagues throughout the last few months that all that seat time definitely contributes to the improvement in overall his entire racecraft.
Oh yeah, no doubt. He puts in a lot of seat time, and you can really, really see it on track. And the experience that comes from racing in all those different leagues as well, I would have to attribute to a lot of his success, getting on track with many different racers, learning different racing styles and how to be competitive against those different racing styles. The experience that you accrue from racing in league racing is all too much importance. You can't negate it at all. It's certainly a factor in anybody that is got good pace, etiquette, overall racecraft on track. They've probably done a bit of league racing, and if not, if you're out there, come and join us. Jump in. Sign up for the GTRC. Qualifying will continue even after today. You can certainly message one of the admin, get a hold of myself, or GT45 Gaming here on Facebook as well. Both potentially and certainly will hook you up with the guys and or gals that you need to be speaking with. Come and join us on track. Always love to see new racers come and getting involved. And as we touched on earlier, we love to see the racers come in and throughout their careers progress and get faster and build friendships, man. It's really a tight community, and it's, in my opinion, I've said it over and over again, but it can't be understated. The racing community, by far the best gaming community out there in the world, hands down, bar none.
Absolutely. And we got Type R here now out on track. He's got a couple laps in hand here now, a 142 flat and a 141.571, and he's also opting with the BMW here for his priority pick this season. And definitely some great advice from Nolander. I definitely agree full force there. And we just want to make sure that we give Type R his moment in the sun here, so to speak, because, well, it's very sunny in Spain to start with. And he's doing good here. This is right about what I expect to see out of Type R, right about the mid to low 141s. I think he's got more in the tank here. I just don't think he's quite put it all together yet. But 141.571 and a 141.767 here are his current best two running laps. And consistency as well here within this driver within a half second.
Yeah, for sure. And here's the difference, though, in this BMW versus the other one. I do believe this is the M3 we're getting a look at here. And the M3, perhaps a little bit more stable in the corners, but overall not quite as fast, not quite as much torque as the M6. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Is that the M3 we're looking at?
I don't know. Now that you say it, you got me second guessing it. I do believe it is the M6, though.
Really? It may just be the paint scheme
It
that's
could be.
throwing off the body lines for me.
And the only, I think it's just I remember seeing that when he posted his car pics. We have, I think,
Ah,
almost a half dozen drivers that have opted for BMW within their picks. So I'm pretty sure it's the M6. The M3, I think, is a little shorter and a little less stout in the body lines than the M6 is. So, and it sounds quite a bit different as well. I don't have my headset on, so I can't actually hear the car myself right now. But
right.
you can definitely tell the sound between the two. Pretty sure it's an M6 though. We'll get a look at that in a second here, Chad. But again, sometimes the paint schemes of the cars do mask what the cars look like on initial glance, and that does make it difficult as broadcasters. Sometimes a
It is
Porsche,
the M6.
yeah,
It is the M6. The GT3 Sprint 16. I just confirmed it. I
yeah.
just went in and changed the race display from the driver info to the car info, and that's how I confirmed it.
So yeah, it's just the way it has the paint scheme. It kind of shortens
Yeah.
the back end of the car to make it look like the M3 taillight design there. That's what kind of had me
Yeah.
second guessing it too. Was exactly that the way the tail end looked, but there was the stoutness of the car that kind of made me still leaning on the M6 there for sure. Because it's a big boy. It is definitely a big boy.
So very, very consistent on his times there. Again, just 2/10 of a second off from his last 3 laps. Very well done from Type R there. That was a nice qualifying run from him.
And about where I anticipated we'd see Type R, right about those mid 141s to low 141s. And again, this is just, we know the driver very well. M3 is smaller. Yeah. Alpha was in there telling us it was the M6 as well, for sure.
Copy. Yeah. And that's the paint scheme really on that is what made that car. It just looked smaller to me, and that's what made me think that it was the M3. Oh, looky here, y'all. Ten Tenths bar 27 up in the lobby now.
Yes, sir. All right. And owner of GTRC, the Gran Turismo racing community here. So definitely the ringmaster, everything that happens over here in the community. And, he's done a really great job over the last 18 months at growing the community to get the championships to where they are today. So, a huge shout out to Bar and the great team that he's put together behind him to help him continue to progress forward. So excited to see what this season has.
Yeah, me too. And that's one of the things about being a broadcaster and commentator that's kind of a pain in the rear end is we don't get to race in these fantastic leagues.
Oh, I know. I tell you what, last championship seasons, the Group 2 and the Audi TT Cup Series. I mean, oh yeah, I was seriously
Right?
contemplating hiring a broadcaster just so I could race. It was right up my alley. But we love this community, and
Yeah.
we definitely love to be here and do our thing in the booth for the GTRC. And we got Bar 27 out here, the Toyota Supra. Now, in my experience in this car, I've had this car down into very low 140s fairly consistently, but I know this car extremely well. 139s are most certainly possible in this car with the right driver behind the wheel of it. Without a question of a doubt.
No, for sure.
There's a couple of points in this racetrack where this car really struggles to get through. You really got to be patient with it, or it's going to make you pay the price. And you really got to short shift this car in the middle part of this racetrack. You got to basically shift this thing at about half range just to keep it nice and stable. And the car doesn't lose any torque. It's a turbo-powered boost car, and it's a low-range turbo-powered boost car, so it really picks up the speed in the lower-end gears. The third gear really is the Toyota Supra's best friend in this situation here. And you're going to see Bar downshift to that in third gear and then back up into fourth gear. Ideally coming through there will maximize your exit speed, but safe lap, cold tires, smart driving right now on the out lap here from Bar 27. And it's going to be interesting to see what he's got. Hopefully, I would love to see Bar into the low 40s here with this car. I know that would make him very happy, and you know, Bar, with all the work that he does behind the scenes for the community and the organization, does not necessarily get a lot of seat time for himself, so his racing has been suffering over the last couple seasons, just all the hard work he's been putting in. So he's in my car. I mean, he's in my car, so I'm definitely going to work hard with Bar this season when we can get the chance, and see if we can get him dialed in this season and see what he can do with this thing, because this honestly would be my priority pick if I were racing this season. I would try a couple of different cars as well, just for the fun of it, but ultimately I would come back to the Toyota Supra because I just, again, really confident in this car.
Well, you know, many that know me know that my favorite race car in Gran Turismo 7, and my favorite car in real life is actually the Porsche. That being said, wanting to just gain experience from and racing knowledge from racing other cars, the very next car that I went to was the Supra, and I'll tell you what, almost immediately when I jumped into the Supra, I was considerably faster in the Supra. And for myself, I have to say that out of the cars that we have seen thus far, I think that the Supra is probably the most well balanced for this track in particular. It has really good handling in both slower corners, faster corners. It has the top end speed. It's got torque for days on that little car. So that being said, if you can handle the throttle and your gearing on this car, I think that potentially it could be one of the fastest cars around this track in particular.
Absolutely. I mean, the Toyota Supra has suffered a couple of BOP changes over the last 2 or 3 months, over the last few updates that has slowed it down a little bit. The car was a beast in a straight line. It was the fastest Group 3 car for sure in an overall top speed straight line for quite some time. They have taken a little bit out of it, but really all they did to the Supra was just really ultimately balance it out better. So they nerfed it again, and that nerf definitely affected the car a little bit. You notice it is a lot more competitive now in long run line straight runs. It's actually a little bit underpowered in comparison to cars like the Corvette in a sense now in a straight line, but still very solid, stable car. But it's the rear end of this car that really shies drivers away from it. It is a very spicy, torquey car on the low end, and if you do not have a sensitive throttle foot, you're going to struggle in this car.
Oh yeah, no two ways about it. The thing that we didn't touch on earlier is that RS01. People might think that because due to it being a mid-engine rear-wheel drive car, that car actually has really, really great top-end speed. I know that the last time that I was racing it, I was able to reach like 174 miles an hour in that car, which for most mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in the Lambo.
No.
Certainly not going to happen in the Porsche. It's certainly not going to happen in the RCZ. Although, however, the RCZ for us Americans here, I like to say it both ways from time to time, it actually has really good top-end speed. It's not lacking in a top-end speed. That's another one of the very, very well-rounded cars potentially we may see here out on track today. But right now, Bar looking extremely consistent in those times, a 141.571 and a 141.512, just 600ths of a second off from each other's time.
I got a little bit of a different time there, so just give it a little click through there. I got a 141.5 and a 141.199 was that last lap around, so that was a good improvement here. And safe laps, those are definitely safe laps in this car. That is a feeler lap, getting the car kind of hooked up. It actually does take a couple laps for this car to really start to feel right around Barcelona. And surprisingly enough, to touch base on what you're saying earlier, this car actually isn't as well suited around the racetrack as you would suspect here. The understeer that's now in this car due to that last nerf update around these high speed corners actually really makes this racetrack challenging because the car just does not want to bite on high sweepers. It wants to push out on you, which forces you to downshift and lose momentum in order to kind of keep apex speed up, essentially, right? So
Right.
it's a little bit of a boat just in that one sector of the racetrack, but overall, I mean, the car, if you can get it to roll through the apex and be patient and use that third gear to your advantage, the car is a competitive car on any track, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's always been a really spicy car. I mean, this car is it's spicy. It will get sideways on you with a quickness. And overall, not quite as fast of a lap as Barr would have liked to have seen for himself during his first 2 laps. However, that last lap, he did dip into the 140s, and so overall picking up the pace considerably, 0.3 of a second up from his 3rd lap there.
Absolutely, that was a good lap there, 140.938, and like I said, ultimately, I think to stay in that top lobby right now, the way things are setting up today here, you need to be in the 40s. I mean, that's just cut and dry.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
You were a little off on that one, Alpha. 130, 139, 837, I think that says in the chat. Bar would love to smoke that lap, I tell you what.
Yeah, I think any one of our drivers at this point would love to touch on that time.
And the Supra does have it in it. It most certainly does around here. But like I said, unfortunately, I think in my hands, it's just a little out of my reach right now. But in the right hands with the right driver, maybe Pebe, for example, just to throw a name out there, I know he's quite proficient with this car as well. Or Piggums as another example as well with this car. Potentially could very easily hit the 39s with it, I think. I think it's just a little bit out of my reach currently right now with this car.
Yeah, speaking of Piggums in this car, I think that is, for me, when you say Piggums, automatically I think of him in the Toyota Supra, because for a very long time that was his car of choice, for sure.
He did definitely toss it up this season for the season. Obviously, he knows the car extremely well. He's very confident in the car, but he wanted to challenge himself this season as well. So the new car came out, and he didn't even think twice about it. He's like, "Yep, I'm gonna run that turd." Is pretty much how he puts it.
Right. So overall, I think he probably Bar's looking at still being on the bubble right there with the 141.199 and the 140.938. He's probably still right on the bubble of pro.
He's just a little bit behind newest team rad driver Mike Mates, I think, right now with that combined total. I would put him probably maybe 3.5, 4/10 of a second in behind Mike right now. So I mean, right at the beginning, the first driver was Mike Mates, and we immediately posted him right on that bubble list, and it kind of seems to be the case here, doesn't it?
Yeah. That being said, overall, great job from Bar 27 there. Again, owner of the GTRC, the Gran Turismo Racing Community. And again, like I said earlier, has done a fantastic job with the leagues as of late, and really coming on strong into what the potential of the GTRC has and can offer to you racers out there. Like we said earlier, you're sitting on the fence about joining a league and getting in do some racing, I highly recommend you get a hold of one of the admin or myself or GT45 Gaming and jump on in. You're not going to get as good of experience in racing as you can with league racing, and you're also not going to learn nearly as much as you would just being out there on the track by yourself, or say being in daily races. It's just not going to happen. You really get to know drivers, you get to know different driving styles, and you can perhaps tweak your own driving style a little bit and then find out that tweakage of that driving style will better suit your overall driving style.
Absolutely. Miho in the chat saying long time no see, buddy. Good luck with the new league. Hey, appreciate it. Don't be a stranger. Come on in and check out the action every Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern time, my guy. All right, so we do have Superboy, who is going to
be in there, buddy.
Be next out on track, it appears. I lost my process there for a second. And this is now the second driver, actually, we're going to see come out in that newest, which is kind of a a catch-22 word. The newest car to Gran Turismo 7, but definitely not a new car by any stretch of the imagination. This is the, I believe, 2018 Honda NSX Edition GT3 race car here out on track, but this one's kind of an iconic one, and it's fun. It's fun. I think it actually might be, it's not even an 18, is it? I think it's older. I think it's like a 98. I can't remember, but Pickham's came out in this car earlier. He was holding that fastest qualifier for a little while until teammate.
My guy.
There we go.
500 2000.
Perfect. Year 2000 model. I don't like to misinform. We like to try and get it right. So glad that we had no liner to go and double check that. So 2000 Honda NSX. But you know, we did see Pickham's put this thing around the track very efficiently in the first session there, and again was holding the fastest qualifying time there for quite some time until teammates to be marked just recently took it away. So the potential is most certainly there in this car. Let's see what Super can do with it.
Right. Oh yeah, Stuart. Hey.
Need another BRZ.
Justin, how we doing, partner? Good to see you again, man. Hello, how are you? Howdy. Hope all is well with you and yours. I didn't realize that if you took it out of pinned comment that you weren't able to do that. So, news to me, dude.
Oh, yeah. Links won't work if they're not pinned. Is that what I'm gathering?
No, talking about stars.
Oh.
And yeah, I didn't realize it had to be in the pinned comment for it to work.
That's new. Okay.
But anyway, regardless, I'd much rather see, I don't care if it's $1, I'd much rather see that go to the Blomstrom family than to myself.
Absolutely. Good call there. With that said, you know, GoFundMe link for the Blomstrom family is posted in the No Liner Gaming and GT45 Gaming channels here today as well. My Facebook channel, the YouTube is not pinned there because I forgot to put it there today, but go share that out. Go share. Now, the important thing is really to share that out. Everybody has done an amazing job up to this point to get that out there and get the reach out there that we need to continue to help the Blomstrom family. And we are still asking for the community to continue to do so. Please keep sharing that out once or twice every single day. Annoy everybody with it. And if they don't like it, they don't have to look at it. They can just ignore it. They can block it from their feed. They can do all those things. That's up to them. But just keep doing what you're doing because we're getting really close, I think, to the overall final goal here. And let's just get it done. Let's knock it out so we can move forward and continue to pay homage and tribute as a community.
Yeah, absolutely, and a huge thank you for all the support for the Blomstrom family. It's been absolutely incredible, and the racing community and the streaming community never ever ceases to fail to come together and do the right thing when it comes to these kind of things. And this Superboy there with a great little drift coming out of the final corner.
That was a great recovery.
Fantastic recovery. But again, definitely a huge thank you to all of you who have donated and to all of you that have just shared the stream out because well, sharing is caring, right? And sharing it out gets it into the eyes of somebody who has not yet donated who is able to, and from there it goes on to another person and another person. And the biggest thing right now is just keep it in front of the eyes of the people. If you can't donate, that's perfectly fine. Please share out that GoFundMe link wherever and whenever you possibly can. It's absolutely appreciated.
Absolutely. And I know for a fact the family appreciate every single thing, every comment, every post, every show of support they see. They see all of it as it's tagged, and they know you guys are out there, and they know that the sim racing community stands behind them, and I think that gives them a little bit of comfort as well as they go through their process. So you just keep doing what you're doing, everybody. You're doing an amazing job, and hope is very, very important in life, and right now this community is giving hope to a family, and that's the important thing here. So appreciate y'all. Keep doing what you're doing. Let's get back to some qualifying. Holy spicy. Yeah, very, very spicy car. And I mean, we touched base on it as much like your more technical mid-rear engine cars here in the game. And I
Uh-huh.
do suspect post-update that all of these mid-rear engine cars are going to become very technical, spicy cars to drive. I don't think that any one of them, Porsche included, are going to be that simple anymore. And I think that
Ooh.
we all have some big learning to do post update. So a penalty there in the final corner on that lap, and that is going to absolutely cream lap number 2 as a DQ lap due to carrying a penalty across the start finish line. So that means he's gonna have to serve that penalty this time around. That lap will count, but it's going to definitely be roughly about 3/4 of a second slower due to having to serve that half-second penalty. So not ideal here for Supra, and that's going to force him to really have to line up a perfect final run in his final hot lap here.
Yeah, indeed, it's gonna force the issue for sure. But this is a racer that we're also quite familiar with, and definitely the potential for him to do that, it is there. He's certainly quite quick racer, and has also been one that eyes have been on, and he is his racecraft as a whole, as well as his pace, has really picked up as of late.
Absolutely, and he's got that penalty served up here now, and down at 1.5 seconds. So, like I said, this is kind of a just keep your tire in the right range kind of lap at this point when you got that penalty to carry, because you know that's just going to squash your lap. And you know that the next lap needs to really be ideal. So in order to have all those things factor in and work out your favor, you need to pre-think that. You need to get your car set up for that lap. And he has been kind of taking it a little bit easy here, it looks like, in the final half of the racetrack there, and then he just sent it. So let's see what he's got here on the final crack, and he needs to stay out of penalty trouble here.
Yeah, for sure. That's the biggest thing right now. You want to get together at least one more. It's the final chance you've got. You got to get in another, even if you got to play it a little bit on the safe side. It's important to get in a decent lap time here on your last one.
And he definitely had good momentum coming through turns 1 and 2 there, but unfortunately he had a little bit too much momentum that compromised his entry into the sweeper here, turn number 3, and that compromised entry may cost some time here on the racetrack for him, but he held it together really good. So we'll have to see how that relates.
Yeah, for sure. And if he can drop into the 140s on this lap, he's still going to potentially have a really nice qualifying time overall with the 2 laps added together. Not going to be bad. Not going to be bad at all. He's looking pretty sharp here. Other than that one little bobble, he's really using up the track. Looking pretty smooth on this lap. So we'll see where he is here momentarily. Right there. Oh, 6/10 down. I did not expect that.
Oh, it looked like a pretty crisp lap.
Yeah, I didn't think that one little bobble was going to cost him that much time, but the potential to make up a half second on the final 2 corners.
That'll squash it there. He's gonna have a dirty rear tire there. It's gonna be very hard to find the grip here now in this final corner, and he's gonna pick up the penalty. And it's going to be a 41.9 and a 42.051 here for Supra, as unfortunately lap 3 and 5, based off to the best of my understanding of the procedure here today, will be avoided laps here today. So not ideal for him, but I did expect, honestly, to see Supra end up in the second lobby here this season, just with the caliber of the driver competition here this season. And I think that's going to be a good spot for him this season. I think that's going to give him a really great opportunity to be really, really racy up near the front end of the pack and really home in his newly developed racecraft skills that he's been working on here over the last couple seasons.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's going to be a good indicator. Will be his first race.
Absolutely. So a good set of laps there. He definitely looked good there. Just I think Lucky Alpha in the chat was just a little bit right there. I think he was just just over driving it just a little tiny bit there, and some little bit of unforced errors there. But That's all right.
Yeah, that's a pretty spicy little car.
That it is. That it is. I do not disagree. Very challenging car to drive, but I definitely enjoy the time that I do choose to put into it. I just haven't really figured out what tracks it's best suited for yet.
I'm gonna step away for a tinkle time, y'all, and I will be right back.
All right. All right. So again, we're just waiting for our next driver to pop into the chat here. In the meantime, I'm gonna grab that coffee I made about an hour and a half ago and forgot about. We're gonna drink it anyway. Oh yeah. Coffee's gotta flow. It's just the way it works. All right. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, we are set up. We got muffins, we got snacks, we got coffee. Other provisions, we're good to go. If you know, you know. Hey, Steven, how you doing, brother? Hope you're doing good. Alright, so we do have a new top qualifier here in qualifying. We've seen roughly about, I want to say 15, maybe 16 drivers now qualify out of the 30 plus. We're halfway there already today, so that's pretty good. We are cruising here, and we're gonna see this lobby be up here for a while longer yet. And then we will see a third and final session go up here later this evening. That'll be hosted by myself and with the assistance of Miss Devious and behind the scenes doing logistical tracking for times. And we'll have that lobby open until it's not needed anymore, basically. Or until the stream runs out of streaming time, which will happen today. I fully suspect the stream should hit the 12-hour mark today. So at some point, if the stream just quits, we have hit our timer and we have to restart a new stream, and we won't do so because at that point we'll be right near the end of our qualifying anyways. Maybe one or two drivers will be left. We'll screen record it, and there won't be a lot of point in going back live for a couple of drivers. But just a heads up, that is about the way things are looking to break down here by the end of the night tonight. And I just got a heat warning on my phone, so that means that the temperature is most certainly picking up outside. Just hang in there, computer, you got it. If you're listening, Doug J won't run qualifying in the chat anyway. Gonna hop in and get mine done now. You don't need to, Lucas. You're all good, brother. You're all good. I don't think it's gonna be too crazy busy tonight. We've got a large part of the group already through here today, so. I suspect it'll be the larger portion of my community we'll be seeing later tonight coming through. It's been flowing good though. Nice, good, even flow here from the drivers. They've been knocking out the laps quick, efficiently. The procedure's been pretty on point here as far as all parties involved here today. It's been a very good qualifying session. The stream, on the other hand, is suffering a little bit. It's definitely struggling, but it's holding on. It's holding on. And I'm actually gonna, I think, take this opportunity to restart Discord because my Discord is really struggling. just got a warning from my laptop. Alright, so Jay is heading out here. So we do have TTJ set now. Out on track here, and while we get on board with Jay, we will continue to try and correct the Discord matter. Alright, so another Porsche 911 RSR is out on track here, and again, a very popular choice by demand here from the racers this season. And again, I understand why. It's a very good, stable car. It is a very well-rounded race car, and I mean, just a favorite race car in the overall general Gran Turismo 7 community, it seems like. So it is a very popular race car, needless to say. Ooh, and it's slide there from Jay. Good recovery as he comes around the sweeper there. Now, this is just the outlap, so that isn't going to hurt him too entirely much there. There we go. We got Discord to actually fire back up. Imagine that. Wow. That usually doesn't happen. Usually once I shut it off, it's gone. Let's go, Jay, says Alpha. So let's see what he's got here. Outlap. This is just to warm it up. This is just to kind of get some heat in the tires, and this is to maybe refine a corner or a sector that you might have been struggling with leading into your qualifying run. But I don't know what to expect from Jay said here. I mean, I definitely suspect I will see mid 140s from this driver, but the potential to hit 139s is most certainly there with Jay said as well. So it all comes down to how comfortable he feels in the Porsche 911 around Barcelona and how he's feeling at this exact moment while he qualifies. So as he heads into turns number 1 and 2, we are officially under qualifying conditions here as he now has that outlap out of the way. So let's see what TTJ set has in store for us here. And this driver, you're tossing around some car choices there early on in the registration process of the season. Tested quite a few different cars for the season, and the biggest reason being he worried about the fact that he may not get the Porsche pick, and he's not the only driver that has that in the back of their mind here either. So the importance on qualifying, especially for those that are opting to try and take Porsche, has really been accentuated on how important qualifying is, because it's going to be based off the qualifying position. 139.539 says Alpha. Dang, the boy is gonna fly, says Alpha. we will see. The sky's the limit for this driver. TTJ set continues just to show improvement every time he goes out on track. Doesn't matter if he's properly prepared or ill prepared. It's just when he gets the car on the racetrack, he just seems to lock into his zone, and he just does what he does on the racetrack. And he's been having some good racing success here early on in his sim racing career so far. So it's gonna be interesting to see what he's got for us here today. But lap number 1 is a 140.398 here, and that is a good lap there from Jay Set. He definitely can't be too upset with that lap, and let's see if he can push it. Let's see if he can make it quicker here. You know Jay. We all know Jay. Diamond in the rough, says Alpha. Sounds like you made Jay mad. I don't know. Are you apologizing for something, Alpha? No, I'm kidding. We'd love to see the support from the teammates all the time. Let's go, Jay. You got this, says Madeline. How you doing, Madeline? Hope you're doing good. We do have a no-liner. No-liner has just stepped away for a moment. He will be back. So it's just us hanging out here right now. And a 140.398 is a very good starting lap here in qualifying. We have not seen a whole lot of the drivers really be easily able to get into the 40s. Never mind the low 140s. So JSET is immediately trying and put his foothold on a top 6 spot here in qualifying if he can. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it, Alpha. Alright, so as Jay comes around the final corner, he gets a little bit of a slide in the Porsche and a bit of free rotation. Oh, and he picks up a half second. Ugh. Ugly. The 40.304 if it wasn't for the half second track limit penalty there, and I believe it was in the first corner of the two final corners there. I think he just got a little too much cut on that inside apex there, and they decided to hand him down a half second track limit penalty. And Barcelona is very tricky. I'm trying to tread safely with how I word this because it has frustrated me over the last couple of weeks trying to help the guys and gals practice. The penalty system seems very inconsistent. Now, there's no real way for us to determine whether or not a penalty is actually a penalty, so the drivers are just going to keep doing what the process is and they're going to keep running around. But that is going to void lap number 3 and slow him down by 3/4 of a second now in lap number 4, which means he is going to have to send it in the final lap and keep it right and tight to maximize his qualifying time here. And I know this driver, he's going to be beating himself up over this, but he just needs to shake it off and keep going. And at the pace he's at, he can pick up this 3/4 of a second penalty, still potentially keep the lap time into a low 41 or even a high 40 here, but he really needs to lock in a good final sector here. He's him on the edge of the season? Absolutely, absolutely. Jay has been so close to that championship a couple times now. He can almost taste it. I mean, we'll see how hungry he is. We'll see how hungry he is. Alright, so with the penalty served there and the timing glitch, it is a 141.583. Clearly, we know he's got more pace than that. That would have been about a 140.7, maybe a 140.8 if it wasn't for the penalty there. So the 140 pace line seems to be right where Jay is sitting at here. So as long as he keeps this nice and clean and tidy, keeps it in the track limits here, should have no problem locking in another 140 lap or better here. But he definitely needs to keep it out of the eyes of our track officials here this last time around, or it's definitely going to compromise his qualifying position a little bit here. And I know that qualifying was important for Jayset here coming into this week because he wants to run the Porsche this season. It's a car that he's never ran before. He's still learning how to drive this car, and he really wants to give it a good go this season, but he knows that he needs a good qualifying position and to have a shot to get in the car this season. So he's potentially holding his breath right now as he continues around the final few sectors of this racetrack because I mean, the guy just sets a goal and he really works hard to get it. So not sure what his goal was for today's qualifying. I didn't have a chance to talk with him pre-qualifying session today, but I know the driver always puts pretty good expectations on himself, and 9 times out of 10 he hits them. So we'll see what he's got here. 2 corners left to go in this final flying lap, and let's see what he's got here. Just needs to keep it tidy, and he's got a nice final corner here. He's going to maintain huge exit speed right there. A little bit of a wobble on the curbing there, but it should be another 140 there, and that should keep him in the conversation for the top lobby there. So it's going to be a 140.398 and a 140.415. Great recovery from the penalty there on lap 3 and 4, and comes in and knocks out a couple of really great laps there. So great job there by Ten Tenths Jayset, and that puts him right there in the conversation. I believe the way things are sitting right now, it's going to be TT Rad in the top 6 so far here in qualifying, if I'm not mistaken. So interesting so far. Absolutely, and good recovery there from Ten Tenths J as well. He picked up that penalty there on lap 3, right at the final corner there, and essentially lost 2 laps out of that deal. So much of the same thing. He had to really lock it in for that final lap, and did what Jay said does, and went and did his thing out there and produced some great laps. So congratulations, Jay. Hope that was what you were looking for today, my guy, and that should be hopefully enough. There is no car changing after qualifying. Your number 1 pick is your car until you're told differently by one of the administration staff after qualifying and divisions have been determined. Lucky. Yep. And the car changes are related to your car picks, but that is only if you opt to decide to change your car at some point throughout the season. Alright, so I think they're just verifying. I think they're verifying in behind the scenes in chat with Doug and Hairraiser. I think that's how they're verifying the times here. We're not seeing that chat come in through the game chat, so and then we see the drivers sitting on track until all of a sudden they're not. So I'm assuming that the verification process is being done via PlayStation chat and behind the scenes on this session. And it won't happen that way when I'm hosting the session because we're live streaming. It'll be done through the game chat, but that's all right. Rocking and rolling. All right. So we've only seen a couple. We've only seen one 139 lap here so far in qualifying. Only one. Potential just misinterpretation as well, Lucky. Some of the stuff was a little bit intertwined and not 100% worded the way it was meant to be across, so there might have been a little bit of confusion as well. Alright, so we got Ware Eagle here coming out now, and this was a very late registrant just yesterday. Sorry, Ware Eagle. Jesus. My brain apparently is wearing out. Ready, says Lucas. Lucas, yeah, Lucas is right. Alright, so War Eagle, pardon me, coming out, and a late registrant here this weekend coming in to get ready for qualifying, and I think we're going to see him as well come out and then test his fate in the Porsche 911 here as well today. Doug's car only has 383 miles on it. I'm thinking Doug's a slacker. Yeah. It's just one of like 10 of the same car he has in his garage probably, but you know, details. Very nice, Jay. Absolutely. Other team owner from Ten Tenths up in the chat watching the drivers come in and run their laps here today. So, Nolander, it's an interesting little thing developing here in this top lobby right now. We've got TT1, TT2. I believe it's going to be Rad 3, TT4, Rad 5, and 6, if I'm not mistaken. So interesting here so far in qualifying. Absolutely. I agree. So far from what we're seeing, it's anybody's game. I can't even. I mean, I know some of the guys that are coming in to qualify that have yet to get on track and qualify. They're very, very good racers and are certainly in the discussion for a championship this season themselves. But Nolander is 100% correct. Racing is racing and qualifying is qualifying. And with some of the drivers opting to challenge themselves in this championship as well, and maybe and take a more high-skilled car, that could also factor into how their championship goes as well. We've seen that in the past in championships where drivers take something just way off the wall that you'd never see anybody really attempt to drive in that situation and challenge themselves. So some of it is that. So when you factor in all those things, and the biggest factor really at the end of the day is dynamic weather. Half the races on the schedule, I believe this season, could potentially bring rain with that dynamic weather model, and ultimately that really is the big wild card in the season, is what is that random weather going to do to our racers? Because even Absolutely. We've seen prime example in the prototype championship where we're using the dynamic weather model. But now We had plenty of opportunities for rain to happen in that championship series, but we only seen 1 out of 20 races actually produce rain, and it was exactly that. It was a pro lobby, and it threw a massive wrench in the program for just a couple of laps, but it was enough to change the way that whole race went down that day, and the dynamic weather really is great. So I wish we would see a little more consistency in the rain when rain can factor in. It seems a little sparse at times, but that's the fun about dynamic weather. You can go in with your strategy, and in a moment's notice, it's all out the window. He just might be resetting. I know he was in the practice session with us, I believe it was last evening, and he, I think, trying to be in the chat and racing at the same time is a little bit of strain on his equipment, and I think that's creating a little bit of lag issue for him. So they want him in the chat probably to do the behind the scenes relay of information, but if the chat's going to create a complication for the racer to race, just let him race and deal with that part after the fact. But yeah, again, it maybe just needs an equipment reset. It is absolutely bloody hot in North America and central part of the world right now, so heat is definitely factoring into a lot of people's equipment as well. And if he can't get in today and get qualified today, no big deal. We just set up a special time frame with him and get him qualified at a later date. So pleasantly surprised. We will see how it goes. You had a 39 in you, Jay. You had a 39. That penalty ultimately kind of killed you, but you did a beautiful job of recovering. Good job, bud. It's better a dampening or a downpour, no in between, says Lucas. All right, sounds good. Sounds good, Lucas. Alright, so we do have one of the potential top qualifiers coming in very soon here in qualifying. We'll see how it goes for said potential qualifier, but one of our suspected top drivers is most certainly going to be here soon on track, so that should be fun. And a very, very surprise late entry this morning, right before we got qualifying underway as well, and a little bit of a shock even to me to see that name pop up in a registration list, and also potential top qualifier caliber driver. Just not sure when we will see that driver qualify, as with such a late decision on registering, I'm assuming it is a cram practice session to get ready for qualifying. Yeah, it's been fun watching the progression of the top lobbies when we have these extra divisions in some of the bigger championships here, the GTRC. You would see back in the day, it's 3 or 4 of the same guys kind of always battling it out for the top 3, 4 spots. And then a couple of years ago, I know you've seen that number increase a little bit. It was good, healthy battles between 5, maybe 4 or 5, maybe 5, 6 guys. The Group 2 season and the Audi TT Cup season, it was really a kind of a cutthroat battle between a half the field every race up at the front. So I really don't know what to expect here this season in the GT3 Championship with the competition field growing, and I think that the time splits getting tighter together with that competition field as well. I suspect this is potentially going to be the best season ever as far as close door-to-door action racing goes on track for this organization this season. Yeah, to 10 minutes, Lucas. Something's going on behind the scenes that we're not quite sure what's happening here, but we did just get the word from race control that there's a 10-minute pause here. I have no idea when that message went across, but okay. So that tells me that our lobby host is taking a smoke break as well, most likely. So there we have it. That was a good time for the viewers to step away, go refresh the beverages, maybe the snack bowl, or, do a couple quick things that maybe you've been waiting on to do for a moment. Now would definitely be a good time for that. We should be right around 10 minutes. We'll be back here. So with that being said, I'm actually going to flip the screen. I'm going to send you guys over to my stream pause screen for a moment, and I'm just going to go refresh my coffee cup in the meantime. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes as well, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, welcome back everybody. We are just setting up. To get into the new lobby. Alright. Had to brew a fresh pot of coffee there. It took a little longer than I expected it did. Alright, I'm pretty sure Nolander is back too. I'll reconnect with him in just a moment. First things first, let's get back into this guy right here. And then we can get back to business as usual. So if you guys are just tuning in, welcome in. We are here on behalf of the Gran Turismo Racing community, and this is qualifying for the Season 3 of the Group 3 Championship. Alright. So we have qualified a large part of our driving community here already today, which is fantastic. And there we go. Lucas is grinding at the bit. We better let him go. You got this, computer. Come on. There we go. And Lucas is on his, this car sounds fantastic. Alright, I'm just kind of letting things settle down here. The stream is really struggling today. Just bear with me, chat. The computer is taking its time to think about things here.
Hey, there is our co-host, Mr. GT45 Gaming. Glad to have you back, my friend. Glad to have you back. And we'll now put this next few moments in your very capable hands, sir.
I've got absolutely zero control over my audios right now, so just bear with, chat.
Coming through on my end good now.
Welcome back. Thank you, Madeline. Hope you're doing good, darling. We haven't touched base all week. I do apologize about the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it settles back down a little bit here for everybody.
Mine got a little jumpy around there for a little while too, although I think that was due to the lobby reset.
And the last driver we seen come in with a 34 out lap, drop at 39 hot lap. So Lucas is one of those drivers we do expect to see drop said 39 or better. He is one of our expected to be championship contenders here this season, and I think this is his first season here with the Gran Turismo Racing community as well. So Lucky Alpha has a practice lobby up for those that are still warming up and practicing for the qualifier.
Yeah, I do expect to see...
I know, computer, I'm sorry. I am very, very sorry. I'm torturing you today.
Throughout this, and
alright, so let's try to get some Discord audio working now.
Discord audio working? On my end it is.
Slowly but surely we're getting there. Alright, so it looks like War Eagle is back and ready. And it looks like Nolander is talking, but I don't hear him.
Yeah, I'm here, my guy. I don't know why you can't hear me. You should be able to hear me. I can hear me.
That's because I got the wrong set on. Just bear with, chat. It is too hot.
All right, here he comes around the final corner in his first lap.
That would be 139.
Oh, just on the outside of the 139s. Definitely did not expect to see that. I expected to see 139s all the way around for him, but he is just 2 thousandths of a second off from being in those 139s. So definitely very capable driver here. Very, very fast. I've had loads of experience trying to keep up with this driver. And definitely we will see him dip into those 139s, potentially even faster. We will see.
Well, I can tell you that there's a little challenge going on behind the scenes behind some of the community drivers on my side of things, between some of the upper echelon drivers, and the challenge is which one of them can hit the 38. So if that gives an indication on how hard it is to actually get to 38 under these conditions currently with this in-game BOP system, the 38 is kind of the golden egg here today in qualifying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And if there's going to be drivers to do it, this is certainly one of the drivers that definitely has the potential to be able to break into those 38s. Like I said, I was quite surprised to see him sitting anywhere outside of the 139s, but again, just 2 thousandths of a second off. So not far behind.
Absolutely,
He's
and
definitely up on his time in the last sector.
this is the second 4GT race car we've seen here in qualifying conditions today now as well. So Lucas has some experience with this car. There's a 39 right there. It's a 39.547, and Lucas 369 is officially our fastest qualifier here in overall hot lap, with the fastest lap now in qualifying at a 39.547, and you hear the shock in my voice, right, chat? So there we go. And I believe that also slates him with the 2 times already on the board as our overall now leading qualifier here in preparation for our GR3 Season 3 as well. So that could change. There's still plenty of drivers left to go, but this is definitely one of the drivers that we had our eyes on leading up into today for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No two ways about it. Lucas 369 is always a driver to watch out for. Very, very quick on track, very proficient, super race knowledgeable. This guy's the intricacies of racing are definitely not something that is an abstract thought to him.
Not really surprising now, is it? Says Elvin, not really at all. Nope. All right, so let's see here as we come around the final sector. I missed what his timing was when he came through the last live timing sector there, so we're just going to sit here and wait to see what he does. But can he improve and be the first driver here today to drop 2 139s in qualifying for his combined total? And I'm going to say yes. That was quick. 1/1000th of a second faster than his previous lap, and it's now a 39.546. So he will be currently with a combined overall time of 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and 90.93. 0.093. 0.930.
Yeah, and boy howdy, you want to talk about consistency. You don't get any more consistent than that. 1/1000th of a second off. That's again, like you had mentioned earlier, that's what real life racers are really trying to do. They're within not tenths but hundredths of a second of each other, and we see that here in Lucas. Ooh, big wobble there. Great saves. Gonna slow him down considerably, but he's already got 2 incredibly fast laps in.
And I know Lucas, he's going to throw a caution to the wind once he gets through Lakasha here. This really hard left-hander. And he's going to throw a caution to the wind in the final sector to see if he can make that time up. He can make that time up. I mean, it's only 3.5 tenths we've seen. Oh, and there it is. He blew the corner, and I wasn't wrong. He was setting up to send it there. He just missed his braking point a little bit there. The car did not want to turn in, and he'll just squash this lap. But you know what? He'll be happy with 2 mid-139s without a question of a doubt here, and most certainly going to secure his spot at the top lobby here officially at the GTRC Racing community. We've had well over half the field qualify here, and he's currently sitting in top spot. So he will most certainly be sitting in that top lobby here today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Definitely knew that that was going to be the fastest lap we'd seen thus far here during qualifying for the GTRC here at Circuit Day Barcelona. And no real surprise there. My only real surprise is the bobble on lap number 1 and the bobble on lap number 5. But lap number 5 really wasn't that big of a surprise because we knew, like you said, he was going to really, really push it.
What a great shot with that paint job on that 4GT. We have got such a gorgeous angle right now from our camera crew. I mean, that is a close-up of that car. And, you know, yeah, for those of us that are true racing fans, that is a very reminiscent livery on that 4GT. Those of you that know. All right, so it is going to be a task to unthrone Lucas 369, in my opinion, at this point, based off what we've been seeing. We have definitely seen drivers be capable of hitting the 39s, but we have seen it has not been an easy task here today to drop to 139. Sorry, I was just reading that in-game comment there. I didn't quite fully catch that.
I didn't either. Something about a new lobby. New lobby 16 in this one. What?
Okay. Thank you, 3/10 off my personal best, but happy with 2 laps within .001. Yeah, facts. Okay, yeah. I'm guessing we got a new lobby coming, so we're just gonna do a little press of the button here. And great job, Lucas, as well. Absolutely. We expected Lucas to come out and drop some pretty good times there. So, not too surprised to see that there. Lucas is one of those drivers that just gets faster with each lap. Facts. Yeah, I know, Maddie. My computer's really hot right now. It's just hot. It's just really warm. It's struggling a little bit here. It has its moments where it just doesn't want to cooperate with me.
That I boogie on out of here and get off to my next engagement for the day.
Oh yes, that's right. Good luck with that, and have fun, and let me know how it goes. Oh, that's all right. It's all good. It's all good. Nolander's got other obligations he's got to run away to here, so it will just be me now taking the helm here. And my Discord is acting up, so we can't even hear poor Nolander at the moment. Can you hear me
now, buddy?
Yeah, my Discord's just acting up. I got you right now. I think
he's having potential issues on his end again.
My computer hates life right now. Yeah. All right, buddy.
Right.
Well, as I was saying before my Discord started acting up. I was just trying
to say that it is approach the time.
All right, chat. Nolander's most certainly saying his goodbyes here right now, but again, my Discord's acting up. We actually just can't hear him, so I'm just going to end up having to shut this down so the stream can keep going at this point. I think it's ultimately what's causing the problem now. No, it's me. I'm having overheating issues at the moment. Don't mind me. We're going to shut down Discord right now and let Nolander get off to his next obligation. So thank you to Nolander Gaming for being here today and giving us some extra coverage here, getting in, checking out the racers, and we've shut Discord down, so the stream really should settle down here pretty soon. And the only thing running now is the stream, so we should see some potential forward progress here. My computer is quite hot right now. You don't even want to know what the temperature is. It's probably melting itself inside right now. It is not happy with me. All right. I'm just going to let the guys know that Nolander has another broadcast he has to take care of here today. So if you guys want to see what Nolander is up to, definitely go over there in about, I think, about half hour, 45 minutes time, and go see what Nolander's got going on. He's going to dabble himself a little bit into something a little bit different, a different platform. So go say hi, go check out what he's got going on, and let me know what you think. I'm just going to let the admins know that he is on his way to Circuit Americas. All right. Thanks, Nolan. Appreciate you, Alpha. It would be such a great broadcast between the two of us right now if it wasn't for this lagging stream. I apologize. I'm really hoping that we can have the new streaming equipment sorted out here very soon. All right, so we do have War Eagle back. Fantastic. So you might have just jumped in a little early. I know they got a process going on in behind the scenes that they're communicating with all their racers to try and keep things as efficient as possible, which we appreciate. And I don't know if he was just having a technical issue or if he just jumped line, so to speak. But War Eagle is back on track here now, and he is going to go out and give his stab at Barcelona Catalunya Grand Prix without the chicane. So this is a no chicane layout. So the reason for that mainly being because this is Open Group 3 and we are asking the drivers to qualify in their number one pick on the season. We are going to see different cars out on the track throughout qualifying today, and this is as equal balance as we can get for a track that's not on the schedule, that gives a little bit of high speed and a little bit of technical, so the disadvantages and advantage of each car gets to be put at play in the qualifying session to ideally keep the qualifying fairly equal. Now, with that being said, we do understand that obviously the front engine rear wheel drive cars are a little bit more disadvantageous in a sense, but the times have not really indicated that today. The drivers have gotten these cars around the racetrack very efficiently, and it has been, in my opinion, a very good qualifying. It's going to indicate a tight season in the splits, and we're going to be in for some racing. Yo, 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 what is up, Viking King? How you doing, brother? He thought it was the practice lobby, but he's ready now. Oh, okay. Confirmation from race control there. And again, very late registering here this season. He registered I think a couple days ago and decided to get himself involved. He was in one of the practice sessions that Ten Tenths was hosting last night, and he was running good, and he looked like he was doing pretty good. He had him in a chat for a little bit there as well, so he seems like a really nice dude, and welcome into the GTRC community, brother. And he's in this Porsche 911 RSR, and we know this is a 2017 model. Again, it's just a popular car in the community, so we know it quite well. We drive it. We have a few miles on it ourselves. So, but here we go, Snail RS. It says on the front quarter panel in the car. I like that. And I'm seeing some Team Rad up on this car here. So. The Team Rad driver maybe, and I'm just unaware. I don't have a 100% full list of the drivers over there at Team Rad. Obviously, it's not my, it's obviously Nolander's amazing team over there, but I don't know exactly the full extent of his driver list over there. But with that being said, there's definitely something brewing in behind the scenes between Ten Tenths Simracing and Team Rad, so be on the lookout for something fun happening in the future there. And I went to go do the timing glitch thing, but he hadn't passed the start-finish line yet, and I jumped the gun a little bit. So we have seen that happen now, and I got to turn the information on, I guess, in order for that to really work properly. That would probably help. And now that we've got that, let's double check that again. It's a 34.901, so that indicates some 40s coming from our Porsche driver here. And boy, the competition for Porsche in the top lobby right now is intense. It's intense. It is hard to say which of the three drivers are going to get their pick here this season for that Porsche in the first lobby. Ooh, doggy. It is going to be a tough one. Alright, the stream seems to be settling back down a little bit now. Kind of. Sort of. Let me see what it's telling me on the dashboard side of things, if it'll let me. Ultimately, my computer's just really hot right now, but I've got the fan blowing on it. I'm doing everything I can to cool it down. Must be a Team Rad driver. I see Team Rad all over this car, so I'm just going to make an educated guess here that this is a Team Rad member, actually, so that's fantastic. So that does indicate they should have some pretty good pace on track here and should definitely have some good car recognition. Obviously, all the Team Rad drivers are very efficient race car drivers themselves, so yeah, should see some good laps coming from War Eagle here. And he's looking good here on lap number 1 as he comes around. And let's see what he's got here coming around the final corner. Gets a nice wide exit. He had a head of steam coming around there. Maybe a couple miles an hour slower than he'd probably like to see ultimately out of that corner. But 141.818 here on the first time around. And let's see if he can now continue to improve on that 41.8. His outlap does indicate some 40s, definitely in the tank of this car. It's just whether or not the driver can put it all together. All right, so it does look like the stream is slowly but surely starting to settle down. It's getting there. It's getting there. Again, I apologize. There's the mercy of the weather right now more than anything. But here we go. War Eagle is cruising right now. And Michelin Total Performance. Love it. I love to paint on these cars today. I really do. The drivers have really gone all out to display some really beautiful race cars here for the viewers today. And I don't know, every time you hear, I guess as a racer, that everything's going to be live streamed, you get that insatiable desire to paint your car up really pretty, and we have seen some beautiful, fantastic paint jobs here already today, and I'm sure we'll continue to see some great, fantastic paint jobs as we continue around. So through the second live timing sector here, or the final live timing sector before we get to the start finish line, for what they show us here in the commentary booth, he is up 1.5 tenths of a second, putting him in that 141.6 range. And I don't know, I feel like this driver has a little more in the tank than that yet, but we have seen the case of this come from some of the faster drivers as well in qualifying, where they kind of just take 2 softer laps. They take care of the car, take care of the tire temperature in their car, and then we see the game gets stepped up a notch after that second lap, which is what we just saw now. And we had 4 tenths of a second improvement there with a 141.4 from War Eagle here. So if that is the case, and he is just saving his race car for the final 2 push laps here, then we should suspect to see him potentially dip into the 40s this time around. So let's see what he's got here. All right, the stream is starting to finally settle in. And I mean, at the end of the day, I think Discord was creating a little bit of a hassle. Discord is actually quite heavy on the computer as far as operating resources goes. So when we do use Discord during the stream, it does obviously require more processing power from the system. So if it doesn't have enough available to operate everything at the specs that it needs to operate at, obviously, then it's going to take resources away from another program to help that program run, and ultimately that will slow everything down as a whole. And I think that's just what we were seeing there, because within about 5 minutes after shutting down Discord there, everything seems to really start to be settling back in. And we just want to give a huge shout out to Stephen Wilson for the sub here on the YouTube channel. Welcome to the Winner Circle community, welcome to the GTRC, and thank you for all that support. Absolutely appreciate it. Legends. Let's get a hashtag Steven up in the chats. Newest member of the Winner Circle community. Alright, so War Eagle's moving here, and I mean, he's looking good. He's been just improving lap by lap. I missed that timing sector, but there it is. It's a 40.9, and we're just going to double check that's what we're seeing, and there it is. It's a 140.9. Oh, he gets another lap yet. He doesn't realize it. Oh my. That's unfortunate there for War Eagle, as he's kind of squashed that final lap there, but a 140.9 and a 141.406 there is still going to keep him right in the middle of the whole general racing pack here so far today in qualifying, and that's just going to again tighten up that middle part of the group here. And oh boy, our race organizers have some tough decisions they're going to have to make this season right now, the way it's turning out, with where that split is going to end up, because there is just a tight group of drivers right in that low 41 to high 40 time range here, combined totals, which puts us at about 3:20, 3:21 total time, and 3 minutes 21 seconds. It's going to be splitting hairs, tenths, potentially even hundreds of seconds to determine which driver ended up where in qualifying. So, whew, it is getting spicy in this qualifier. We got Steven up in the chat going, yo, yo. All right, so shorted himself a lap there, but you know what? That's all right. I think he definitely had another 40 in him there. He maybe gave away a good solid 3/4 of a second in his overall qualifying time. However, with that being said, the admin staff are very reasonable individuals, and potentially a rerun may be an option for that driver, depending on the situation. We have seen that in the past, and again, we just want the racers to have fun, and we want them to be able to race with drivers that they should be racing with, so they can have fun and have good battles and get all that really hard track experience. So we want them shooting, shouting and hollering after the race, and sending each other messages of love and hatred because it was such a great battle on the racetrack. That's what we love to hear. That's what we love to see post-race in the server. And the racers are having fun when you see that. Oh, Tap is up at the house. All right, so Tap here, returning driver, long-standing member of the Gran Turismo racing community. And I believe he's coming in and qualifying as a sub this season because of his real-life career. It is basically impossible for him to commit to a full-time position in a full season. So when he is able to race, he lets the team know in behind the scenes, the race control staff know in behind the scenes that he is available for that week. And if they can get him in, they get him into the track. And he's always a force on track. He's quite a quick driver. He's very racy, especially under racing conditions. And going to be interesting to see what he's got for us here in qualifying today as well. All right, now that things have settled down, I can kind of go through my process a little bit here and just check on things. Because the information that's available in your streaming dashboards, if you're utilizing them, that is, while you're live streaming, it tells you a lot of things. It tells you your audio bit rates, tells you your frame rates, tells you your stream strength. It tells you a lot of different things. And if there's a latency issue or a lag issue, it will most certainly show up in those stream metrics. So it helps you break down sometimes what the issue is as well. So I can definitely see it in the stream metrics on Facebook. I break it down pretty good. So it has been struggling for a little while, but I appreciate everybody still hanging in there. I know how hard it is to watch a stream that's lagging or cutting in and out on the audio. So again, do appreciate it, and hopefully the rest of the way through we're good to go. Alright, so it's Doug Burrow out here, and okay, so he's Tap, sorry, not Doug. Doug's the host of the lobby. Tap here, and he's opted to go with the 2020 Mercedes AMG. This is the newest addition to the Mercedes family in the group class racing family here at Gran Turismo. I believe this car was, I want to say 8, maybe 9 months ago. This car, maybe a year ago now. The car was released to Gran Turismo, and it's a fun car to drive. It's got its little deal with it. It's got some quirks to it, and once you understand those little funny things about this car, especially under braking and into corner entry, you can get quite efficient with the car, but you always got to be concerned about your exit throttle with this Mercedes. It has a large amount of rear end power to ground ratio, which means lots of torque, and it can catch you out sometimes. So you gotta be a little gentle with it, but at the same time be confident with it, because it has for a front engine rear wheel drive car and how heavy this car is, it actually has a very good braking ability to it. You just got to be patient with that loud pedal in this car. If you can be patient with the loud pedal, That should help you maintain apex speed, and of course if you can maintain the apex speed, then that typically allows you for a much more stable exit on power out as well. And that outlap looked very, very comfortable coming from tap here that time around. It's a 142.2, but we can use that to kind of indicate what we should expect to see out of him for pace, because we did see him early on in the lap scrubbing in tires, moving side to side, trying to build up air pressure. So it's not really a true indication of what his potential pace is going to be here today in qualifying based off the outlap. I typically like to use a driver's outlap to give myself an idea of what we should expect to see from a driver in qualifying. However, though there are factors with that, and one of those factors is of course a driver taking the time to build up the air temperature of their tires early on in the outlap, swerving side to side or driving slowly, whatever the case may be. So we did see that coming from tap here, and that is why we see a 142.2. I mean, that is easily 7 to 8 seconds slower than what we should expect to see from this driver. I expect to see tap hit the 40s. I know this car around the track, it's easily possible. 39, most certainly possible from tap. Is it possible with him behind the wheel of this car? That's for us to find out, I guess. But I definitely foresee some 140 laps coming from tap here. And again, this is just to place him as a reserve, substitute driver for lobby 1 or lobby 2, and even our reserves need to qualify. You have to be placed, and in order to be properly placed into a division, you do need to run the qualifying process. So even though we're running the majority of our qualifying session here today, there is other available opportunities to qualify and get entered and registered in for the series. The benefit for the drivers that are qualifying today, they're qualified, they got their official time slated in, and at some point there's going to be a deadline placed when qualifying needs to be done, so we can give the car allocations out to our drivers, because they need to know what they're racing in so they can start preparing for Monza on August 3rd. So it's a tough window. It's a tough situation. We're going to always have new drivers coming in later into the leading into a season, or even during a season. So there's always procedures essentially put into place within any organization for that instance, and that's going to be no different here. So the drivers that are qualifying today are setting themselves up to have a best opportunity to get their ultimate car pick, essentially, because they're here, they're qualifying on the scheduled official qualifying day, they've got their official times in. That is, in a sense, going to give them a form of priority over the rest of the driving field. Now, the registered drivers, with that being said, still have priorities, and if, sometimes you just can't make a scheduled qualifying date, but that is up to them to reach out to admin staff fairly quickly, set that up if they want to fall into that same priority. If not, if you're coming in late, you're already round 2 and you're going to come in and qualify and register to race this season, you cannot be guaranteed you're going to get that number 1 pick in your car, and you're not going to get allocated your car based off of where you qualify at that point. You're going to get allocated your car based off of what is still available in the series at that point as well. So there's a few factors, so it's always best to pull the trigger on a decision for league racing at the beginning of the league when the qualifying session is supposed to happen, so you can assure your spot and you give yourself the best chance to get what you're looking for in that particular championship event, series, whatever the case may be. Alright, so we have a 140.486 here from tap and a 140.716, exactly where I suspected or expected, a little bit of both, to see this driver end up here today in qualifying. And it's nice to see that he's able to make the official qualifying session, so that's beautiful too as well. And delivery looks quite fantastic actually on the car. I'm a fan. I like the combination of the coloring there, and just like the way that it turns out there down the side of the car. So very neat and tidy looking car here on the racetrack. And clearly you can see that Tap has very good understanding and knowledge of this Mercedes 2020 AMG, because he doesn't look like he's really done any wrong with this car. A couple little slides and a couple little wobbles for the most part, but nothing out of the ordinary from the majority of our drivers we're seeing. Typical little mistakes that we make around a lap around a racetrack. So looking very solid, and he is up on his first hot lap here as well, lap number 2 currently as we come through that live timing sector. He's got a couple tenths in hand here at the moment, and as long as he can get this last sector just as good or better than the second lap, he will find himself an improvement here, and 2/10 is a pretty good improvement. You can find another 2/10 in this final set of corners here. We will see another driver slate into the 39s here, and we did say he's most certainly capable of it. Oh, it was so close. It was so close. Oh, 140.187 right there from Tap, and he's got one more crack at it here for a combined total of 4 hot laps here. So 140.486, a 140.716, and a 140.187. Definitely got some good consistency in behind the wheel of this Mercedes here in this qualifying run as well. So it looks like Tap is locked in here at Barcelona in qualifying, and already I can definitely say that he is looking like it's going to end up as a Lobby 1 substitute driver here this season, and that's about where we expected he should have ended up here. If Tap could ever get a whole championship season in here at the GTRC, he is one of those drivers that you most certainly wouldn't count out. And if I were a betting man, I would put the money on him as a dark horse of the season, to be honest. So you can never count this guy out when he's on the track either. And it just comes down to how much preparation time does he really have to get for the race in coordination with his real life work schedule. I'm not going to touch base on what he does for work, that's not my place to say, but he has a pretty important job here in Canada, and we appreciate everything he does, that's for sure. So but we love to see him on the racetrack just as much. It is a very good looking car, isn't it? It is a beautiful looking car, Viking King, absolutely. That offset flat black in behind the decaling there is it just offsets very, very nice. I can't read what it says on the back, but I'm sure it says something quirky. I know it's driving a huge slider on the final corner. Might actually gain him time there. It's hard to say, but all 4 of those qualifying laps into the low 140s with the exception of lap number 3. So it is going to be lap number 2 and 4 here. 140.187 and a 140.486 from Tap. And a good qualifying session coming right here from Tap. And again, long-time standing GTRC community racer here. So love to see that consistency in these racers. It's going to be such a great season. Someone put in the wrench time. Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's a sharp looking car right there. Again, the camera and production crew giving us some good angles today. Let's get a close up on that. And yeah, no, great looking car right there. All right, we have really crushed through some drivers today. That is a fantastic job by all the staff and the racers as a collective cumulative group, and a very efficient day of qualifying so far. It is not easy to get 30 plus drivers through in a day. Never mind do it in a 12-hour stream, which we may very well pull off here today. And that's impressive. Not even I could do that in my own championship, so kudos right there, because we have ripped through some drivers today. We have absolutely run through a large part of our field here. Alright, we are just kind of checking in on things. I should probably update some of the pinned comments in some of our chats here. Obviously, we're not waiting half an hour for session 2 anymore, so we can get rid of that. There we go. And looking good, 150 views over here on the GTRC YouTube channel, which is absolutely fantastic. We really do appreciate all that great support over on the YouTube at GTRC. That is where these races will be held all season long. And new thing this season, not only have we stepped up the game on the implementation of some of the stuff that's involved with the Group 3 Championship Series, an extra tire compound is being required this season for the series, and the way we're setting grids up from race to race is quite a bit different than what we're used to seeing also from their normal setup series. Usually we lead off with qualifying. Qualifying will only be done in round 1, and then from round 2 through 9 the grid will actually be set based off championship point standings, and I believe it's going to be in reverse order, so our points leader will always be starting at the back of the grid in the the race, which is really going to amp up the challenge of this Open Group 3 Championship. So there's just so many great factors and great things that are really leading up to potentially the most epic championship ever produced here for the Gran Turismo racing community. And that's not to take anything away from this great organization. They have produced great championships over several years here, and I don't even know what season we're on. We're on like, I don't know, 20, 22 championships now through this community over 4 or 5 years, and I've been very fortunate to be a part of a large amount of those championships. And there's been some doozies out there. With the Porsche series, the one make Porsche series was really a great series. We had the Miata series, which seemed to do really well as well. It seemed like it was by popular demand. And then this just past set of seasons with the Group 2 and the Audi TT Cup Challenge series that were running side by side. I mean, just spectacular racing all season long through both those championships, right from round 1 through to round 9. So, I mean, the racing is very fast, it is very high-paced, it is very tight, and I suspect it's going to be much more of that this season, because it seems like we have really collected up a lot of close-paced drivers, and it is going to create for, especially the mid-pack battles in these divisions, are going to be crazy intense. We may need a second camera angle just to follow the leader around the racetrack, just so we can keep up with all of those mid-pack battles that I don't doubt for a second that we're most certainly going to see this season from this group. So it's going to be a 2-division series here at the Group 3 Championship as well, which is fantastic. We love seeing extra divisions. That just gives you a better chance to better place your drivers so that they're more equally paced, so that there's just, again, produces that tighter racing. But it's just a good sign of growth as well. And then the Red Bull Junior Series, which we're going to be running beside this big championship here this season as well, which we're not running qualifying for. It's only 1 division, so it's just get in that dicey little pretty spicy car and give her a rip. The Red Bull Juniors are a lot of fun. It's going to be a really interesting series, and I can't wait to see how that one works out, because it's kind of a love-hate relationship with the Red Bull Junior cars. They're a little bit of a handful to race in dirty air, especially, and I think that it's going to be a spicy mini championship this season without a question of a doubt. The major championship is going to be gearing up to be here early on so far, based off what we're seeing in qualifying, to be a pretty epic experience, not only for our viewers but I think for our racers as well. So I can't wait to see how it all breaks down. The stream is suffering a little bit again. We're getting some warnings again. I'm getting the internal computer temperature warning again, so the split is so close. Pappy's out of here. Good night, buddy. Good night, Pappy. Appreciate you, my dude. Alright, so I'm assuming that we have ran through our course of checked-in drivers here for session number 2 at the lobby. It's just going to remain open until we're told differently from race control here at this point. And then there will be a third lobby opened at 7 p.m.-ish Eastern Time, depending on how long this lobby runs for. And then we still have a group of checked-in drivers, and a lot of our North American competitors will be coming into that later session to do their qualifying runs as well. So for those that are still remaining to do their qualifying runs, don't fret, lots of time. We'll have that lobby open. The stream won't even stop. We're not stopping the stream till it either auto shuts off at the 12-hour mark or we're done qualifying tonight. So just keep an eye on what's going on here if you're one of those drivers waiting on that final lobby. And that one will be hosted by myself, TT Ghost 45. My PSN is pinned in my description in my pages, for if you're one of the championship drivers and you have not added me as a friend yet and you are running that session, you definitely need to add me so you can get access to the lobby. And that'll be held by myself and co-owner of Ten Tenths Simracing, Mischievous, by my side as always. Greatest duo ever, just saying. And we make a great team, we really do. And we'll knock out that last qualifying session here for the evening, and from there it'll just be tracking down the few missing drivers that were unable to make today's qualifying sessions and getting them all squared away. And then we are on to championship mode. So what happens after qualifying, you wonder? Well, all right, sounds good here, Riz. Appreciate you, bud. We shake down the rest of the drivers that haven't qualified. I lost my train of thought there for a second, and of course, try to get contact, try to get those arrangements set up from there. That split will already kind of be determined by that point in time, just because we're missing 2 or 3 or even a half dozen drivers out of 30 plus drivers that are that need to qualify. It already gives us That's because I'm not. I got Discord shut down. It's just lagging out my computer. The split is closed. I do have access to our qualifying sheets. I just have yet to open them up and even take a look at them here, because I'm a little more concerned about keeping the stream active than anything else right now, because, well, we haven't streamed all week. So it needed to be. We need to be streaming, and I appreciate the community. We did ask after Sunday's broadcast, our fundraising event, to just give me some space and give me a couple days, and the community most certainly did that. Gave me my time and space I needed. It was a pretty crazy couple weeks. We needed a little bit of time. So I do appreciate the community for giving that, but we'll be back here, and we're just kind of nursing some hurt equipment right now. So I would love to tell everybody I'm going to be back 6 nights a week again, consistently for 3-4 hours a night. I really would, but unfortunately I have to think about my equipment and what we need to do, and our priority broadcasting. And right now the priority broadcasting is the commentary. That is most certainly our priority here at the page. It's what a lot of you like to come in for, especially as well, and see and check out. The rest of the content, it's important, but it's not the end of the world. It can wait. But the commentary, the show must go on, as the saying goes, and I fully agree with that. So unfortunately I can't promise that 6 night a week content. Like, I just want to continue to start giving everybody again, just due to equipment right now. But we needed to be live again, that's for sure. We had 5 days from the last stream, and in order really to continue pushing GT45 Gaming forward, we really do need to get back live on a more consistent basis. And it's not that I don't want to. It's just that real life is real life sometimes, and I have to consider all of that stuff as well, obviously, while I'm doing this on the side. And I apologize. I feel so bad that my stream is struggling right now. I just want you guys and gals at home just to have a very pleasurable, unhitched viewing experience, but unfortunately it's not the case today. Even the track loop is lagging. I could probably shut down. Well, there's not really anything else I can shut down behind the scenes. It's just a dashboard at this point. I need that up. We're getting a lot of warnings from the software, though. Let's see what the software has to say. If my computer's this hot, I can imagine how hot the capture card is. The capture cards are quite crazy devices. They're a very small unit. They're very discreet. They're enclosed, and they get super hot. So I could imagine on a hot day where it's 40 degrees Celsius outside, plus it's been running for 8-10 hours, how hot that thing is. Yeah, you wouldn't want to touch it with your skin. It could potentially scald you, I bet. That'd be scary. That would most certainly be scary. Yeah, the computer's just kind of doing what it's doing right now. I guess as long as the live stream stays up and keeps working, we'll just go with it. the issue I'm having mainly with the computer is my GPU is basically dying. Essentially, the fan for the GPU quit working some time ago. So that is one part of the problem. So the GPU is overheating quickly, and then when you live stream, your the GPU is kind of your main processing power point. And without having that GPU fan in place to keep the GPU cool, it's putting a lot of wear and tear on the GPU bearing. And ultimately, when I turn my laptop on, you can definitely hear that trying to come into play. And an indication that the computer is unfortunately getting worse is I do not see my computer statistical overlay showing up on my screen anymore. Now you guys never see it on your screen, but I can see it on my screen, and what that overlay tells me is my CPU processing power, how much RAM is being used, how much memory, all the important information I need, my latencies, my pings, all that stuff. It tells me everything I need to know about what's going on with my with the computer during the process, what it's doing, and my GPU. And that overlay, that matrix overlay, no longer shows up on my computer, which tells me the GPU is really struggling. And I mean, you all can see it in front of your own faces right now, that it's just not happy. I'm just, trying to eliminate as many moving parts from the stream right now as I can in order to just minimize how much work it's doing. It is what it is. It is what it is. We will eventually make that replacement here. We are in the market, we are shopping, we are looking, but the decision has to be the right decision, ultimately. So we are looking at the custom built route as well. It's just as expensive, really, at the end of the day. So you can't you can't jump the gun when it comes to the computer, not if you have a purpose for it. I mean, if you just need a home PC to do normal accounting and general home PCing, maybe it's not quite as important what you got going on underneath the hood of that PC, so to speak. But when you're in the business of hardcore gaming and or streaming, or a combination of both, you need to have all the good stuff under the hood. And unfortunately, that means all that good stuff costs money. So just playing the market right now. I'm always playing the market when it comes to expensive items, because it's all about timing. It's always about timing. And I know that if I wait just long enough and just keep looking at the right spots in the right places at the right time, I'm going to come across the right deal for the right thing and really score. So that's what we're working on right now. That's what we did for this PC. We'll do the same thing for the next one. And then things will change pretty dramatically. We can make a lot of very well needed upgrades to the page that we are unable to do just due to the restrictions of our current equipment at this point. Basically, we've got it kind of running at max output. It just says we can't really expect it to do a whole lot more at this point. So that also allows us to progress as a business and as a page as well, it kind of into the evolution, the next step. So some of that's already in the works behind the scenes. The graphics on the stream we're seeing, a lot of the thumbnails that we're starting to see on the streams, a lot of that is coming from the help from the community and behind the scenes. A big shout out to everybody that helps out behind the scenes, just help me try to have that much better of a stream and make the page just look that much more professional. It really it does make a big difference, and it really means the world to me. And there's a lot of kind people in the world, and you don't really have to look all that far to find them. You actually just got to look, and the world is full of great people. So be kind to others, respect those respect those that respect you, and just treat those as you would expect to be treated, and you'd be surprised at how simple life can get sometimes. I know you're skipping frames, I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do. Alright, so we do have the track map up on the screen. We do not have the no chicane layout track map, mainly because I don't think I have it in my track map list. Now, I know I have the track map because, of course, our great track map designer, Ms. Devious, has most certainly supplied that layout to me. But I think when I was uploading all of our track maps from the emails, I may have just double downloaded the same layout. So I have to go do some soul searching in the email, the business email, the GT45 Gaming email, to go find my mistake there. But I know I have the right layout for this track. I just it's been lost in the pile of files deep in the computer here, so we will most certainly have to get that sorted out there. But not a whole lot really changes with the layout. Essentially, we lose one corner. So interesting racetrack, and as soon as my computer will let me see my cheat sheet, we'll talk a little bit about it here while we have a little bit of a break here in qualifying. Deep in the depths of the GT45 Gaming laptop is the proper track layout. Alright, so some of the information that I'm about to go over with everybody is not going to be 100% accurate because I do not quite have the exact per se mileage around the racetrack with the no chicane layout compared to the chicane. I assume that it is very similar, but it most certainly will be different. But I don't think that it's going to be an overly significant difference, really, to be too concerned about the information on our track map, if it'll ever let me see it. Black screen right now, so just bear with. There we go. Alright, so we have a 2.89 mile, 4.65 kilometer racetrack. It has 16 left and right hand turns with a no chicane layout. It will be 15 left and right hand corners. It is a tarmac surface. It is a real world circuit and has an elevation change of 98.42 feet. And really, the only thing that's probably inaccurate between this layout and the actual layout we're running here today really is the track length, give or take probably about 0.5 of a mile, and that is about what we're looking at here for Barcelona today. We do have one of our competitors now in getting ready to come out on track and run their qualifying session, so we will await for race control to send our qualifier out, and we will go see what the next racer has in store for us here. Are they going to be the fastest qualifier here today, or are they going to be right there with a large part of the group being right in the middle of the field here with those qualifying times? It is hard to say. From experience, if I were to do this qualifier today with enough practice, I would maybe be able to put together a couple of mid 140 laps with the fact of qualifying in the back of my mind, because I don't qualify well. The potential is a 39 high for sure. Can I hit it? My skill level may not quite allow it yet, but we have been very close. We were in the very low 140s while we were doing some practice with the Ten Tenths team drivers throughout the week here. So with enough time and enough practice, I'm sure I could probably get it there, but definitely not easy to get these cars around the racetrack. I tested several different cars of several different types and engine models and engine placements, and each one has its advantage and disadvantage, which you need to figure out around the track. Once you figure that out, really it's just working on improving your overall lap-to-lap pace and then qualifying is just trying to keep your keep it cool and calm, collected behind the wheel. Don't overdrive the car, but also don't underdrive your car. So, I mean, what do you win if you do, and you win if you don't. But when it all comes together and you get a good, successful plan at the end of the day, and everything kind of goes as you were hoping, then you feel good, you feel rewarded about it, and all the effort, all the work, all the time really becomes irrelevant because you see a form of success. Success comes in many different forms, and it all is different for each individual person. But when it comes down to sim racing, especially with some of the issues underlying in the lobbies, finishing the race that you start is always a good start in the right direction, because any driver at any time could just disconnect. It happens. And having keeping the car clean, keeping it safe, and not making that big mistake in a race is a big part of it. And then just sticking to the plan, and just staying nice and consistent. Don't the trick behind the wheel of a race car in these situations is not so much letting the pressure get to you, or any of that stuff. I mean, that's gonna happen. The first time you win your first ever race, you're gonna be nervous, you're gonna be shaking, you're gonna be excited, your adrenaline's gonna be flying, and when those things start happening, it is very easy to make the mistake. You gotta stay cool. You just gotta stay calm, and you just gotta stay collected. Don't let nothing kind of change. Once you get in that mindset, once you get in that zone, that rhythm, you're just trying to stay there. That's it. You're not you're trying to block any outside interference that's going to disrupt that rhythm at that point. And if you can do that, then what happens on the racetrack during the race is completely irrelevant, because if you keep that mindset, chances are you're going to recover, and at the end of the day, it's going to be like nothing even happened. You may even forget you did it. So it really is important to just remain calm, stay cool, stay calm, stay collected, and it is most certainly easier said than done. I can attest to that myself. So the stream is really struggling though. We may actually shut the stream down and fire a new one up and give my computer a little bit of cooldown time after this session. I don't know, we'll see. It would be really good to get a nice 12-hour stream out though. Or thereabouts, anyway. I mean, at the end of the day, we're gonna be knocking on 8-hour door here. So by the time this lobby is shut down, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We don't see many big streams like that coming from this cat lately, but again, that is going to be changing here as we progress forward too. We have lots of stuff coming up here, lots of commentary coming up over, especially the next few weeks. We have I almost can't count how many organizations that we gotta get into the schedule and do a little bit of redoctoring. So we have some schedule changes happening in a couple of them, but there's going to be a lot of racing coming here on the commentary side of things here on the page over the next 3-4 weeks especially, and then that leads us right into this championship season, which means every Saturday is guaranteed there's going to be a race here at GT45 Gaming, and that's also going to tie into a lot of endurance races in amongst the championship seasons this season as well, as we continue to do what we do, commentate, do our thing, run around the community, and go watch great races all over the racing community. That, I mean, ultimately that's a lot of fun. I really do enjoy seeing all the different organizations, how they operate, and watching their racers go out and compete against each other, and see all the great racing action that's in all the other corners of our cheers, Hair Razor, appreciate you, my guy. Gran Turismo 7 World. That's man, I was just struggling here to find the words. So all right, I think we may opt to take that road. We'll see. If they're shutting this lobby down, that means the next lobby is scheduled for 7 p.m. Eastern. I would give the PC a little break, but it's only going to get hotter out, so I don't know if it's really going to make that much of a difference. At this point, if I shut it down, it might just die. Maybe we better keep it going. This is usually stuff that I'm going through in my head behind the scenes while we're, appreciate you, Doug, while things are happening, but, yeah, come along for the ride, chat. Streamer problem 101. Assessment, solution, and action. There we go. Assessment, solution, and action. ASA. We do need to change. We need to make some changes here for everybody, though. We need to get the oh, bars up and dials here. Oh, it's okay, Dougie. We'll get it we'll get it next time, buddy. We'll get it next time, buddy. If I try to open Discord, that may very well kill everything. And we shut it down. The computer's happy about that. We better leave it be. Alright. How's everybody doing today? It's about 36? I'm going to say 36 degrees Celsius right now, as it sits. I was just, went and checked outside when I filled my coffee. It was 33 degrees then. Oh, I'm good. It's 35 degrees currently. Celsius, so we're going to call that, we're probably pushing low 90s, maybe mid 90s Fahrenheit right there. It's getting up there. It's starting to cook. Probably into the hundreds even. It's too hot to do the exact math. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I'm getting a breeze through my window with the windows closed. That ain't right. That ain't right. Night Air Razor, welcome aboard, says Doug. Welcome aboard! All aboard! Not sure why that is where it is. Alright. So Hair Razor will be calling it a night. We got Bar stepping in to take Hair Razor's place here. Now in the lobby as well. And I should change that pin comment too. We should go change some pin comments. Let's go change some pin comments. Oops. How do I find my own page? There we go. Alright, now we gotta go over to the GTRCs and do the same thing. Except I can do this on my computer. Ooh, whacked mic while I'm at it though. Alright, done deal. Fixed, changed, and changed. Like it. Alright. And it is literally sunny conditions without a cloud in the sky. Much like we're seeing here on the racetrack today, we're seeing in real life where I'm living today, and it is producing some pretty unnormal temperatures for where I live in Canada here. So, yeah, we're just not used to it. I do not do well with heat either. I hate the heat. I am a fan of, like, 20 degrees Celsius temperature. That's my jam. Oh yeah, I thrive in that kind of temperature. 30 I can do. Not liking it. Anything above 30 degrees Celsius, I want nothing to do with. It's gross. It's disgusting. Get me out of here. But with that being said, I also do not like the extreme cold. Wintertime doesn't really bother me, but I don't like extreme cold temperatures either. I've been on both ends of extreme temperatures in my lifetime, so I've kind of gotten a taste of both. Being a Canadian citizen really does give you an opportunity to really kind of feel all weather factors available all at once, depending on where you live. If you live in the prairie provinces, you can literally have two weather events happening on each side of your house at the same time, and that's no joke. That is actual real truth. I can't count how many times I've seen it sunny and not a cloud in the sky in the front yard and pouring rain in the backyard, and that's actually, that happens. It really does happen. So I've felt upwards of 40 plus degrees without the humidity factor Celsius, and I have been and experienced minus 58 degrees Celsius temperatures before wind chill factor in my lifetime, and I gotta tell you, neither one are really any fun. So we like it kind of right in between. Anywhere from like minus 20 to 20 degrees is like, I'm good, I'm happy. There's like a 40-degree range there. And I'm rambling now because that's just the way it goes sometimes. That's just the way it goes sometimes. But that's what makes it fun. That's what we content create. We just come here to chat and hang out, have a good time. Obviously, we're here for some good, serious fun, wholesome fun as well here at the same time. But we're here to hang out. Business is business when business is happening, and right now business ain't happening because we don't have any drivers currently out running and prepared to qualify at this exact moment. So we get to hang out, have some fun, chill, do our thing, and stare at all the hard-working pit crews looking like they're drinking their coffee and playing cell phone games. Maybe they're playing Clash of Clans. I mean, who knows? It's so weird that I just bring that one up. This game I play, that's why I went there. But yeah, it was just the first one that popped into my head. Maybe they're playing Boom Beach or something. Warcraft, League of Legends, Raid Shadow Legends. I mean, I could go on forever. There's so many great mobile games out there. Call of Duty, PUBG. Arena Breakout. Yeah, actually a great mobile game right there. Very new buddy. I assume so. Very Tarkov-esque for mobile devices. Incredible game, actually. I think though, if we ever get GTA 6 to finally drop, I think we need a GTA Racing Championship. That's what I think. You heard it here first. Alright, so Doug's gonna go run some laps here, and again, just killing the clock here. Just killing the clock. And that's better than just sitting in a car idling. Might as well, if you're gonna burn the fuel, you might as well have fun burning the fuel. And this one is very, GT45 color-esque. I go, her brain was like, you know what you want to say, right? But you spit it out already. I mean, Doug has a car spec'd up for everything. Maybe even 3 or 4 sometimes, but... Doug is much like I am. Doesn't not really stray away from driving different cars too often. I like driving different cars. I don't know. I feel like, you know, you enter a series, for example, and it ends up being a one make series, or, you know, one championship that I compete in. It's a different car every race, but it's all one make, right? So you're all in the same car. You know, in those situations, it's kind of nice to have a base idea of what each car acts like, and kind of what is required to drive it efficiently around a racetrack. So by constantly jumping in different cars all the time, trying to say help Ten Tenths drivers practice, or just messing around myself, it kind of gives you a little bit of a competitive edge in a sense when you end up in that situation, because if you're so familiar with driving all the other cars, then you got a leg up on a driver that has never stepped into behind the wheel of that car before, where you may only have 100 miles on that car, but you've got 100 miles of information that driver beside you does not, and that could be a big difference maker when it comes down to championship league racing at the end of the day. And it's a 41.359 there from Doug, and this is not an official qualifying run. This is Doug just giving some visual stimulation and running laps, and I don't even think I have my screen switched over. You guys can't even see him running the laps. I think you can hear him running the laps, but you can't see him. Thank you, Madeline. Appreciate it. We cannot see, she says. I know, I'm sorry. My bad. Thank God I got a great, like I said, I got a great team behind me in my community as well. They always keep me on point. I appreciate it, because my brain is definitely not fully there today, and I keep forgetting that when I'm in my dashboard, I don't see what's actually live, because I'm not in my Streamlab dashboard, and it doesn't dawn on me sometimes that, hey, you haven't hit a button. It's still lagging though. I really feel bad for the lag today. It's trying to settle down, it just doesn't want to settle down. Alright, so we had a busy qualifying first 2 sessions. I mean, this is pretty much the quietest it's been since we started qualifying here today. And I would assume at some point here the race control officials hosting this lobby will just kibosh it, but they may not, and they're not expected to. Time is the time stated, and it is what it is, but we leave that up, obviously, to race control. Alright, so where is he at now? 40.5. Let's see if that's the actual... Oh, he's the only car on track, so I can't even verify that's what we're actually looking at, but... And that's about where we saw Doug qualify earlier in his qualifying session today. He's right around that 40 mid-range, and right around that 40 mid-range, actually, I think it was, because that's right, the three Team Rad drivers are all separated by about a tenth of a second in qualifying here between Doug, Hairraiser, and Petrolhead. So War Eagle potentially would have been right there with him too if he didn't misunderstand that he had 4 hot laps instead of 3. I guess is my best guess on that. So the Team Rad drivers, most certainly on point here today. The Ten Tenths drivers seem to be fairly on point here today as well. We've seen some great runs from both organizations, and then all our independent drivers have been coming in just lighting it up on track here as well. It's going to be a good season. We have a few of the RA Race Asylum drivers competing here this season. Some have not qualified yet. Some have. He's going to be one of those qualifiers. He actually had a pretty good qualifying run. Qualifying is not necessarily his strongest suit either. He'd be the first one to admit to that, like I am. So he should actually be quite impressed and pleased with how he qualified here today, because he really did have a good sound qualifying run. For drivers to struggle with qualifying, having a sound qualifying run, it really does help, because it's just like that superstition, in other sports. Having a one good qualifying run is a building block for a racer, and if you don't take advantage of that little bit of momentum and that little bit of confidence that you grab from that good qualifying run, then you almost revert back to having 5, 6, 7, 10 really bad qualifying sessions again. So you really gotta be aware of when you have those small wins, no matter how minuscule it is, because a small win or a small form of success, like say just a really good put together qualifying run, is a win, and a win's a win, man. And you got to take what little bit of useful knowledge that comes out of that run and hold it in that memory bank. So ideally, you can continue to build off of that, and ultimately, hopefully, at the end of the day, have more and more consistent, better qualifying runs, and essentially work that bad juju out of your racing experience. My biggest downfall in racing is qualifying. It is just not my strong suit. Sprint racing falls in very, very close behind that, because I tend to overdrive the car and make mistakes, which sometimes tend to be a big mistake. And in a 5 or 6 lap race, it's very hard to make that time up when you make the big mistake. So yeah, now we got Merc out on track here. He's just showing off his liveries. That's what he's doing. Showing off the paint. Come on, stream, you can do it. Just settle in, little buddy. It looks like a pretty tight lap here so far, actually. All right. I think I see a Lexus. Is that a low? Actually, that might be a Lamborghini off in the background. I see there. It is most certainly a Lamborghini I see in the background. And Doug is definitely dusting that Lamborghini right now as he goes around. The gap is definitely growing. Ooh, but he gets it all wrong. That was a great save. That was a great save. Just shoots him across the racetrack right there. Ah, McLaren. I thought it was a Lamborghini. It's McLaren. That is a car we have not seen yet here in qualifying, actually. And I don't know if we're going to see it in qualifying this season. McLaren's doing a good job of keeping pace with that Mercedes right now. A 141.2 in the McLaren. Nice 1 second penalty there. That's not going to do him any good. No, I have the correct one, Matt. It's just buried in the email. I think I double downloaded the same layout by accident. I definitely have the right one. McLaren versus McLaren here. A little battle here. Cranberry orange muffin. Oh yeah. Nice fun little scrum going on here between Doug and Bart right now. Alright, so it definitely looks like session 2 is a winding down to a grinding halt here, which is normal. All our checked-in drivers have come through and done their thing, and I think a couple extras on top of that. So that is, I mean, that's a good thing. That's a great thing. We love to see the promptness. The promptness from the drivers is a beautiful thing. Makes life easy for the organizers and everybody involved behind the scenes. It allows them to act more efficiently as well in response to everything that is happening around the championship series and the Discord server and all entities involved around said series. And a nice little drive here between Bar and Dugborough right now, and again a little bit of visual stimulation for our viewers here while we get ready to essentially qualify the last pack of our drivers here in a little bit of time. And back in the pits. Oh, half-second penalty. Shame, shame. Four ways. Very sleek, stylish car these McLarens are. I really do like the front end of these cars. The way that the headlights just roll into the open aerodynamic front end and just kind of swoop into the cavity. It's just beautiful. Tried to battle with Doug to entertain. Too slow, says Bar. You're not too slow. You're not too slow. You were hanging right there with him. Oh, now we got a Lamborghini. Now we're talking my language. They're pretty two well-matched cars, too. Actually, these two cars are very similar in their abilities around a racetrack, so they definitely don't have the craziest top end speed between either one of the two cars, but they've got insane handling ability. But the Lamborghini is much sketchier to drive than the McLaren. The McLaren is much more stable than the Lamborghini is. The Lamborghini, you gotta have a little bit of courage to get in behind the wheel of this car, so to speak. I was trying to think of a safe word to say there. Oh, there's a lot happening behind the scenes here today. Alright. Sorry, chat. Just planning the next stage of qualifying rounds here in the end. So little text messaging back and forth here just to kind of get on the same page. I think that number 13 on the placards on the Lamborghini there. It was on the winner in 2, I believe, but I don't know. It just looks bubblier on the Lamborghini for some reason. Maybe it's the size of it, but little bump touching. Sorry, bar tap Doug in that corner a couple laps ago. Just looking behind the scenes here, we're just catching up to everything. Alright. We're doing it on my phone though, so the computer doesn't have to do the work. Alright. Just getting into the know here. You gotta be in the know, you know? If you're not in the know, then what do you know? You know? Very equally matched cars. Little Robins. Some sidewall damage right there. Little over under there attempt by Barr, but Doug makes a stick there. He's kind of parks it in the middle part of the racetrack. Little semi-defensive driving line there. Barr tries to stick it back underneath there, but the Lamborghini holds pretty good pace. It's the reason why I've been trying to drive that car more and more is because of that reason. It really does hold an incredible amount of pace in cornering. It's just figuring out how to get it faster on the long runs, because even if you catch slipstream with a driver in front and they've got a power car as opposed to your Lamborghini, it won't necessarily stay in the slip depending on which car it is you're behind chasing. So it's a difficult car. It's a very difficult car to navigate and manage. And especially as tire wear starts to kick in, the more and more the tires start to wear down on the car, the absolute more volatile it seems to get, and it's a beast. I mean, they really should call this thing the Demon, because it's exactly what it is. It's a demon to try and handle efficiently around the racetrack. It really is not a car for the faint of heart in Gran Turismo 7. It's a handful. It is a genuine handful. And if you're not ready tonight, ATB, just hit me up privately. We'll set you up a private session, bud. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just hit up an admin in the server, and we'll get you a time. Obviously, you just literally registered like 2 hours ago. So, yeah, no rush, bud. Lug is starting to separate from Bar. I mean, Doug. See, I distracted me and come off track. That's fantastic. It's now known as Lug, not Doug. Yeah, that's it. Switching it up. Now we're gonna go with BRZ and Ferrari. All right. Not too surprised not to see any Ferraris in the driver lineup list. I'm not too surprised that we don't see any Lamborghinis in the drivers lineup list this season. Really not surprised to see that. I don't think we see any Audis in the lineup list either this season. And the BRZ, I don't think we have up in the list this season. So potentially an underrated car at this point. I mean, the BRZ has been nerfed into the ground, I don't know, a half dozen times since it's been released in the Gran Turismo 7, but I was recently driving the BRZ around... I don't even know what racetrack it was, to be honest. It was a mid-sized track anyway. And it felt pretty good, and I am not a personal fan of that car. I despise it personally, but I'm not gonna lie, it felt all right. So it could potentially be one of those dark horse cars as well. I don't really know. I haven't tested it, but yeah, kind of that car that just sits in the corner of everybody's shop, and nobody ever really takes a second look at it anymore, unfortunately, in the Group 3 class, because the car looks good, it sounds incredible, and when you're down throttling and you're down shifting, engine braking in that car, the sound of the back pressure coming out through the exhaust system just makes you, it just make you go to a happy place. I mean, what else can I say? There's a very Ferrari livery on that Ferrari as well. I really don't think the BRZ has enough in the top end to actually keep up with the Ferrari in a straight line, so I kind of feel like the Ferrari has the advantage out of these two cars. And you can see Bar's just losing terms with that Ferrari little bit by little bit. I mean, the BRZ corners quite well. It's a good cornering car. along with that Ferrari as well. Like I said, I think that really the ultimate difference between the two is that the Ferrari just has better straight line speed overall than the BRZ. And, I mean, oh, and a half-second track limit penalty to come across there too. So, I mean, you can see just over the course of that lap, you can see that Ferrari open up a solid second gap difference just that time around there. And it seemed like they were both relatively on top of that lap. So, I feel like the BRZ is maybe the weaker of the two cars in this particular pairing. Anyway. If you're a new driver and you still need to qualify, it isn't mandatory that you do it today. You just do need to set up a time that works for you with the admin team and behind the scenes. Obviously, especially the ones that have just registered in today, you got to keep in mind the drivers we're seeing in qualifying today have had weeks, if not ample days to prepare for qualifying and get those lines refined and get used to their car around the track. Take your time. Take a day, take two, take three, take a proper amount of time. You need to give yourself a proper amount of practice to get comfortable in the car around the racetrack. Once you're comfortable with where you're at in your times, then ideally that's when you want to do your qualifying. Don't rush into it. We don't want to see anybody get misplaced to get deterred from racing because you just rushed into your qualifying run. It's not. It's not. You don't have to do it this second today. If you feel more comfortable giving yourself proper practice time, it's okay. It really is okay. Especially for our new, especially for the new registrants, right? Yeah, take your time if you want some time to actually prepare for the qualifier, like everybody else has, and then come and run it when you're ready to run. You give yourself, like I said, 2-3 days. I'm not sure what the official need to be qualified by for full-time position day is, so to speak, yet, but that's something that the team behind the scenes will certainly sort out over the next couple of days here after our main qualifying session. And a little wiggle there from Bar ATV. I was reading ATV's comment in the YouTube chat right before I went to go say that. So yeah, again, there's that brain just not quite working. Bar here, having a pretty tidy lap here this time around in the BRZ, and I guess we'll see how that relates in time here, but. Information on the screen. Was it 143? Really? That looked better than that. Oh, we got Mustang. We have not seen any Mustangs yet either. This is, again, another one of those cars I'm not too surprised that we still don't see too many top priority picks on because it's a tough car to drive. Yeah, it's just sheerly a tough car to drive. It has way, in my opinion, too much torque in the rear end. Now, that just may be the BOP balance that is causing that problem with the car, but I mean, throttle control in the Mustang is near impossible. And you can see right there, Doug just coming into rotation there, coming into the corner, not even on the throttle, and the car was completely unruly. And then when he went to go straighten it out, get back on the throttle to get through the second part of the chicane there, it basically counteracted what he was trying to do after the first unruly moment and tried to get unruly again. So a couple of pretty good slides there in this Ford Mustang from Doug here on that first attempted lap around. Now Most likely we can attribute that to dirty tires, or not dirty tires, cold racing tires, as it was his outlap there as well. So we'll have to wait and see here what the Mustang can potentially do around the racetrack here. If a driver was to qualify in it, we can have a little bit of an idea at least what kind of pace this car is going to show around again a technical racetrack. Barcelona, it really doesn't seem like much when you look at it on the map, but it is a technical racetrack. It is deceiving. It makes it look like you can be on the throttle a lot sooner than you can be in a lot of the corners, and if you get that line just a little bit wrong in the technical sectors, it could very well end up with disaster written all over your race day. So tricky car to drive. Tricky car to drive. It is a 140, is that what we're seeing? Is that correct? No, 141.4. Alright, so I think what are we looking at here? Alright, chat, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna flip it to the be right back screen, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then when I get back we will set the final lobby up, and we will continue on with the final stint of our qualifying sessions here today. So give me about 10 minutes, and hopefully that settles the stream down a little bit as well, and we'll be back with a fresh lobby and some more qualifying runs from the... maybe they were playing Angry Birds. I love it. I love it. They could have been playing Angry Birds, you're right. Somehow I missed that comment, and we'll be right back. So yeah, we'll let Doug and Bar continue on with their day. It's very late where Doug is, so thank you to Doug and Bar for the lobby, and of course Hair Razor as well for the first part of it. Thank you to Soupy Mark and Petrolhead for session number 1 as well, and we will be back in approximately 10 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, welcome back. Our final and last official lobby here is officially open and ready for our racers. So, I do not have an open chat, so I will not be relaying information that the rest of the staff was doing in behind the scenes. Obviously, I'm live streaming, so that's not exactly a feasible option for me. So you gotta be watching a live stream if you want to know when the opening is, but it is open. I'm just gonna send a message in Discord to let everybody know that the lobby is up, and I have to go check the check-ins because I don't actually know. How many we should be expecting here in this particular lobby. Just trying to figure out what tag they're using here. Oh, okay. Just the generic tag. All right. So, Miss Devious is joining me here today in the final session. She will be taking care of the second administration member in the lobby for verification, and of course will be helping out with the communication with the drivers as we're broadcasting the qualifying sessions. So, first of all, welcome in Ten Tenths Mischievous, and glad to have her here with us. Again, we're no strangers to how this qualifying particular procedure works. So for the drivers that are ready to qualify, we did not limit the amount of numbers in this particular lobby, and we don't need to. It will be the order you come into the lobby will be the order that Mischievous will prompt you all to go out and qualify in. So you do need to pay attention to the in-game chat prompts, where Mischievous will direct everybody as it is their turn to go. We do ask that everybody keeps their car out of pit lane except for, of course, a driver that will be qualifying. Alright, so one of our driver is going to do an oil change, so that works out for the other driver that just jumped in. They can go ahead and head on out when Mischievous is ready to send them out. And I need to make sure that I take screenshots of each of the driver's runs here for data input later. And welcome in Kabowski. Alright, so very new entry here this season, and I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. But again, a new face coming into the GTRC this season, so we love and welcome in all the new faces, and we will see some qualifying out. So the deal is 1 out lap, 4 hot laps, and it is your top 2 combined fastest laps for your qualifying session total, and that is how we will place our drivers. So we have been live here for quite some time today, almost 8 hours now, here qualifying, and we've qualified, I believe, a little over 20 drivers now, and let's see if we can get the rest of them knocked out here today. Is that going to add pressure? Oh, oh, yeah, just because of the situation. Yeah, this one's a little different. I probably should have made an announcement in the server, I suppose, leading into the qualifying today, but it was a pretty early morning for me to get live in time for the beginning, so I didn't even think about it, to be honest with you. Alright, I think we got it all sorted out here. Alright, I think I got everything I need to know here. Alright, so whenever we are ready to go, we will see our Porsche driver come out, and then we'll see Lucky Alpha come out next. He had to go change his oil, so he lost his spot in the queue, so to speak. Alright, so for most of the drivers are going to be qualifying here this evening, or most of our GT45 Gaming community members and drivers. This is going to be no different than what you would expect to be doing in a GT45 qualifying session. The procedure will be the exact same. First come in the lobby will be the first sent out from Miss Devious, and just follow her prompts. Make sure we stay on track until times are verified, and make sure you take a screenshot, please, of your results. We have had one issue today where we did need to rely on that driver's screenshot, and if that driver didn't have that screenshot, I tell you what, there would be some unhappy Pro-Am drivers today. That is for sure. So it is important to make sure that we take care of that on our ends as well as racers. We may have a driver that's just fairly new and is just not 100% sure what's going on at the moment, so just sorting that out. And that's to be expected with new registrations as well. There is a lot of information scattered in a lot of various places in the Discord server. It's a little tough to find it all. We do apologize for that. It's something that the staff is working on shoring up and cleaning up for everybody. So some information may have just got lost or just missed from some of our racers. So sometimes it's just a little bit of communication that needs to happen. Jakey should be coming soon. We have chats open. It's just which chat is open? And it could quite potentially be very distracting. Some of our behind-the-scenes chats are very interesting, to put it kindly. Alright, so we're just checking on the stream. I mean, I cannot actually believe my computer has made it this long. I figured for sure it was going to... Oh, you're all good. You are all good, Kabowski. You are just fine. Alright, so this lobby, I'm not exactly sure what the details of how long the lobby was slated to be open for, but we'll basically have the lobby up until we don't need it today. Sure, yeah, we can do that, Jake. We'll do that and just reset the lobby. Alright. Alright. I think this is a fairly new registrant driver here, so a little unsure. That's all good. It's all good. They are heading out now, so there we go. Yeah, no worries, Jake. Alright. So another Porsche 911 RSR out on the track here today. And that's about a 9th, maybe even 10th Porsche we've seen out of the collective group of drivers. So this is why we've determined or decided to limit the amount of each car per lobby. And that's just, again, so we don't end up with a heavy lobby of one make cars. not an easy decision, and it wasn't a decision that was taken lightly from the team behind the scenes while developing and organizing the series. But ultimately, I think very, very good call, because the whole point of the Open Group 3 Championship is to showcase as many of the different Group 3 racing cars as possible. Now, we do understand that not all of them are very, there are some cars that are just bad, and we're not going to see them on track because they don't have good tire wear, they just don't have good fuel consumption, and maybe not just an endurance feasible race car. So some cars we probably just won't see. The Volkswagen Beetle is an example of that. The car is quite quick, but it is terrible on tires and fuel, so no racer in their sane mind would opt to choose that car in an endurance series just based on those facts alone. Alright, so we're just about nearing the outlap here. We'll get the screen flipped over for everybody so y'all can see what's happening on the racetrack here, and it is Kibowski out on track. Don't know anything about the driver, so I can't really give you any insight on this particular racer, so we are going to find out right now what this racer's got here as they are just finishing up their outlap. I don't know if it's a he or a she, so we'll just say they for now. Yep, thanks Alpha, appreciate you, bud. My computer's starting to auto-click things too. Keep an eye on it here. Alright, so first official hot lap here. Now the drivers get 4 attempts at this, and we take their 2 fastest combined laps, smash them together for a combined total, and that combined total will be how we're going to determine where each of our drivers are going to be placed, whether it be lobby 1 or lobby 2. And the way things are going and looking here, we're even going to have some substitute drivers for potentially both divisions here this season on top of the full-time drivers. That is ideal, and means we should have some nice stacked grids all season long, and that's always what we're looking for. And it's just going to go in dry. That's all good, Jake. You want to take a couple of test laps, it's no big deal, my guy. You want to take a couple quick fire-offs? That don't sound good, but you're an alien, so... Alright, so 144.925, and but again, we can't use the outlap in this situation to be an indicator of potential pace from the driver, because the driver spent the outlap essentially fine-tuning the car, building up air pressure, and trying to scrub those soft racing tires in, so they can eventually, ultimately, try to maximize all 4 of their hot laps. So we did see a little bit of scrub in here from our racer, and the first lap is a 141.676, so right on par with the overall racing group here, and lots of room to continue to go down from there. So safety lap is quite potentially what we're seeing there, and we see that from a lot of the racers. The first lap is just a ginger lap. You kind of tiptoe around the track a little bit until you know the car feels sound underneath you, and then you kind of push out the rest of that lap, and then typically we'll see 3 fairly solidly paced laps. Now, not every driver has that approach, but for some drivers it's easier to start a little bit higher off their personal best and work towards their personal best, and for some drivers they just come out and absolutely send it for 4 laps. It all depends on the driver. You didn't think people were going to come play so early? Oh, I got you, Jakey. Whenever you're ready, my guy. It's about 12 to 15 minutes driver, give or take, depending on the driver. Alright, so we are seeing small improvement here, and small improvement is improvement nonetheless, and it's also a sign of consistency. So, it's potential this is where the driver is comfortable around the racetrack, or it very well potentially could be just a short amount of time of preparation due to a later registrant here, and maybe just not enough seat time to really home in the ultimate lap, but out here give it everything they got, and that's all that matters. Yeah, then you're probably wore out, my guy. You're most certainly wore out. It'd probably be nice not to have a bunch of traffic to deal with in front of you for a couple laps at least before you call it. But yeah, that's a long day of racing, my dude. Holy guacamole. Were you in one of those endurance races today? I need to get on with those. Yeah, I need to get into the Discord servers over there at those two groups and get back in the know here, because I need to change my schedule. Alpha's up next year, so you got a little bit of time, Jake. Just want to make sure what we're seeing is what we're seeing. So 141.426, that was a 2.5 tenths improvement from lap 2 to lap 3 here. So again, just small improvements and as safety net laps. Now the question is, do we see the driver send it, or are we just going to try to see the driver continue to just make those small improvements lap by lap until ultimately they end up towards most likely a close to a personal best kind of lap time with the track combination? I know you will, but 138's your goal. I mean, I think it's a big ask here. I really do think that like I said, the 138 is kind of that golden egg here for this particular combination for qualifying here today. It's not impossible by any means, but it's going to take a really well placed and well put together lap to hit that 38. So, is it possible? Definitely possible. Is it going to happen? I don't know. Right, Manu Racing. That's right. Right. Yeah, I seen that, Lucky. Good job, bud. I'll catch up with everything in the team server here after the broadcast tonight. There's been a lot of chatter going on in the Discords today. Busy day today in the Discord servers. Oh, nice. Good job, Jay. Alright, so good laps here from Kibowski. 141.493, 141.426, and a 141.676. So definitely some good fine-tuned consistency here, which indicates that there's definitely been some work put in for the practice. And the half-second track limit penalty right on the final lap there, and that's a killer. You hate to see it. Did you save the replay, Lucky? We are going to get the Ten Tenths Simracing channel up here in the next, hopefully before the end of this month. I'm going to have the channel up for the Ten Tenths team. So, stuff like that we can make videos out of and get on the channel for you guys. Alright, it was the fastest lap there for Kibowski too, and we're going to take a screenshot of that. I don't know exactly what the ruling is on the penalties. I know in my series, in my championships, we avoid that lap, but the GTRC may have a different idea. So we are just going to take that screenshot, and I'll verify that with the admin staff and behind the scenes before we do the data input there. But very good consistent set of laps here from Kibowski, and that's definitely going to place that. That's going to be a lobby 2 placement without even having to think about it here, but a very consistent run here for the driver today in qualifying, and hopefully that's right where the driver was hoping to be, and hopefully that driver is happy with their qualifying runs. So what do we got here? I've got laps 3 and 4 as their best. Obviously with the penalty going across the line, that would add a half second to that 141.2. That would put it at 141.7 anyways. So laps 3 and 4. Fantastic.